Okay, here we go. That's live with that. Now we're going to dive with the countdown. Off then, Henry. Back in a minute, 22 seconds.
Car racing has its Goodwood revival. There are other throwback weekends. NASCAR has its throwback weekend at the Darlington Speedway. And now, karting has Clay's The Masters. Welcome to Karting Live TV. Welcome to Clay Pigeon Raceway. And welcome to the 2026 Clay's The Masters weekend, where everything is a throwback to the 1990s and karting's most glorious era. Speaking of other people that had their most glorious era in the 1990s, I'm joined by Karting Live TV's own Nick Damon. Nick, we're at a historic venue. We've got some historic karts. I'm not going to say anything that the co-commentators are historic.
Well, yes, I was sitting there thinking, actually, good morning, Henry, and good morning to the world. I was wondering actually whether my glory days were actually 80s, but, you know, that's aging me too. As I celebrate another birthday on Monday, and it's the numbers are getting very, very large.
Yes.
But, yes, certainly the golden age of karting. We're currently looking at some modern cars. It's an interesting day. We've got a mixture of an IKR at Clay Pigeon, which is all your usual favourites.
Yes, hello, there we are.
Hello,
there we are.
Wave.
Yes.
All your usual favourites, which is Rotaxes and your cadets and everything else. But then in between that, we have classic performance machines from the 90s, from the days when, you know, an engine rebuild was 30 minutes. It wasn't 3 weeks.
And you needed them every 30 minutes as well.
And when you never knew at the end of the straight whether you're going to go around the corner or nip up and fall off, and it seized on you instantly. It's a much more exciting situation. The jeopardy is real.
Yes, indeed. Clay's The Masters sees nearly 60. That's right, nearly 60 Formula Super A and Formula ICA karts built and manufactured anywhere between 1990 and 2000. We've already had qualifying and our first set of heats yesterday. The battle for the green jacket, and there is a green jacket, just like golf's The Masters. We have our own green jacket here this weekend. There's going to be a second heat for all 56 drivers, and all 56 drivers do remain after yesterday. During the qualifying sessions, the heat races, there was a nice procession at the end of every event of karts that just couldn't quite make the end of the races. These machines, they are the most highly strung, high performance. 19,000 RPM on the run down to Billy's Blind.
The word "bing" comes to mind.
Yes.
That is what you're probably going to find. Out now, where's the sheet gone? Because they haven't updated the heats yet. So we're only a bit blind. But this should be senior Rotax practicing, so just so you know what's going around the track at the moment.
Yes, we are going to cover the other IKR races during the course of today, but our focus is on the Masters, and we are going to have, in between the Masters races, yes, we're going to be watching the other classes, but we're going to have various guests from the Masters Championship, the Masters event, drivers, mechanics, sort of personalities that were in karting in the 1990s up here to join us to have a chat, have a bit of a throwback, to talk about the gestation of this event, where Clay's the Masters was born. Andrew Brunton and Monty Gorringe are the two people responsible for this madness. And of course, the 1990s revival scene in the UK started about 10 years ago, but it's now really at the point where it could really push on, because they've got a World Cup event at Wigan.
In November.
The Wigan World Cup in November.
With 80 entries already?
80 entries, including 2000 World Karting champion Colin Brown and Jay Howard.
Oh, wow.
Jay Howard, he's coming over to race as well. So that is, this whole, movement is really, really growing. But they're not demonstration runs.
No.
They are not. For those of you that, they were a guest round of the British Championship last year, the Formula 100s, and everyone loved them. They were absolutely spectacular. The racing, yes, is cutthroat like it was in period. The machines are all, the amount of work and craftsmanship and reconstruction has gone into getting these karts and their motors and some of the graphics back exactly as they were in period, which is great to see. There are drivers from Italy and all over the place.
I mean, and if there is a lunch break, and that's still kind of who knows. Henry, and I, though in fairness, it was 97% Henry, recorded a very good piece last night as the light was fading.
But we weren't late. It was okay. It was.
As the light was fading, we recorded a very interesting piece. Henry walks around with some people from the period and some people who've joined the period. So I think we've got people who were born probably in the 60s and people who were born in the 2005. And they're all taking part in this race. But we have got that programme. Now, if there is a lunch break, we'll see a lunch break. If there's not a lunch break, I'm just going to play it at the end of the day.
I think that would be an excellent idea,
so whatever happens, it'll get played out. And if you're a Clay's the Masters fan, or you're one of the friends or families, we'll also upload that separately, that walkabout separately to YouTube this evening. So
yes, that'll be really good.
Because I think, but yes. So I walked in. I said, "So after what heat is the lunch break?" I said, "Well, there might be a lunch break, but then again, there might not." I said, "So how will I know?" I said, "Well, we'll tell you." Because it's very hard to tell. Like, is it a lunch break or are they just recovering cars?
Yes, because at the end of every Masters race, there is a kart recovery process that can take some time.
Yes.
Joe Scory, one of the drivers here, described to you as these karts are grenades. They are just waiting to explode at any given opportunity. What you'll see is drivers, there'll be some new terms that our Karting Live TV audience will have to get familiar with.
Ping!
Ping. And there's going to be a choking off, which is nothing, outrageous. That's obviously when you're trying to thin the fuel mix, because you have to manage these karts through the course of a race. On the Formula Super A's, which were the premier class in world karting up until the KF era came in the mid-2000s. The drivers had to manage 3 separate carb screws during the course of one race. You have the main one, then you have the main jet, bottom jet, top jet, that you have to manage. And so you'll see the drivers, literally driving one-handed half of the time, as they're coaxing or they're directing this amount of fuel into the engine at this point in the race, and then they'll lean it off if they need to go really quick, but you don't lean it off for too long or else it gets expensive, and else you hear the ping as you get jettisoned backwards into a tyre barrier at 70 miles an hour.
I was just out of this period because I raced karts. Well, interesting. I raced karts of 89, 90, 91 before I had run out of money and hurt myself. Yeah. Money was the key point. And I always remember that when these things nipped up, it was mostly surprised. The most annoying thing was, obviously you're out of the race. You sat at the race and you sit there going, oh, God, it's nipped up. And by the time the race had finished, they were unnipped again. They're back up and running again because it was a very, very slight top-end nip. These are not quite. These weren't as highly stressed. These were like £14,000 per 100 Britain engines. And they would unnip themselves.
Oh, right, okay.
And because it was a discount world I lived in, it was out with the emery paper. It wasn't out with a new piston or anything. It was out with the emery paper to get the scrub, and off you go again.
Yes, and that's the beauty of this era because. It started, the 1990s in karting started at places like Langbar and Felton and Tilbury. And by the end of the 1990s, the start of the 1990s, you still had people, the Ford Transit, the little, the old LDV post van, with sometimes you had an Austin Montego estate with, a car to the back and not even a little easy up awning. You just left the boot open and sat on the boot lid of the car with an umbrella in the cart seat. So that was the start of the 1990s. And karts didn't have not every kart had full bodywork still in 1990. By the end of that decade, there were mini Formula One teams in the paddock.
Yeah.
The technology had increased exponentially. The professionalism of the sport, and I use that in inverted commas, had increased exponentially. Yes, so had costs. And eventually the costs was what did for ICA and Formula Super A. You couldn't justify doing 3 engine rebuilds per day.
No.
Because you could literally get one race. At the highest level. This is at the highest World Championship level. You couldn't get more than, you had to do the piston every single race because they were that highly strung, and that wasn't sustainable. Even in the free spirit, money-wielding decade that was the 1990s.
Absolutely.
It was
still... And that was just you.
That was just me, yeah. It wasn't sustainable long-term, and that is what eventually caused ICA and Formula Super A to... depart the modern-day karting scene, but with all the karts, with all the engines and spares lying about, because, of course, in the late 80s and early 90s, there weren't 87 different classes of kart that you could race. You had much fewer options. Rotax Max had just started to come in, but you had... Senior Pro Kart, you're looking at now. In the 1990s, that was incredibly popular at a national level. And in fact, even when I was racing in the early to mid-2000s, Senior Honda was a very important, a very popular MSA class or Motorsport UK class then, I do believe. So this is what...
This is Pro Kart.
This is Pro Kart, and there is a driver on the circuit, Keith Lessiter. In kart number 52, I raced against Keith Lessiter. He was 20 years, well, he still is going to be 20 years older than me, but he was 20 years older than me then, so he's obviously still 20 years older than me now.
That doesn't change, Henry.
No, that bit doesn't change.
That's kind of a basic, really, unless you've done sort of picture of Dorian Gray sort of thing.
Yeah, Benjamin Button, or what have you. But yeah, Keith Lessiter is still out on track. I mean, and I stopped racing in 2008, so it's great to see Keith. And again, that's the beauty of Pro Kart. It keeps people in the sport for an awful long time. Yes, it's a budget class. Yes, the speeds are not quite as high, but it's still very, very competitive. It's still an enjoyable class to race with, to race in if you've got a group of like-minded friends.
Absolutely.
Which, of course, Keith and the rest of them do. Now, you'll hear us talking about, of course, Clay Pigeon, one of the real throwbacks. A perfect place to have a throwback weekend. 815 metres of the most flowing tarmac anywhere in British karting. And we'll talk about that. They're just coming through the hairpin now, Nick. Now, that's at the end of Sturmey Straight.
And I always thought Sturmey was who made the 3-speed gearboxes on your push bike.
Oh, no, that was
Sturmey Archer, was it? That was Stanley Archer. I don't know. Something like that.
But this is Sturmey, and you'll notice a driver called Neil Sturmey on track in kart number 37. Well, I was speaking to the Renison family that own the circuit and run the circuit, and they were saying that in the mid-1990s, when this place had a resurface, Neil Sturmey's dad was instrumental in helping to get the tarmac laid and getting,
You pay for it, you get a name.
Well, he didn't pay for it, but he was instrumental in making it happen, making the resurface happen. So they named a straight after him. So I don't know what I'm assuming that Neil Sturmey's dad's name was Mr. Sturmey.
It would help,
Mr. Sturmey. That is why we have Sturmey Straight.
No, but see, this is obviously you've seen the Clay Pigeon's been very much in the news this week.
Yes,
under threat from a potential building of 1,500 lodge homes.
Oh dear.
Now, lovely as it is up on this hill,
that's a caravan.
We are a little bit in the middle of nowhere.
Yes.
So I'm not quite sure who the 1,500 families who want to live up here are going to be.
I mean, the view is the southwest England, the South of Downs. You can't really see them.
South Downs is not there, somewhere else. Because South Downs is Sussex, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I know about the South Downs. Quantox.
Perhaps it's best we avoid geography as it's not
Yes.
going well. Let's talk about cars again.
Yes.
But yeah, so the has been in the news. What I thought was quite amusing was this track became the home of every karting champion.
Yeah, apparently Lewis Hamilton started here.
Yeah,
Lewis Hamilton, who grew up in Hoddesdon, Hertfordshire,
near
right
Rye
next to Rye House.
But it is true, obviously, because this track has been here for so long and it's been the centre of national karting for so long.
Yes.
They have all raced here. The Buttons,
absolutely.
well,
Jensen Button and Lando both did start here.
Right.
That's factually
correct.
Two
world champions, and that's not a bad start, is it?
Two world champions. There's one world champion every 407 metres of circuit.
No, that's not bad, really, is it? Where did Ollie Behrman start? Did he go straight to Europe?
Lid.
He did Lid.
He was,
right. Is he a Kentish boy, is he?
Yes, he's a Kentish boy. Ollie Behrman.
Like me.
I'm trying to think. So George Russell, he started at PF International because he's from Cambridgeshire.
Kings Lynn.
Kings Lynn. But he started at PF
About Arvid?
International.
Where did Arvid start?
Arvid started at Shennington.
That's the good thing about having Henry here. Another throwback picture turned up. If you hadn't seen it, was a throwback picture.
Yes, on Facebook.
On Facebook from about 2010, I suppose, was it?
It was 2009.
Looked about 8, yeah.
It's 2000. No, it was 2010.
There was a picture of Lando Norris looking quizzically at Henry. The worrying thing for Henry is supporting Oasis era, that's 1996, sideboards. And you kind of go, well, Henry, you were stylish, but you're 10 years out of date at that point.
My sideburns were not era appropriate.
But it is great. If you get a chance, it's on Facebook. It's a great picture because it looks like Lando is saying, what the heck are you talking about, Henry? Which, in fairness, is what we tend to think quite often.
Quite often, yes. I'm interviewing. Well, he's either thinking, what the heck is Henry talking about? Or I was chatting to Dan Ticktum at the time. He's thinking, what is Dan going to say? That is, because Dan's the only person that's liable to say something more controversial than me.
Dan has little filter.
Yes. And by little, we mean zero.
Zero, yes.
Now, here we are. This is morning warm-up for half of our Clay's the Masters field. We'll guide you round. So some of the famous names. This is Billy's Blind, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Oh, look at the white smoke billowing out of the back of these exhausts. Absolutely incredible. Down Sturmey Straight to the hairpin. Now you come back to the infield section. This is the horseshoe. Around the horseshoe, and then into the first right-hander at Buttons, named after Jensen and John Button, obviously, and then this is Top Bend, and out of Top Bend onto the start-finish straight, which doesn't have a single straight bit to it. It's a complete curve, once again, through that, the blind into Billy's. It's just a fantastic circuit to race at.
I just sit there just loving the fact that we are just seeing nothing but exhaust fumes coming out of them.
Yes.
It's a smell. I remember we did a quote where years ago I was doing, I still do a lot of RC coverage.
Yes.
And we're covering this biggest scale of RC, which these things are massive. They are, as big as a Labrador, these cars.
Okay, right, yes.
And I asked this Dutch guy what he liked about doing this scale of RC, and he went, well, I like the smell and the noise. And I was thinking, that's what I like about these. It's the smell and the noise.
This is simple. It's simple. What is so great about them? Well, the smell, the noise, the visuals, and just the angles which the drivers really have to drive these karts. Well, Thomas Royal has become the first Well, there we go. Whoever had Thomas Royal in their sweepstake for first mechanical issue of the day.
Well done. Excellent.
You have won. Royal in the number 52 kart. He's joined by the number 24.
We've lost 2 already.
Oh yes. Now, the number 24 kart, of course, being an IKR event, the number 24 doesn't appear on my entry list. It's Dan Crankshaw, who may have, well, hopefully his crank is okay. Well, it's not because he stopped.
Well, I mean, it might not be the crank.
It might not be the crank. I'm just trying to see where Dan appears on the entry list, and of course, he doesn't. There we are.
Who's that?
Dan Crankshaw in kart number 24. Who in the?
So it's not down there in the numerical order then.
No.
They have had some late entries, which is great. So
right. Okay.
We've had a couple of people who put, but this is just practice. This is just a chance to warm everything up and not break down and have a little bit of perhaps start some rivalry. Don't forget they have had 2 heats yesterday.
Yeah, well, everyone had 1 heat each.
Oh, 1 heat, yes. Sorry. There were 2 heats for the whole thing, yes, sorry.
So this is getting Jiggins with it. Chris Jiggins.
You made that joke twice yesterday.
I know, and I'm going to do it again today. I'm going to get some mileage out of it, trust me. I don't get to do these events very often, so all the bad jokes are going to be... It's going to be thick and fast today.
And that's also how you were known in your racing, wasn't it?
Yeah, thick, but not thick and not fast. But I was known as a bad joke when I raced. Chris Jiggins, Joe Scory, and Richard Sturdy leading the way. And of course, they're saying about lap times. Lap times at the top level of karting haven't improved that much since these were racing in periods. The karts are just different. They do the same speed at the same lap time, just in a very, very different manner. Now, this is a morning warm-up, so you will have the yellow plates. There's 2 different types of karts. We'll be able to differentiate between the 2 of them. The number 46, the white... the white plate karts. So the number 40, Martin O'Hara... is one of those karts. The number 1, well, no, that's, I was going to say, I think that there's just whoever's got whatever colour number plate. The number 50, that's Josh Wagon going across the line. So there. Number 64, that's James Verity. He is a Super A driver. Yellow plates.
That's not you just saying what a lovely man he is.
No, yeah. He is a super person. James, so he's a Formula Super A. Yellow plates. But other Formula Super A's have got white plates on. So there's you can't tell which class is which in terms of the different colour number plates. I mean, they're all, the lap times are very, very similar.
They're all in together, aren't they?
They're all in together.
And the finals won't be split, so they'll all be running in the same finals. But we've got a B final and an A final, of course.
Yes, yeah.
Slightly longer races.
Yes, well, 15 minutes plus 1 lap.
15 minutes plus 1 seize.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
Let's go with the seizing, yes.
Certainly, yeah, there was 15 minutes is not a long time in terms of modern day karting. It's a standard length of a final in most meetings. But for these ICAs and Formula Super A's, 15 minutes it's race management is key.
When these things were in period, and obviously a lot more on the edge.
Yep.
How long were we looking at long races then for the big?
Yeah, we were still looking at but it was all laps.
Right.
It was 20 laps.
Yeah.
Things like that. So, I mean, in terms of the time spent on track, it was
similar. Okay.
But of course, you'd have half the karts finish if you were lucky, because it was a real battle for survival, because they were so on the limit, so highly
stressed, and obviously, and that's the interesting thing. I mean, is it a situation? We have a situation obviously now with classic cars. So you get a classic car, and you can build it to a case which is way better than it ever left the factory.
Yes,
is it a case now with 25 years on, better machining and everything else? The karts now, engine-wise, could be better than they were in period.
They could potentially be, because a lot of the same engine builders are still in the paddock. You're looking around names like Biff Harris, engines, things like that. You have got the ability to run them. They're probably more efficient and more reliable. Quicker, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about actually quicker, but certainly the advances in more modern machining, so to speak, means that potentially in terms of quality of parts and quality of of some little intricacies, yeah, they might be better, which means that they don't seize as much. You know, we're looking to see, you know, this event is not where 20% of the starters will make it to the end, like a proper 1980s Formula One race with other cars dropping like flies at the sidelines. So in terms of, it makes reliability better, I think, modern equipment.
So I'm just answering questions from our cameramen.
Oh, okay, fair enough. No problems at all. So James Verity, now those times there don't look wonderfully accurate on in terms of the order. Doesn't look wonderfully accurate, but just showing you some of the names that are out there. Tyler Whedon, Joe Reeves-Smith. Those of you that watch modern karting will be familiar with those names. Glenn Guest. What a fantastic story Glenn Guest is. Competed in the World Karting Championship at PF International in 2024. As a privateer, as an older driver, wanting to prove that it can be done. And he was instrumental in helping another driver, another guy in his mid-40s, come over and race at the World Championship last year. So Glenn Guest, a real sort of inspirational character in karting. Looking down the orders, Ross Curnow, back in the early 2000s, Ross was one of Britain's, brightest karting talents. Ended up racing in Formula BMW, amongst other things.
Oh, wow.
Ross Curnow's dad.
I covered the first ever Formula BMW race in this country.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
Back in 2004.
Is that was just as Vic Lee and Steve Soper run off everyone's money?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, Vic Lee was running off to prison, wasn't he? Mainly.
Vic was, yes. Not Steve. Steve was just involved.
No, we'll come back to that because it's an interesting story on that one. But as the second Clays of Thunder, no, it's not Clays. It was called Clays of Thunder. Now it's Clays the Masters.
Yes, it was Clays of Hazard,
Clays of Thunder,
and now Clays the Masters.
So who knows where the hell they're going to go next with
this?
Yes,
it's Clays
Answers
something or other.
on a postcard.
So that Ross Curnow, another driver with a very respectable racing CV. Joe Reed-Smith, top 3 in the British TKN Extreme Championship a couple of years ago. Martin Brackenbury, number 73. He was one of Lewis Hamilton's in cadets in the late 90s, in the mid 90s. Martin Brackenbury was a big rival of Lewis Hamilton.
He sits around thinking it could have been me.
No. To be fair, he doesn't.
Sure he doesn't.
But a lot of other people of that era do.
There is one guy who's quite unhappy about the whole situation.
Yes, Wes Dowling is not happy. Tyler Whedon. Now, Tyler, again, another driver who raced in modern British Championship a couple of years ago, then decided he wanted to get into historic karting. There are 4 Merlin chassis in the entire United Kingdom.
Apparently a bit of a wizard chassis, isn't it?
Oh, thank you very much.
I've been waiting for that for about 7 hours.
And Tyler now owns 3 of them, because these karts, you become a collector. You become a collector. Suddenly you go from 1 kart to 3 karts, and then you go, this engine I've got, that this engine builder, built. In period, that was attached to like this particular brand of chassis. Oh, look, there's one for sale. I will, that's how you add to your collection. Andrea Rostagno is one of 3 Italian drivers here, looking for Matteo Bianchi.
Yes.
Matteo Bianchi, who raced against all the big names in Italy in the 1990s.
Yeah. And worked for Mr. Perilla as well.
Worked for Mr. Perilla.
And if you don't know what a Perilla is, you're too young.
And if you don't know what a Perilla is, well...
Perilla's had an engine manufacturer, that had a very recognisable sort of cooling heatsink fan. The fans look like the opening sort of a flower. The petals away also. I think people copied it, but certainly when we were back in the early 90s when I was racing, you could tell the Perilla from the other engines available.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because most of them had the fins were straight. Obviously, they're all air-cooled, so the fins are really important. That's a difference. Yes. Rotax is now water-cooled. These are air-cooled. And the fins were all upright, whereas the Perillas were kind of spread out into kind of an arc.
Okay, yes. And
of course, it may have been everyone by the time you got into it, Henry, because obviously I'm way older than you. That may have gone round.
So if you're young and you're not sure what a Perilla is, go up to the nearest sort of old person that's been around karting for a while, say the name Perilla, and just watch them get a bit misty-eyed.
And what I don't think about is how old they need to be.
Yes.
About 20. How long has Rotax and iArmy dominated the marketplace? About 20 years?
Well, Rotax Max came in the late 1990s. It was that was sort of when they came into the direct drive era, because Rotax, there are some Rotax engines out on circuits at the moment, because Rotax used to build 100cc open engines. The actual Rotax Max came in the late 1990s.
And that's when things began to change, wasn't it?
X30 wasn't a thing then. I mean, in the British Championship, you had senior TKM, senior Gearbox, senior Rotax, and senior Honda. They were your 4 classes, and then other classes came and went. Obviously, things like Kart GP and World Formula and Billand and stuff like that. They all came and went. TKM 4-stroke.
Used to be really big name. World Formula.
Well,
Universe Formula.
And of course, in the British Championship, by the late 1990s, early 2000s, we had, the Formula A and the ICA classes, drivers like Mark Litchfield, Jordan Chamberlain, doing fantastically well in them, but they were club classes. They were already only really racing at the British Championship level, so even by the mid-late 1990s, there weren't that many clubs in the UK running, Super A and ICA grids, whereas at the start of the 1980s, during the 1980s, every kart club ran Formula Super A and ICA.
You have a bit of advice here.
Oh, I have
it says from Martin Christensen, 2225.
Oh, yes.
Henry, speaker info, he knows how to speak, it's fine. The driver, Andrew Brunton, or the organiser, Andrew Brunton, he goes under the name Taxi Brunton, a nickname various engine tuners have given him because of his on-track accidents.
Oh, antics. Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Let's say, Taxi. Taxi for Brunton.
Now, of course, you have to be very careful reading things out on chats, because sometimes you get misled.
Yes,
as I believe you have been more than once this year.
Yes, I have been. But we have got. Oh dear. Yes, people saying sponsors' names that aren't quite sponsors' names. Now, I'm very, very, very careful here, because of course,
it's a good idea.
One of the worst things that any race organizer can do with this bunch of characters, wrong-uns and ne'er-do-wells is allow them to come up with their own team names.
Yes.
Especially
where they run the syllables together in a way which changes the words.
Yes. So there are several team names that are, shall we say, very funny, but maybe not broadcastable. No, really? No. I mean, plus especially because alcohol isn't allowed as part of... alcohol isn't allowed as part.
Excellent. And the next one,
no
idea what that means, so I'm not reading it out. The old classic there.
Yes, yes.
Obviously, us not reading out names is not the greatest of over, but just to say that I'm looking now at the names. 1, 2, 3. Well, we can read out Wagon Wheels. That's all right for Joss Wagon. That's good. And Big Red Dog Racing for Cliff and Dog. We get explanation about that one.
Dog, yes.
And then there's a Carpe Diem. That's okay. But then there's several really where it's perhaps not best too.
Yeah. And do you notice I handed you the sheet there, Nick?
Yes.
Before I just went ahead and said.
Because we already know it's one of your weaknesses.
Yes.
Reading it out.
I don't mind getting banned from circuits that are more than 6 hours from my house. But Clay Pigeon's only 2.5 hours. It just takes me 6 hours to get you.
That is true. That is very true. Practice at the moment is the 177, the Rotax Heavies. They are... I mean, the interesting thing is we talk about the classic. Normally when you talk about classics, so you see a classic race at Silverstone, the cars are in fact magnificent, but they're slow. These karts are the classic karts are exactly as fast as the senior Rotax.
You look at like an old Formula One, sort of, where they have the old Formula One cars at the Goodwood Festival. They're not going a lap of Goodwood at the same speed they would have done in the 1960s. They're a little bit slower,
but they're also slower than the modern karts. Whereas the Formula A's are as fast or faster. The Rotax. I mean, it's probably hard for you to tell on the screens, but the footprint of a modern kart is much bigger than the.
These things are so compact
90s.
and tiny.
They're small. They're nimble. They're obviously a bit lighter as well. Yes, they are trickier. They're less. They're more finicky. They are.
Yes.
That is your trade-off is. You get a Rotax, you turn the Rotax on with the electric start, off you go.
And but you don't then adjust how the engine is running mid-race or mid-lap.
No, the only thing you might have to do is flick your radiator flap up and down to make sure you're digital Alfano tells you you're at exactly the right temperature.
Yes.
With the old two-stroke, as you say, you might have 2 or 3 mixture screws. You have no information at all in period.
Until you get that ping.
Ping. But it's a completely different. I think if we get to show it, you'll see it anyway. It's much more visceral experience. Now, it's also, I would say, a much more frustrating experience because when it's not going right, it's much harder to put it right.
Exactly. Like if you have one spin, the engine dies. You've got to be up and out of that, pushing yourself along, and so one spin is game over virtually. Whereas in this class, obviously the 177s, you're looking at just a spin, keep it going, just press the button and off you go again.
Yeah, and you sit on the dummy grid in one of the former Super O's and ICA, and you think you're going to start.
You think,
you're not totally sure. You had to rely on your mate, giving you a good push,
and your mate then had to dive out of the way before he gets run over. He or she gets run over by 30 drivers coming through behind.
And if it's not quite right, you've got to bounce up and down like you're on a bouncy castle, trying to get things to turn.
Yes.
Then it's got to clear its throat, and then you've got to get going.
Yes, all before, without letting it die once.
Yes.
It's an art form, even getting one of these things started.
And obviously it is much easier once they're warm.
Yes.
But, so the first start of the morning is always an issue.
Yeah. bit like for us, or for me at least.
Well, no, I spent 2 days this week working on cars, which I haven't done for God knows how many years.
Right.
And I feel for it. I felt very second-hand with my back and my legs and everything else.
Well,
because I've recently bought a Land Rover, you see.
Yes.
I've been underneath my Land Rover.
Yes.
I've been doing all sorts of things, and I thought, oh God, no, I can't do that. So I'm very pleased to have a couple of days sitting down in a chair talking about karting.
Well, I also last weekend exerted myself. And
we'll stop that one now.
I took my 16-year-old son to watch Dave in Birmingham. The Utility Arena.
Not the Kevin Kline film, then?
No, not the Kevin Kline film. The musical artiste who... Oh, we got a red flag. Somebody has... there's a cart over the barriers at the exit of Billy's Blind. Driver out, okay.
Driver fine but annoyed, I would say.
Yes, cart maybe quite not so fine.
That's obviously a red flag. It's not. There's no injury, thankfully, but there is some annoyance.
And some tyres that are no longer where they should be.
No. Well, perhaps the man who made us move our camera was right then. But so you were talking about going to see Dave.
Yes, and we were on the rail at the front. The very first people.
So you were in the mosh pit for Dave.
I was at 45 years old.
Sorry, do they mosh for Dave? I don't know.
Well, they did to start with. It's not moshing. It's just jumping around into each other violently. To the point where someone's going to get passed out. And people did pass out, and I was stood there at the rail. The next day, my goodness me. That I felt decidedly old.
The ears still ringing, were they?
Oh, what? Pardon? What did you say?
Who?
No. It was
I
a
don't
case
know
of
what's going on.
Cramped in, and, it was like, oh, yes. So I proved that I could still go.
What I think is good is that they have chosen the right commentators for this vintage racing. They've chosen vintage commentators.
Well, yeah, exactly.
When you're saying you're 45, that makes me feel... I'm significantly older on Monday.
Right.
Significantly older.
Well, yeah. So the 1990s saw more change in them as a decade than any other decade. In terms of the advances of what life was like generally, every day.
You went from no internet to internet.
Yeah,
in those 10 years. That's the key change.
Internet was the key.
I first got online in 1994 when I started working for a TV company.
Oh, right.
Cameraman Matt Guppy tells me I'm 46 and went clubbing a few weeks ago.
Well, there we go. Well done, Matt.
I'd like to say he's unrepentant. He got 9 seals. But I'd like to point out also that the reason he got there eventually.
There was a light bulb.
I'd like to point out also that Matt is in the first flush of a new relationship. She did all sorts of strange things during that period. He'll be on the sofa permanently in about 6 months. Don't you worry.
Yeah, seal clubbing to start with. That seems like a strange thing to do to ingratiate yourself to your new better half.
Oh, what can you do? He's got love's middle-aged dream.
Yeah. I was going to say, hi, honey, where are we going? Our first Saturday night out together. Oh, we're going clubbing. Okay, well, what's with the hammer and the hobnail boots? He's not that kind of clubbing.
Yeah. I mean, Matt really thought it was bingo, but, you know.
Yeah. I've got my dabber ready.
Is that a euphemism?
Yeah. Only if you play bingo.
Anyway, so it's all going on for the old men. Yeah, we kind of let the side down, really, because Matt's absolutely on message for the age of the... Unfortunately, our other cameraman, Ash, he's not even 30 yet.
I know, and our producer...
even younger.
Even younger.
I know, Lara's even younger. Shocking. We might have to either get older or we're going to replace you, Lara. It's simple as that.
This is where Lara tells us that she was actually named after Lara Croft.
She was?
The 1990s...
No, you weren't you? You were named after Lara Croft.
My dad says no, but he had a huge crush on Lara Croft, so yeah, probably.
So why isn't Lara's dad here producing? Because he is era appropriate.
He is.
He named his daughter after
really
a 1990s
good point. He's only about 2 hours away. We can always phone him up.
Yeah, you know,
see if he wants to come along.
Named his daughter after a 90s.
I mean, 100%. Lara's been named after Lara Croft. Whatever anyone says, because there weren't any Laras prior to that.
No.
When you started playing Tomb Raider, you kind of went, oh, that's a nice new name. I've never heard that name before. That's marvellous. Actually, no, hang on a second. Wasn't Lara in Dr. Zhivago as well?
I'm not sure, but I know...
Lara's theme was Dr. Zhivago, 1965.
Was that not Lola's theme?
No, it's Lara's theme.
Oh, okay.
Because there we are.
Well...
Lola's theme would have been a T370, wouldn't it?
The only people called Lara that were born prior to the year 2000, or prior to the year, 1995, were daughters of people that couldn't spell.
What, they missed that one for Laura?
Yeah. That's basically it. As
this is Junior Rotax coming out for this is the final practice. We're going to... Oh, great start there by the red cart.
Well, now those wheels... Those luminous yellow wheels, there's got to be more than one pair of those in existence but I've seen, and there was someone else who almost spun coming out of the pits.
It's warming your tyre. Let's be honest, it happens everywhere.
But those yellow wheels, I mean, I've seen them on so many different karts over the years. I'm sure that's not the same pair, but there's only ever one. There is a
raging debate in the world of off-road radio-controlled car racing,
right,
about whether yellow wheels or white wheels are faster.
Faster?
Yes, because
not just look better.
Because the core plastic wheels, which support the tyres, they come in two or three colours.
Right.
And some people are yellow wheels, and some are white wheels. And there's one of those ridiculously pointless arguments, because the answer is neither. They're the same. But people will swear blind. They will swear blind that one of them is faster than the other.
Of course. So we watch Junior Rotax. On... I'm going to go... Well, we're going to go and find... We're going to get Andrew Brunton and Monty Gorringe, and we'll get some sort of time schedule for our guests later today.
It's not just us.
No, thank God.
You seem to be repeating what the audience are feeling. Okay, so Junior Rotax coming up around the top of the corner. Anyway, so yeah, we have a couple. The order of the day. It's going to be we're going to qualification next, and that is going to be Heat 7. I think we start with qualification Heat 1 for Cadet. There's Senior Rotax, then Pro Kart. Then we have our Clay's the Masters. The first one is the fourth one, I believe. Then Rotax Heavy and Junior Rotax. They've shuffled around the Rotaxes slightly. And that goes through for another round of those. Cadet, Senior, Pro, the Classics, Heavy, Junior. And then, of course, we have Cadet for the pre-finals for the Modern Championships. But we have a B-final for the Clay the Masters. And then the main finals are up after that. The races are 8 minutes for the Modern races. And during the heats, it's 10 minutes for the Clays and Masters. And then a 12-minute B-final and a 15-minute A-final. So it's the chance of pinging is relatively high when we get to the main finals. Yes, they haven't updated it. It's slightly confusing. Why I'm kind of pausing a couple of times, because in the official running order, it keeps saying Clays of Thunder when it's actually Clays the Masters now. Now, where's your track map gone? Even though I come here very regularly, I can never remember exactly which bit's which. Henry's now examining his feedback loop. Good to see you, all of you who are with us. Clays and Masters, thanks to DRJ Motorsport Service, AF1 Services, Pinnacle Healthcare, and UK Mini Trucks, who are backing this event. And around the top of the track, who are we with at the moment? We're going through the chicane. Oh, it's the kart going slowly. I think that's just because he wants to relax a little bit. And it is the 13, lucky for some. And that's second, that's not second place, it's time qualifying. This is Elliot Bennett. Yellow flag down at the hairpin, because that kart that was going slowly has now stopped. Oh, it's the yellow wheel one that stopped, Henry. You've jinxed it. You've jinxed it. The yellow wheels have stopped. Henry's blowing his nose at the moment. He's clearing, you can probably hear in the background, it sounds like an elephant trumpeting. It's Henry clearing his sinuses. So we have the yellow flag out again. This is just the practice stroke qualifying, various different classes. So we've got a 24 race program coming up. We may or may not have a lunch hour. That's always the exciting thing. Going down the main straight, the two of them. Full Tony Kart regalia for the leading kart. Now around the bottom into Billy's blind. And they're going to come up and through the S's, which is quite a sharp little hairpin. Chicane, sorry, and they go into the hairpin, which is now no longer on yellow flaggage, even though the kart is still. Oh, no, it is actually. Just watching, they came back. The guy was still yellow flag. I thought it was a bit surprising. It wouldn't be yellow flag with his kart parked there.
You've raced here, obviously, Nick. Is that?
No,
you've never raced here.
No, my racing was quite localised. I never did national series. I raced at Tilbury.
Okay, yes, Tilbury Docks.
That's where I had my that's my disc in the shoulder. That was quite fun. And I raced at Buckmore. So I was club A racing. I did 2 races a month. I think one was because in the old days, all the clubs had their own
weekend. Yes.
Yeah, it was 4 weekends, and then you had the 5th weekend. If it was one, was like special events.
Yep.
And I think the fact was that probably club racing was 95% of this back then, and nationals was 5%, and now it's swung very much the other way.
Very much the other way.
And national events are probably 75%, and club racing is 25%.
Because so in our region when I raced, you had Landau, South Wales, Clay Pigeon, Rissington, and Shennington.
Dunkeswell was that not around then?
Dunkeswell was around, but that was just that was a little bit further away, geographically from Landau. So Rissington the first weekend. Shennington the second weekend, sometimes it was Clay the second weekend, Shennington the third weekend, and then Landau the fourth weekend.
I'm pretty sure that Tilbury was the second weekend and Buckmore was the fourth weekend. Pretty sure that's how it was. I know there was 2 weeks in between each one.
Yeah, and it was a case of that's how the Shennington, Rissington, Landau, Clay Pigeon, and then Dunkeswell as well worked together so that drivers in that region could race every weekend.
And when we talk about this, you would enter a meeting by sending a cheque in the post.
Yes. You
with your preferred race number and hope for the best.
I remember getting my team checkbook and proudly writing out, proudly paying money just because the name, it said, it was my name, signature, OSB Motorsports. That was on the check.
Amazing. But just checking to see. We haven't got any heat listings, unfortunately, so we will be on. There's nothing on Alpha either, so we will be running a bit blind until.
Yes,
if they do update the heating, that'd be nice, but they haven't done it so far. There's no heat listing, so we'll just kind of say, and here are some karts, and here are some drivers, and it's exciting. But yeah, so Henry and I are together. We should have been together next weekend as well.
Yes,
in the wonderful world of Alpha San in Abu Dhabi. But for obvious reasons, we're not going there.
No, for some obvious, Trump-based reasons, we're not going there. We obviously didn't go 2 weeks ago to the Dubai Kartdrome, and we're not going to Alpha San next weekend. Hopefully, number one, that everyone who watches or everyone who is involved in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge that Karting Live TV covers is safe and well. Drivers, families, teams, mechanics, etc. And hopefully we'll be able to get back to some racing out there very, very soon.
Yeah, it is disappointing. But luckily, for those of you who are fans of Henry Beaudet, you still get to hear him next weekend because he's down at Wilton Mill.
Wilton Mill tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. When you next weekend's PFI.
Next weekend's PF International.
I forget that you're the busiest man in motorsport. And there's 2 things. So PFI. So you can hear him tomorrow at Wilton for a club meeting, and then I think you've got PFI club meeting as well, haven't you, the following week?
Following weekend, yes.
And then we at Karting Live TV kick off the NKC National Kart Cup, our 5th or 6th year covering that down at Dunkeswell on the Sunday. All the day is live and free because it's a national championship.
Yep.
And we look forward to seeing you there. And I've started the season with my 2 longest drives.
Oh, Forest Edge,
Here and Dunk as well,
yeah.
which are both over 4 hours. I mean, I'm not going to try and claim any woe is me.
No.
But it's like you think, it just starts the day. Yeah. But so we are now absolutely in the meat of the karting season. So there's events for you to watch every week and events for you to attend every week. But so you're on Karting Live TV. There's some stuff coming up, and if you're a Henry Baudet fan, you basically you can't avoid Henry.
No,
you may have, in some cases you may need to search for international championships featuring Henry Baudet. It could be in America, it could be in Macau, it could be in.
Here's a flex.
Go on then.
It's different. It's changed now, but a couple of weeks ago I was announced going out to the USA, Rotax Club USA.
Right.
Somebody sent me a screenshot, and I am going to say this because I am. Even my son was impressed by this.
Really?
Oh yes.
Is Keanu Reeves involved?
And it's very, very difficult to impress a 16-year-old.
That is true, actually.
You typed into Google most well-known personalities in karting.
Wow, you're down there below
Max Verstappen, Henry Baudet.
I'm going to read the list out here. Okay, so number 1, apparently, I don't know if this is. Google says it's Max Verstappen. Fair enough. Ayrton Senna, Lewis Hamilton, Jenson Button, Sebastian Vettel, Lando Norris, Terry Fullerton, which is quite interesting, and then industry and media personalities. Henry Baudet, known as the voice of. Oh, I'm trying to. I was a screenshot.
It was
well, that's amazing. That is. Henry Baudet is industry and media personality. What can you do?
Karting is over. Karting is officially over.
I'm now feeling a little bit in awe of the whole thing.
But somebody did literally type that in and send me that, and I did it, and for about 5 days it worked. But then if you did it now, it doesn't work. It doesn't have Henry Baudet in it anymore.
Doesn't it? Oh,
no.
Who does it have now?
That was both. Ron Dennis.
Oh,
I've been replaced on Google's AI search of most well-known personalities in karting.
Right.
I have been replaced by Ron Dennis.
Well, in fairness, I've spoken to Ron and I've spoken to you, and I enjoy speaking to you.
There was Now, Ron Dennis got fined. Is it the largest fine in the history?
Well, McLaren got the largest fine. Theoretically, $100 million, but there's a long-winded story about whether that ever got paid.
Yeah, and well, Max Mosley, the rumours have it, and I've had these rumours sort of double-checked by a few people in the team at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Max Mosley sort of went up to Ron Dennis. There was an embrace just after. The fine, the $100 million fine, was announced, and Max Mosley, in his ears, in Ron Dennis's ear, went, "There's $1 million for the fine, and $99 million because you're
well,
allegedly."
Yes. And no, I've heard that story as well.
Yes.
But there is an interesting subtext to it.
Ooh.
Do you remember Crashgate in 2008?
Yes.
And
Flavio
and Pat Simmons got banned for life.
Yes.
And then they found out that the FIA had no jurisdiction to ban anybody for any reason. Because that is why now all the team officials have to have licenses as well.
Yes.
But they didn't at the time.
Okay.
So you can't ban people. More importantly, it was kind of like
you could have your license removed,
but you didn't have a license. No one had a license.
Of course.
Because it wasn't. So then you just turned up. Hello, I'm the team principal.
Yes.
Interestingly, they had no jurisdiction to fine anyone either.
Oh.
Because it's like me walking onto a racetrack and you saying, "I don't like you. I'm going to fine you," because they had no links. There was no legal links between these people and the team.
Yes.
And
but now you have a license. There is.
There is. But there wasn't a legal thing in 2000 and whenever it was when Ron got done for $100 million, 2007 it was, and therefore that fine was illegal. And the understanding is that fine, however much of it had been paid, it was never going to be paid in one go, by the way.
No.
That fine had to be repaid, but it's never been mentioned. It's never been said. But the fact was, obviously, they didn't have the jurisdiction to issue the fines. And interesting thing is that when both Jean Todt took over, and more importantly, he said that the finances of the FIA were in a mess and they needed money, and ever since they've raised all the entry fees, it's been carried on by Ben Sullivan. And the reason was because they'd had some money and had to pay some money back. But that is completely off the record, and people don't know, and they live with this 100 million fine. It's almost worn as a badge of honour now.
Yes.
But how much, if any of that, actually got paid?
And if it did get paid, how much of it
got paid back?
Yes, is it for conjecture?
Yeah, but it's because the whole thing kind of unravelled at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So that is why now team principals, everyone has a license now in F1. So at that point, you can be fined and you can be banned because when you apply for your license, you say, yes, I'm going to be a good boy and I'm going to do that and I'm going to agree.
Oh, in terms of applying for licenses, I'm quite au fait with the filling out of
Really,
those.
Yes. Back and driving anyway.
I'm back and driving. Yes.
Ishov says, great to see coverage. I raced at the Clay Club Championship Formula Rotax during the 2000-2001 series when Rotax was fairly new and the novelty of electric start was a blessing. I'll be honest with you. When I came back to karting and saw people just pressing a button and starting the kart, I just felt so envious it wasn't true, having had a number of asthmatic friends try and get me started on various times.
It annoyed the purists at the time. Well, because because TKM, for example, they didn't have the button start either. So it was something new that the purists didn't like. Oh, it's like leisure karting. That is, you can't. It's not real racing. But and yet here we are. 20 years later, it's just that the sport had moved with the times. When I raced, and I'm sure when you raced, the vast majority of the racing families, the people that were, on the grid with you, as you were a kid, their parents were garage owners, mechanics. They were in the motoring industry.
Well, I used to kind of be envious of the other racers because they all came from a proper trade. So they had a van.
Ah, yes.
So they had a van to put the kart in. They were builders, plumbers, electricians, scaffolders, you say, garage owners, and they all had a van. Whereas I had to stick in the back of my Ford, literally in the back of my Ford Mondeo. Sorry, for a Ford Sierra.
Oh, Ford Sierra.
So basically, you took the wheels off, shoved it in, and tied down the hatchback as best you could.
Right. Oh, I mean that's that's. That was the beauty of it. But, of course, now, as you see, there seems to be an impromptu little walk around the track.
What's this happening?
Well, have a little look.
Are they having a driver's briefing? Yes, they are. Driver's briefing.
Oh, driver's briefing. After practice. There we are. This is sort of driver's briefing.
Do you think there's enough time to play out the lunchtime show where there might be a not lunchtime?
Well, let's start. Let's start and see how we get on.
Okay, let's see if we can get this. We'll try and get this video out. It is a conversational video. We might have to play it twice if there is a lunchtime, but they don't seem to be running particularly fast. So let's see if we can get that baby going. I need to work out which one it is, actually.
Yes, it is good.
It is good because Henry did it.
Well, no, sorry. It's good because the people that I spoke to are good. But yes, there appears to be a driver's briefing.
And it could be at 20 minutes, and this is what it is. So we're going to hand you over now to me and Henry a few hours ago. Well, hello and welcome to Karting Live TV and something really rather special. Way back when, the ideal time you would think for Joe and myself to reminisce about karting. But unfortunately, it's a bit too modern. We're late 80s karting. This is all about 90s karting. Now, luckily, we have on board someone who's been there, got the T-shirt, can't remember most of it, which is Henry Bennett. Henry, can you give us a background with these marvellous young gentlemen? Well, one of them's young, apparently. And tell us all about Clay the Masters.
Well, I think this is one of the most unique events on the British karting calendar, even though it's only 2 years old. 2000. So it's the third year. And it's got the real potential to become an iconic event in karting. With me are the two geniuses that are responsible for the fact that we've got nearly 60 Formula Super A and ICA karts here at Clay Pigeon this weekend. So, Andrew, Monty, quick tip. Monty actually bought my old race kart when he started karting at Landau International Raceway back in the day. So, Andrew, Monty, tell us about what state you were in where you thought, why don't we rip off the golf, or take on the Masters at golf and rename it and do it in karting?
I think it was actually we had a different theme the first year. The themes keep changing. I'm not a fan of golf, and he came up with the golf theme for this year. So, yeah, we're not going to do that next year. But maybe. So. I don't think.
I'm well on board. I thought it was a good idea.
He's got the green jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, last year, was it not Clays of Hazard or Clays of Thunder? Something like that?
Well, the first year was Clays of Thunder. The second year was Clays of Hazard. which was great, and now we've got golf. But it seems to be working. He likes green, so yeah.
First of all, let's summarise Clay's the Masters. Who's it for, and what's in it?
Well, it's for all of the Formula A and ICA drivers, but we're also raising money for the Teenage Cancer Trust, which is like a mega side quest in it all. But the fact that everyone keeps entering as quickly as they do means that they still want it to keep happening. So
this is an event for karts and engines that were built between 1990 and 1999, yes?
It's basically karts in the late 90s. So we're talking about the golden era, Pantano, Rosberg, Hamilton, all the greats. And then obviously you've got us. But look, this scene has been going since, or come back, I should say, since the sort of 2013, 14, 15, and maybe slightly before that. And it's it's just the right thing to do for these karts. They were all stored in barns. Mm-hmm. The engines, didn't run. It still is in the farm. And when you look at some of these karts now, they look like they came out of the factory in 98, 99. They're just very different to the modern scene. When you've got a direct drive, no water cooling, no balance shaft, all this kind of stuff. They're just very, very raw.
Yes, raw. Now let's talk our way around. So we've got 6 drivers here who are competing this weekend. Tyler Whedon aboard Merlin. Here's a gentleman has just crept into the picture. Hello, sir. What's your name?
It's Chris Jiggins.
That's right. Getting Jiggins with it. There we go. We've got Richard Plummer here now. Who's on an ICA and who's on a Formula Super A? So should we go in like a classroom? Let's go and stand behind the kart that we're going to drive tomorrow, shall we? So who are we all ICAs? Right. Okay. So we'll start on the left with the Biff Harris prepared Tony kart. Now this with Vega tyres is the.
Sorry, I've missed that.
This is the Formula Super A kart. This okay. What is this? Okay, right. Take 2. This gentleman, by the way, did Super 1, the British Karting Championship, a number of times in the 90s. So, what's the engine? What's the output, revs, those type of things, speeds? Talk us around a little bit of this kart.
We're topping about 70 miles an hour here. We run a slide carb, so up to 32 millimetres. Probably about 30 horsepower. Running the same tyres as ICA. Which are Vega Red. Chassis are pre-2000. You can run pre-94 if you want, or anything else. Lively, turning when you want them to. It's always good.
Yep. So we've been told that these are like grenades just waiting to explode. At any given moment, you've got to really coax the kart through an entire race distance. Is that right?
Yeah, you've got to pat the carb all the time. You have to keep winding the jets out. You have to listen to it.
Yep. So viscerally, what's it like to drive? So Cliff McDonald is going to be racing in the Haas Ital system Big Red Dog Racing. Short and sweet. Hang on a sec. Let me come round. Right. First of all, explain the atrocity that's the team name, but then explain physically what these are like to drive.
Well, for those that don't know what happens when I have a drink, due to my Asian heritage, I'm known to go quite red when I've had a beer. So,
that's the red dog Baron.
It's Clifford, the big red dog. So
it all becomes clear now. These karts, they want to spin at every given opportunity. They want to blow up at every given opportunity. But a lot of people have said that there was nothing in karting like these ever in the history of the sport.
No, they're just raw. You feel everything. They respond to every input. There's nothing on it that the kart doesn't need. There's no coolant. There's no batteries. There's no clutches. It's just what 4 wheels need to go fast. Not just in a straight line. In every tight corner, long corner, they just feed back so responsively, and you feel so much more in these. They're as pure a driving as you can get.
Now, I know there's a lot of friendly rivalry between the two groups of drivers, but in the 1990s, I think we can all agree on this, that the World Karting Championship was for Formula Super A, and sort of like they had a World Championship for ICA, but was it like second division or the secondary World Championship in terms of importance? Is that right?
Yeah, so that was sort of a later entrance. It was never really as popular as the FSA class back then. That was like the premium class.
So we'll move back to Richard. Thank you very much, Cliff. Richard, before we move over and discuss, would it be fair to say that the ICA is the Formula Super A's troublesome younger brother?
Definitely, especially these days. The tuning's a lot closer than it used to be back in the day. They had more restrictions on ICA than Formula Super A. So yeah, but now they're very, very close. Very close.
Yeah, because you're racing on the same grid tomorrow, so there'll be today rather. There's a mix pace-wise, again, very, very close. But in terms of reliability and how they chew their tyres, who's going to get the upper hand at a circuit like Clay Pigeon?
Formula Super A got more. You got more grunt, I think personally. ICA's more free running. It's probably a little bit easier to drive and set up. The Super A is definitely more of an animal compared to an ICA.
So you were racing the ultimate kart in the era that we all love, in the British Championship at Super 1 during the 1990s. Your 4 seasons you did in the British Championship, what did you notice that was changing in the world of karting back then? The biggest difference that you saw begin to emerge in the sport?
At that time, it's mostly the engines. Definitely. Vortex came out in the 80s, 98, and that just transformed it. It was ridiculous. They were so fast.
And eventually, of course, that led to their ultimate demise because how fast do you want to go equals how much do you want to spend, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's why I stopped. I didn't have the money.
Well, a tale as old as time. Okay, so thank you very much, guys. We'll move over to, like I said, the troublesome younger brother, the ICA. Now, this is Andrew's car. Andrew, give us a quick guide as to what the engine does, how fast you're going, and the comparison between the two. I'll step in front of you, Tyler. We'll come back to Tyler Whedon in a minute. Okay, quick guided tour.
Okay, it's reed valve, so a bit. To be honest, if you're looking at modern karts, the carbs on the front, this is very similar. But back in the day, there was restricted tuning. These days, it's all open tuning, so we can do what we like, which is why the engines are closer. They're a bit easier to drive than the Rotaries with the slide carbs.
Are you easy? Well, I mean, are you sort of halfway around the lap? Sorry, wrong hand. But filling with the carbs in both classes.
Yeah, absolutely. And choking the engines, 3 times on this lap to just bring a bit more fuel in. We've seen probably must be 8, 9, 10 seizes so far today.
Yeah, there's an impressive array of karts at the side of the circuit every single race, isn't there?
Yeah. Fortunately, I haven't seized one yet. Come tomorrow, I'll no doubt do at least 1 or 2. But it's it's just an amazing experience to drive. And actually, we need to get you out in one, don't we?
Is the seat wide enough? It's the sound that everybody loves, the screaming sound. How many? What's it rev to?
Around here,
19,000 of the Super 8?
Very similar, actually.
Very similar. Okay, so that's not bad. That's a great noise. We'll move on to some of the drivers that are going to be driving this now. Tyler, he's a young pup. What?
I'm nearly 30.
Oh dear, I'm now feeling horrifically old because why, when you stopped doing modern karting, what brought you back to this?
Well, I was asked to do a pro kart race, and one of the extra drivers was Joe, whose karts that is, and the pro kart was dreadful. And Joe said to me, "Don't waste your time with this. Go and buy a Formula A." I said, and this was on a Sunday. By Wednesday, I bought a kart.
That sounds good. Is that a wise purchase? Lots of nods.
It's a good laugh. I mean, it's got me places that I would never have gone before. Like, last year I went to Garda to help Andrew. Yep. Prior to that, I didn't even have a passport.
Well, this is the West Country, ladies and gentlemen. There we go.
So, I went to the airport, scanned all 6 of my fingers, and then they let me into Italy.
Oh, excellent. And you came away with a kart that is quite rare.
Yeah, the Merlin's an interesting kart over in this country. There's not a lot of people have heard of them. I just bought it because it was local and it was cheap. I used it, I enjoyed it, I liked it, and I know of 4 in the country, and I now own 3 of them.
Excellent. Because this is another thing, isn't it? There's a growing collector's market. People start hoarding, old go-karts, old engines, things like that, don't they?
They certainly do. I mean, everyone's got their preferred brand. I mean, like Tony Kart. I'd say 80% of the karts are probably Tony Karts.
There are a lot of Tony karts here. I was looking at that there. That's the most, the numerically superior chassis.
And similarly, one of the most popular engines is an Ital system. I mean, that's an MV1, which is the FSA, which is from the pre-95 period, and that's an ML31, which is from the pre-2000 period. I've been going around on my ropey old pre-95 motor, and it was good enough to win the first heat. So I mean,
there we go. It's all down to the driver. You see, all down to the driver. Thank you, Tyler. Well, Matteo Bianchi, you were racing in the Italian National Championship in these karts during the 90s. Give us a couple of name drops. Go on. There's bound to be a few that you raced against.
Kelly D'Ambrosio, Daniele Manca, Andrea Cencilla, many others.
Because it's Italy has long been even though it was an American who built the first go-kart, Italy has been the spiritual home of karting, and the 90s, a boom era. You were there. What was karting like? What was the attitude when you turned up to a big race meeting, with 150 of these on the entry list? What was it like?
Family sport. It was a family sport, an amazing family sport from 1995 to early 2000. This is what I remember the most. When the big trucks came, it became more of a competition beyond the actual family concept.
So you said big trucks, not big tracks. The big trucks, the teams arrived.
Yes, I had the pleasure to work with Angelo Parilla for a couple of years, so I've been lucky that I know a little bit of the environment. In early 2000, 2001, 2002, it exploded basically, yes.
Yeah. Excellent. We'll move over. That's an incredible story. Do you race at Parma and places like that?
Yes, Parma, Jesolo. Jesolo is my favorite one, by far.
And what brought you here? Do you live in Italy?
No, I live in Bristol. I've been adopted.
Oh, well, there we go. Bristol, just east of Rome.
I've been adopted almost 18 years ago, so I feel home here now as well as in Italy.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Great to speak to you. Just out of curiosity, how long did it take to fill up nearly 60 places?
To be honest, the grid was filled in about 72 hours.
72 hours. That's the appetite for this era and for this style of event, because it's really competitive. It's a heck of a lot of fun, and it's a throwback. It's people taking pride, like a classic car rally, only faster and with a bit more grease.
Yeah, I think. But also touching on the family event that you mentioned, a family atmosphere. This is almost we're harking back to those times. So we got karts turning up on trailers. We got karts turning up on roofs. We got, you're here just to race the kart. There's no teams. There's just a tuner. There's a driver. There's a family watching. Yeah. That's what it's all about. We are not £300,000 motorhomes sat there in the paddock with Starlink on the top. It's just not that. This is how it should be.
Yeah, it is. It's a real celebration. Now, Stan Warrener, you weren't about in the 90s. In fact, are you probably the youngest? I'll come round, so I'm not talking over Matteo. Are you pretty much the youngest driver here, you think?
I would say I'm definitely one of the youngest 3. I think Josh is my age as well. So, yeah, I was born in 2005, so I wasn't even close to the 90s.
Yeah, no, you completely missed the greatest decade of all. Yeah, so, what brought you into this?
My dad raced in the 90s, go-karts as well, and he was one of the first drivers to get back into the 100cc scene back in 2014, 2015. And basically he's raced them ever since. As a kid, I was obviously always wanting to come and watched him race. And then one day, so I grew up racing Honda Cadets and then Junior Rotax. One day he said, have a go. And I was like, nah, it's not trendy, it's not cool. Anyway, he made me have a go at Landau, not far from you. And
excellent. Global home of motorsport, isn't that right, Monty?
It's a good track for it as well. I got in it and I was like, this thing is absolutely bonkers. And ever since then, it's the only thing I've driven.
Excellent. But you'd find that it's because you can compare the two modern paddocks. Yeah. You compare the modern paddock with modern equipment and the modern paddock with retro equipment. Differences, similarities, what's more enjoyable and what, dare I say, is more professional?
I would say, well, Rotax Junior, I never raced the Rotax Senior, only juniors, but Rotax Juniors, they were, let's say, probably more professional. Again, you're racing against professional mechanics, professional teams, people, again, like Andrew said, turning up in trailers. But the racing is, I would say, probably a bit dirtier. Everyone's a bit more aggressive. Everyone here races fairly, races cleanly. It's very unlikely you'll see people have a Barney about stuff that goes on track. And it's just, the race weekends are just so much more fun. So much more fun.
Exactly.
And everyone goes out for a drink together after the race weekend as well, which you don't get in Rotax ever.
No, never. I mean, gone are the days where Saturday nights would be the smell of barbecues permeating the air. Everyone just disappears to a hotel as quickly as possible now. Okay, last but by no means least, talk us through your career and in the 90s in general.
Yeah, going back a bit. So around early 90s, we used to do all local circuits, Buckmore Park, Tilbury, Rye House, everywhere in the east of England, that sort of area. And we done well, we won all the championships, and we thought, we're going to have a go at the Super 1. So you step up there, and then you realise it's a big reality check. It's a big reality check. So all of a sudden, where you're winning, you're now coming 20th. And then we dialed in on it. We dialed in a few years. Second year in, we came came 8th in the Super 1, the British Championships. Third year, we came second. We had a couple of back-to-back wins. Yep. First, second round of the British Championships. And then that's where we was in the area then when the water courts were just coming in. So these were dying out. Yep. And then water courts came in. That sort of killed the class a bit because then there was a bit of a mixture of people who had all this old kit. And then to change over to the water courts, it was going to cost too much. It's costing, and then it pitted out. And then it all stopped. Had a couple of kids. Well, I didn't. My wife did. And then we moved on from that. And then COVID came along.
Oh yeah, yep.
COVID, remember that? And then my mate, my sparring partner over there, Robert Halls, he said come back down to Buckmore Park, and that was in 21. And then all of a sudden, my wife's moan at me again, so I'm coming back out here again for weekends. But as I say, all the guys here, they're all it's nothing like anything else. All this new stuff, there's no comparison. They're doing 150 grand, go Europe.
Oh, yeah.
Guys here, you want to do a couple of rounds, you can get away with 800 quid for a week. You can do more or less than that. You probably get away for 600 quid. So there's no comparison. But yet, the racing is just exactly the same. You're on the track, you're racing equal equipment. As I say, as Stan said, everyone would help everyone. It
is. It really is. I've noticed that from an event last year and now here this weekend. So tomorrow you are going to see, tomorrow, this is Saturday night. Today you are going to see the finals coming up very shortly. I hope you've enjoyed the racing that's happened already this morning. See, these karts were the ultimate, but you mentioned something very important. At the start of the 1990s, you were going to places like Tilbury and Langbar and Felton and what have you. By the end of the decade, you were at PF International, you were at Wilton Mill, you were at Buckmore Park with corporate hospitality, meeting rooms, media suites, etc., etc. The decade saw so much change, and as all great things, sometimes the end was nigh. You can see the guys behind me looking rather morose, but the appetite never went away. Cost.
Well, that was us. Well, it's you mostly.
Well, thank you very much for listening in and for joining us on that. We are back here at Clay Pigeon. This is now timed qualifying for the IKR classes. This is senior Rotax, and like I said, we will be showing the other classes, the other class of racing, but of course our focus is on Clay's the Masters. While the other races are taking place, we're going to have some guests up here in the commentary box from the Masters to talk about what we're seeing on screen, but also to talk about the 1990s in karting, the event, and the hopes and dreams of the organisers for what 90s revival karting could look like in the UK.
Yeah. So we just had cadet qualifying, which obviously was only qualifying, so we kept the Henry's very, and I'll say it's a very good little interview piece about of the old and the new. This is senior Rotax doing their 6-minute qualifying, then we've got pro karts doing their qualifying, and then we have the first thing that really counts, which is the first, so about 10 minutes time basically, or 12 minutes time. 10 minutes time, which is the first of the Clay's heats, or the third one actually, the first one today.
Yep.
And then we have 2 more qualifying races, and everything after that's heats or races on a rotation. And as Henry said, we're going to try and get people to have a chat really more about what's in store. Also, the whole event is also in aid of a very, very worthy cause, the
Teenage Cancer Trust.
So we're going to try and so basically we're going to try and entertain you both visually and audibly.
Audibly?
That's the one,
visually and audibly.
That's right. We're going to be an oral delight.
Oh, yes.
Which is something I'm very rarely described as. But yeah, so there is racing, and we'll make sure you get to see lots of kart action, be it old or new, here at Clay's the Masters. This I say it's a one-off. While it's a standalone meeting, we do have another one. Even more popular apparently.
The Wigan World Cup.
Wigan World Cup coming. Is it the third week in November? Or
it's the 21st of November.
Yes, it's the third weekend in November, and on a Sunday.
Third Sunday of November. Thanksgiving weekend in the United States.
Massive pigeon just went by.
And there's a huge pigeon over the circuit. But
is it Clay?
Wigan in November. Yeah, the mind boggles. But yeah, nearly 80 drivers.
I'm guessing wet. In fairness, I'd have guessed this is wet and it's glorious sunshine. So
you
what
never
can
know.
You do?
But there's spring in the south of England, and then there's 2/3 the way through November in Wigan. Yes.
We've had a bit more conversation on that whilst we were watching the interview. More conversation, really, a lot of it about where we are now, Clay Pigeon.
And the future of Clay Pigeon.
Eshov says, I hope the circuit survives. I saw the recent news regarding it being demolished and replaced with holiday accommodation. Owner of the area wants to do that, make a holiday resort. Sounds like a lost cause for the track, which is oddly what you kind of said as well, wasn't it? That maybe it's already been decided.
Oh, you worry that things like that.
And then, interestingly, the next comment is my opinion. Odd decision to make. The circuit is miles away from anywhere. The weather changes often windy, wet and misty when it's not on a clear day. I mean, I think it is a case where they propose this massive development of holiday homes. I'm wondering where this massive development of holiday makers is going to come from.
Yeah, because, of course, this circuit is the only sort of thing in the area. There's a little caravan park down the road, but all the very close little restaurants and cafes, they're big bit of business. The fact that they're just 2 minutes from Clay Pigeon kart track.
Yeah,
and if that goes, then they're just 2 minutes from
nothing.
Yes.
And if you want to do anything, you can go north to Yeovil, which is 20 minutes, or south to Dorchester, which is 20 minutes.
Yes,
by car.
By 20 minutes by car. Yes.
So it's kind of like. But then again, what do we know?
Exactly.
They put the proposal in. Often these proposals are rejected. Sometimes, as Henry thinks, when it's got this far, it's too late.
Well, I hope not.
The thing about Clay is it's not a circuit that's in any sort of disrepair. It doesn't need to be.
It looks fantastic. The circuit
tracks always need a bit of updating, but it doesn't. It's not. You're not seeing this one's been let go. They've known it's happening. So.
No, certainly they're still keeping the facility
as
ship shape and Bristol fashion as it's possible to be.
I'd also like to say that having endured the financial pain of buying food and drink at other kart tracks.
Yes.
When I was only charged $1.50 for a large coffee here yesterday, I virtually fell off my chair I wasn't sitting on because
the joy of I've just bought 4 coffees and I've only spent £6
because I have been to other tracks
where that is 1 coffee
where. Mentioning no names, but the second part of it is Mill, where you go up there and I actually almost have to change my cost bids to the organising championships because I realise the food and drink is going to be so expensive.
There are. I mean, there was another circuit. I can't name it, but I mean, it's got 3 initials.
Really?
And the last initial starts with
DFS,
and the last initial starts with international.
Right.
Where the prices have it's if you want to have lunch, and if there's 2 of you, say for example you've got your son with you, and there's 2 of you, then that's £20 for a kart circuit lunch.
Yeah,
which is
Yes, I think is the best way we can tell them, isn't it? Really?
Yes, but here, no, not the case. They've got throwback prices to go with the throwback karting, which is very good.
You can't argue with that. So this is just coming to the end now of Senior Rotax qualifying. We've got Pro Kart qualifying, and then it all gets exciting because we actually have a Clays of Thunder qualifying heat in a few moments.
Just looking there at the top right hand of your screen, Kieran Gifford. Kieran Gifford, a former championship contender in the British Karting Championship in Senior Rotax. I think, certainly 2019, 2020 and 2021, Kieran was at for KR Sport, running at the very, very front of British Senior Rotax Championship. And, of course, now step back a little bit. He's just doing IKR. What is IKR? I hear some
Hang on a second. Henry?
Yes?
What is IKR?
Well, IKR stands for Independent Kart Racing. It is where the organiser doesn't have all the licences and doesn't have the regulations and rules and all the boxes that you have to have ticked in terms of the number of officials, the rules, and etc. that you do if you have a Motorsport UK race meeting. Now, this event is run as part of Clay Pigeon Raceway. Clay Pigeon Raceway is the facility. Once a month, Clay Pigeon Raceway hires out its facility to Clay Pigeon Kart Club, which hosts monthly Motorsport UK licensed club meetings. The circuit, they are running this event in-house. They're not, no one's bought the contract for the weekend for the circuit, and so Clay Pigeon are just handing over their facility to another organiser. They are the organisers themselves this weekend. There's no club organising it. It's Clay Pigeon Raceway organising this type of event. And the IKR Championship here, it's got slightly different tyre regulations that you'd expect to find in the MS UK. There are certain deals and rules and restrictions on the amount of tyres that you're allowed to use during the course of a championship to help keep costs down. And of course, if you are not running under the tight regulations of Motorsport UK, you can't offer your customers a deal on tyres. You can't say, okay, I know that, say, for example, Rotax uses Mojo tyres in all official racing. Well, here, they use Maxxis tyres or Vega tyres. It's a certain tyre that, that the organiser feels, you can buy 3 sets of those, and that's good for the entire championship, so to speak, as a cost-saving measure. So that is what IKR is, independent kart racing. The circuit is still insured. The drivers don't necessarily have to have a kart licence.
It's just a bit easier.
Yes.
I think the MSA have come back from some of their more ridiculous rules, mainly because of the rise of the IKR a few years ago. They've now had to think about it, take themselves less seriously. I think
it was about 10 years ago that IKR really came into into play, because so many kart clubs around the country were dying. Landau Kart Club, Dragon Kart Club at Glanagorse, Lincolnshire Kart Club at Fulbeck. Lincolnshire Kart Club, Fulbeck still run monthly race meetings, but it's now known as the Fulbeck Kart Series.
And more importantly, the April, May, June and September events will be live on Karting Live TV.
Excellent, but that's
also
also
that feed.
But that's called it's called Fulbeck Kart Club, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not Lincolnshire Kart Club, which is the Motorsport UK club.
Ah, I see.
Yes. So that's the difference, which is where you can see Neil Sturmey.
Back on again.
Track. When I spoke to the guys, the Renison family, they went, you'll know Neil. He's got the long hippie hair. I was like, I like him already. A proper throwback in every sense of the word.
I have a question we can answer before we start the big race.
Oh, okay.
Basically for us.
Gavin
Hill. 5116 afternoon, gents. Is the racing better in the UAE or the UK? And do you think drivers benefit from the UAE racing in racing? I will say right now that I think the racing in the UAE is excellent. I think it's very well organised. I think it's very competitive. And I think the best from the UAE are as good as the best from Europe, from my experience. I think the depth obviously isn't there.
No, not yet.
And I think that everyone would and I think the UAE drivers would definitely benefit from racing in Europe, because one of the things about UAE racing is it's a very homogeneous environment.
Yes.
It's always, because they race in the winter, it's always between 26 and 20. It's very...
Can be up to between 26 and 46
it's always
degrees.
dry.
Yes.
It's always warm.
Yes.
There's no rain. You are dealing with a very limited temperature range.
Yes.
So that element, which is such a key point of how to set up any racing machine, is
all
kind of
conditions.
stripped out of it, because you have to worry about being hot or very hot.
Yes.
You haven't got cold. You haven't got wet. You have a bit of wind
haven't
occasionally.
Got greasy. You haven't got you haven't got greasy. You haven't got things like that. We're joined briefly in the commentary box, Monty Gorringe and Monty's. But we're going to have a chat, and we're going to talk about the next heat race. What I'll do very quickly is Monty is one of the two organisers of Clay's the Masters. We'll go back into the UAE point. A lot of the UAE drivers, they come over to the UK during British summer, compete in one-off events like Kart Masters to get that extra element of experience, like rain.
Yeah. Yeah, I would sum up. I think there's some absolutely fantastic drivers in the UAE, and I think. But if you look at the UAE, I know it's got a lot of
bombs going off at the moment. Yes.
But the population of the UAE, I think, and the region is about 8 million, I think, or something. Like 8, and obviously it's quite a wealthy 8 million. But if you think about that, the population of the UK is 70 million, and France and Germany. So if you think about they're about a quarter of the size of a major European country, and that is what you get. You get a quarter of the races, and you get of that you have the top 25% or as good as the top 25%. There's just less, but I think every UAE driver would absolutely benefit from doing a European season just to get the different environment. And I think if you can afford it, it's much better going out there and racing over the winter than doing a club meeting in the freezing cold and effing wet
you'll get more track time in Dubai in January than you will at the PFI winter warmer or Sheddington January club meeting.
What I would say is in January, Donald Trump exceptions, I hope they'll be finished by then. In January, there's a double round of the UAE Championship followed by the Dubai O Plate. And that, to me, is your perfect January holiday.
Yeah.
You get 4 days of race, 6 days of racing, you get 4 race meeting days, and
a couple of days off in between to walk around Dubai.
And the weather's lovely. So that's my advice to everybody. But we are now with Clays and Masters. Now, what we're going to do, I'm going to hand you over to Monty for a minute, but when the race comes back, I think we'll take the race, and we'll go back to Monty again.
Yes. Well, actually, we'll say a very quick hello and a good morning to Monty, and then we'll plan an attack, because the next session will be Heat 3 for Clay's the Masters. Morning, Monty. How are you?
Very good. Yeah.
You are now listening to the voice of one of two people responsible for the gestation of Clay's the Masters. Monty, how did it come about to start with?
Well, I think we were racing
drunk?
Quite a lot. Yeah,
no.
Probably. Knowing me and Andrew, definitely. Yeah, we were racing quite a lot in F100 in 22, 23. And we always wanted to do our own thing and probably try and do a charity sort of race. We hadn't raced in many charity races at that point. And we thought we could do quite a good job of it. So, we ended up doing a sort of themed event here on Clays of Thunder, which was a sort of rip-off of Days of Thunder.
Yes.
And,
very good.
And it was great. And we did the whole thing themed, and the entries were just unbelievable. We were expecting 9 of us to go and
have a little play around,
yeah. And I think we filled one grid and a bit that weekend, and that was fantastic.
It's like, what's the baseball film? Field of Dreams. Build it and they will come.
Exactly.
Create the events, they will enter. Very quickly, we're going to let you go now. We'll speak to you properly later. What are we going to expect today in terms of the racing, the action? What are the viewers in for?
I hope very clean racing. It should be good. There'll be a lot of karts into Billy's in turn 1. But,
yes. Will they come out?
I hope so. Yeah. I've told them all to be calm in this first race. Let's see how we go. But
okay. Thank you. Yeah. We'll see you after this next heat race. So, Monty, who did race last year, Monty is, again, this championship is built by racers for racers.
Absolutely.
Monty and his dad, Phil, they actually bought my old race kart. When they first started karting, they bought my kart.
And they're still racing. It's amazing. You think they give up, wouldn't you?
I'll have you know, my equipment was top-notch back in the day.
And how was the kart?
It was I won the 2005 Landau Kart Club Senior Pro Kart title on a 1995 Stratos Clubman Pro Kart.
Wow, I mean,
absolutely outstanding kart. And then bought a Mark II 7 kart,
right.
which I raced. And then when I retired back in 2008, that kart went to I retired in 2006 from club racing. Anyway, Monty bought the kart.
Right.
Anyway, here we are. So, the rolling lap. This is the ICAs and the former Super A's. Tyler Whedon on the yellow body of it. That's a Merlin. Chris Jiggins is alongside him on the front row.
Yes, I had to apologise. We don't have any grids.
Yeah.
We haven't got them on paper. We haven't got them on computer.
No,
so we're just going to see.
At this point, it's guesswork.
Yes.
I'll be honest. Joe Scory and Joe Holloway will go from row 2. Owen Potter and James Verity. Then Paolo Ponzo, Donald Reagan, Martin O'Hara, Will Barnes, Alan Lamb, I thought he played cricket, Mitchell McLeod, Matteo Bianchi, then Stuart Guest, Duncan McLeod, Josh Wagon, Ross Curnow, Dan Crankshaw, Richard Sturdy.
They're going round again.
Yes. After Richard Sturdy, you've got Al Cunningham, Cliff McDonald, Glenn Guest, Chris Douglas, and Andrea Rostagno.
And the first person not to take part appears to be Thomas Royale in the 52 kart, because I just saw him trying to get started and wheeling back again. So he's had a bit of a non-stop. The 90 got going very late there.
That was
that's Joe Reeves-Smith. So this is pretty much where we were expecting it to be.
And Joe Reeves-Smith, again, watch Joe. He is a top level driver. Is Joe Reeves-Smith, a multiple contender in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship. I think he was third in the country about 4 years ago. Chris Jiggins with the white and red back to his race suit. The Merlin with the green crash helmet of Tyler Whedon on pole.
And the front row being both people we spoke to in the interview you just saw a moment ago.
It was almost like we planned it quite well.
Yes, you know us. It's always planned that way.
Okay, Nick, here we go. This is going to be glorious.
And the smell.
Yes, the smell, the sight. Into Billy's blind we goes. Do they listen to Monty? Are they all going to come out facing the right way?
And they are blinded mainly by the smoke, it seems.
There's a false start flag.
Really?
There's the yellow, the green flag with the yellow chevron.
No one seems to have noticed.
Yeah.
No, they're trying to wave it off.
Yes, now they're slowing down. Oh, there's a brave marshal who's going to be standing in the middle of the track.
Yes. They finally got it. I didn't see that didn't look any problem to me at all, that start.
Oh, dear. And at the top of the hill,
there's the crash.
There's the crash. 3 drivers. Somebody falls out of their go-kart.
Everyone's fine. That's okay.
I was watching that. It's the number 4 spun initially. That would be Matteo Bianchi.
Did he spin because of the massive suddenly slow down in brake?
Yes. Behind Matteo Bianchi, who went cannoning into him. The number 30, well, that's Stuart Guess with the Mike Wilson race suit. R.I.P. Excellent Mike Wilson race suit.
Weirdly, my first ever racing leathers were M&W leathers. Something else entirely, I think. I don't know. Did you make leathers as well, Mike Wilson? I don't know.
No.
It was called M&W leathers. This
is M&W. Oh, that was that was the family business. Mike and his brother Will.
Okay. There we are. So, long story anyway. I think these 3 karts aren't going to take part, or are they going to try and get them to take part?
It's a forlorn hope. The third of those karts, again, conveniently, whose number doesn't appear on any entry list. I think it was the number 128 kart.
Is that actually
which is Ross Curnow, who was actually down as completely different number.
Right, they're going round again. At this point, you hope they've all filled up.
Yeah.
Because they're doing about 5 or 6 extra laps. These things are quite thirsty, to put it mildly.
Yeah, Ross Curnow's down to drive the number 84 kart, which is a Mari
kart. So we
lost
Matteo Bianchi and Stuart Guest were the other 2 who are currently now at the bottom of the time, as you can see. So the 4 karts of Matteo has joined the back in. So I don't think he'll be able to get his grip. I don't think he'll regain his grip position, but he will go in the race.
And lo and behold, here comes the number 30 kart, repaired. Stuart Guest. No nose cone brackets in this.
There's no drop-down nose cone. If you watch very carefully on the interview show we did earlier, the one that nose was very heavily damaged from the lack of a nose cone drop down.
That was a deliberate product placement, that was, to show that the racing is very, very hard.
So the blue kart trying to catch up the back of the field. If he's lucky, that's the 30 kart.
He's going to arrive at Billy's on the back of the pack, travelling a lot quicker. So this could work out really, really well.
Now,
are we going to go this time?
Well, that one actually didn't look as good, but they might let them go because I think they were stopping again. But that one actually looked quite poor in the middle of the field. But another great break there by Tyler Whedon as he comes up and through the S's for the first time.
And a couple of drivers running a little bit wide. Clay Pigeon, it's so momentum-based. And, of course, these karts, if you make a mistake in these karts, they punish you a lot harsher than other classes, either by spinning and stalling or by you having to really slow down and sort of get the kart sort of back and chilled, but then gradually build your speed back up.
Yeah, you've got that bogging issue as well. If you lose momentum in these machines, it's the bad news. Through the Billy's blind for the second time, and it's Whedon just pulling out a little bit from Jiggins and Scory on his screen now, having a bit of a battle as they come through the S's. So those two aggressively now going down towards the hairpin at the end of the halfway through the lap. It's side by side.
Yeah, and that looked like third place driver Joe Scory. We talked about some of the silly team names. There are some genuine teams here. So Joe drives for Longfield's Performance, which is Tom Longfield's team. Tom was the runner-up in the British KZ2 Gearbox Championship. And like Nick Hamilton, suffers from cerebral palsy. And does a lot of work to, get people with cerebral palsy into motor racing. Because, again, Tom, he says he's extremely lucky to be able to do what he does, and he raises awareness about it as well during the course of the year. So that's the team behind the number 71 kart of Joe Scory. This is a good battle.
Well, basically it's the rest of the field now is the battle. We've got the first three with a slight break, and now this is the rest of the field. The 64 of James Verity, who's already made one position. He's in fifth, he was scoring sixth last time round. Looking to move to the fourth with the red overalls. Comes side by side with, I think, Holloway. Yep. Holloway, and they go into Billy's blind against an in position. It's still Whedon who's scoring from Jiggins.
Then it is Holloway, looking at Holloway here in the number 18 kart. James Verity trying to go around the outside, down Sturmey Straight. Thinks better of it. And this whole gaggle, you've got Joe Reeves-Smith from the back of the grid. He's already up into sixth position. Watch for Reeves-Smith in the number 90 kart. There he goes, picking up another spot. Reeves-Smith driving a Cosmic with a Sirio-tuned engine. There is the Cosmic, that's silver and pink.
It's all going on there, isn't it? The 91 of Paolo Ponzo. He was not necessarily on the racing line, was it? Getting himself getting past. And this is the great thing about these karts, Henry, and we spoke to it a bit. They have a much smaller footprint than the modern karts. Remember, this track was built for karts this size.
Yes.
And, if you look at the, if you want to watch an event next week, tomorrow, Warden Law has the first round of the kart championship. That track's been extensively widened over the winter.
Yes.
Because for modern karts and to try and get a European license. Because the karts are wider, therefore you need to get two abreast of three, but you need a wider track. These karts are smaller, small footprint, more nimble, more agile. You could say more risky as well. But that does mean you can get more karts side by side. There's more lines for each corner. There's more chances.
Yeah, exactly. And but there's still not enough room for two karts at the apex of the corner. The Owen Potter backwards into the grass, vaulting over the number 18 of Joe Holloway. Holloway gingerly steps out of his kart on the exit of the S's. If you were thinking that, this retro, racing stuff, it's basically just demonstrations. They're not really trying. No, they are really trying. There is now Joe Reeves-Smith in the number 90 kart moving into 7th place. Alan Lamb has moved up into 5th position in the number 5 kart behind James Verity, but up at the front, Whedon still leads. Now there, on your screens, that is the number 91 kart. That's Paolo Ponzo.
Paolo Ponzo, who's been absolutely pushing the boundaries of what he can do with that machine. And he is on, let's have a look, 91 power. He's on a Tony kart with a Rotax engine. Of course, it's an old-fashioned Rotax engine.
Not a 125,
Not the ones that have made their fortune. Rotax, of course, engine manufacturer extraordinaire. Most of the KTM motorcycle engines are made by Rotax as well.
Yes, BRP, the Bombardier Group.
Who make the planes in Canada.
And apparently lots of trains as well.
Yes, Their fingers are in many pies.
Yes, including this karting pie, as we watch we watch Alan Lamb in the number 5 kart in 5th position, holding off Paolo Ponzo and Joe Reeves-Smith.
Yeah, Verity's got away in 4th from the 64. He's a couple of seconds ahead of these guys as they come down through start-finish, and it's a little move there, and he thought better of it. He thought better very late, because he had a wheel on the inside of the curb. I don't think he was ditching, I think he was just panicking.
It was just sort of like resting on the inside of the curb.
Oh, that's a great move up the inside there. Look at that by Paolo Ponzo on Lamb there. Just seemed to have a better drive and just swept through the inside on the hairpin.
Yes, putting Sturmey straight to good use. Joe Holloway, Glenn Guest has retired. We've still got most of the karts running. Tyler Whedon leads by 1.1 seconds. Now here comes Joe Reeves-Smith to the inside of Alan Lamb. That's a risky move, because there is a divot right at the apex there that just throws you out towards the outside of the circuit, as you're supposed to be braking and lining the karts up for the run into Billy's blind.
Up into the hairpin again. There's a little bit of a structured movement. Back with our second. Is that first and second, second and third?
This is...
third. That's Scory and Jiggins. Jiggins has got back past Scory. That's why Ash has picked that up. Thank you, Laura. So our second and third changed that lap, which is interesting, really, because you'd have kind of thought they were going to, Scory was going to pull away, but no, Jiggins has got through, found a bit of late race pace, or has Scory just have to ease back a bit, Henry?
This is race management that you'll see. What we're not seeing Scory on the choke, sort of like putting his hand over the air inlet to sort of lean the cart off, or to richer the mixture and slow the cart down and manage the temperatures. So he's still pushing on as much as possible as the list of retirees grows by one more. That was Alan Cunningham, Alan Lamb. So Alan Lamb out of the race.
Out of 5th place, that's bad luck for him. The lead now, actually, despite that, Jiggins moving into second. The lead went out by a 1/10 of a second. So it is 3 minutes 25 to go, and we pick up with the second place man, Chris Jiggins there. You'll see as he comes to the exit of the chicane, you'll see our leader. There he is, flash of yellow, Tyler Whedon on the Merlin chassis. And they come round the inside of the horseshoe before they go into Button's corner. Yep, named after that one.
Yep, and his dad, his late father John. Coming out of top bend.
That's our leader.
Tyler Whedon, green crash helmet, yellow bodywork on his Merlin chassis. Apparently you can't call it a Merlin, you've got to call it a Merlin.
Really?
Merlin,
It kind of needs a kind of a bit of a deeper, gruffer presentation.
Well, channel your inner Jeremy Clarkson. It's a Merlin. It's a Merlin. Yes. Please send your best It's a Merlin impressions and put them on the Clay Pigeon Masters.
Care of. BBC TV, W128QT.
Answers on a postcard, and we'll get them at Television Centre, everybody.
And again, it's fine, because we're showing our age, and that's the whole point of this.
Yes. Next up, it's Going Live with Philip Schofield, Sarah Green and Gordon the Gopher.
Wow. See, I'm more Swap Shop with Noel Edmonds.
Yeah, well.
And John Craven, and, who was the girl in it? Lady, sorry.
Janice. No, not a Janice Long.
No, it went
or a Maggie Philbin.
Maggie Philbin.
Maggie Philbin. There we go.
Straight in there. Well, obviously not, but you know. So our leader comfortably ahead, and then if you watch down at second, third, fourth, the only battle actually is still this battle between for fifth and sixth. That flow through, which is the 90 versus 91. It's Ponzo versus Joe Reeves-Smith. They're coming now under. Here we go. Picked up on the main straight now. Nice bit of pink and blue livery on the Reeves-Smith machine. Easy for us to see.
Now, of course, you said about the only battle on track is this one. Well, no, the battles in ICA and Formula Super, the battles take place literally on an individual basis between driver and their machine.
Well, that is true.
You know, that is that I'm going to battle to get to the finish, number one.
Yes.
Get to the finish as quickly as possible.
Yes.
You know, and managing, get the finish as quickly as possible while mitigating the potential for ping.
Well, you just think there you saw Ponzo just doing a little bit of a choke as he went through Buttons and into top bend. And you're seeing it again now as he comes to Billy's blind. Basically, for those of you who aren't au fait with these sorts of the reason you choke them is because they're running on the edge of seizing the whole time.
Yes.
And of course, the lubrication is built in within the fuel. And what you do is at the end of the straight, it's a bit like super clipping, you would say in modern F1. Because you leave the throttle fully on, but you don't take the power. You basically take your hand over the airbox, and that means it just gets fuel and oil. So it lubricates the engine, i.e. giving you a chance to go up the next corner, and cools it as well, and gives you a chance to run it effectively too lean for the rest of the lap.
And without it getting expensive. Looking down, so Matteo Bianchi, he's made it back to 15th position. We've still got 16 of the 24 runners, so 2/3. That's basically you said half. Yes, so that was for the 15-minute races. So you might be right. Yeah. We've got 2/3 running. There's your race leader, the Merlin of Tyler Whedon, 1.4 seconds in front of Chris Jiggins.
Jiggins made half a second on that one.
Oh yes, he did.
And there's only 2 laps to go.
And there is something else. You'll see gaps shrink and widen at much higher rates than in modern karting, because suddenly a driver might have to do the next lap at 3/4 speed to build back up. Well, they are getting close. We're about to start the last lap, and for the first time, Whedon looks like he might be under a little bit of a challenge from Jiggins. I don't think he suddenly made a mistake to lose that half a second. I don't know, but he's now over the line now. I think the lead's pretty down to 6 cents.
I think he's all right for one lap. In a couple more laps, could be an issue.
Yeah, because of course you think to yourself, number one, it's a very short lap here at Clay Pigeon. Number two, you don't in these karts you don't do the full last minute banzai send. You just can't, because the kart you can't stand it on its brakes because it'll want to spin around and then stall. So you've got to be much more careful at managing overtaking manoeuvres. But catching them dropping away happens at a much faster rate of knots, simply because of drivers managing their karts in different ways.
So Whedon takes it. Jiggins will be scored in second. It's Joe Scory who picks up third. James Verity, he's in fourth. And it's Paolo Ponzo in fifth. Joe Reeve-Smith is sixth. Andrea Rostango is in seventh. Dan Cruikshank picks up 8th. Martin O'Hara 9. Just waiting to come over. We haven't yet got. We would normally have a results graphic, but
Duncan
not actually having uploaded them yet. It's a bit of a problem. Yeah, Duncan McLeod, Donald Reagan, Mitchell McLeod, Will Barnes, and Matteo Bianchi set up to 15th from spinning around before he even started. And it looks like with Stuart Guest, that may be it. The 16 who actually took the flag. And then we have a selection of people who need to mend their karts.
Yes.
If you look at the number of trolleys coming out, the trolley dash, it's like Supermarket Street with Dale Winton all over again.
But without the bronzer.
Well, that's true. Or with the giant inflatables.
Well, yeah, there we go. R.I.P. Dale and your giant inflatables. The next race up, once the circuit is clear of errant go-karts, that will be Heat 4 in terms of Heat 4.
No, we're back to qualifying again for the.
We're back in qualifying for 177 Rotax.
Interesting. We have a comment here from Martin Christensen 2225, which is goes back to the beginning of the race, and it says very unsporting behaviour from Tyler Whedon. This is Martin speaking, not me. Making the start that slow. Last year had rules against it because it's very bad for half the grid's engine types, the rotaries. Apparently, if you go too slow, it's not good for the rotary valves.
They chew through their rebuild hour time very quickly.
Really?
Yes.
I must admit, whilst I vaguely understand how two-strokes work, 4-stroke, no issue. Two-strokes, vaguely got it. The rotary and reed thing, it's a little bit beyond my mechanical knowledge. I know they're different.
That's why I just ask the questions and then learn from the answers, just like the audience do.
Yeah. Kevin Woodhead says this is mega. It is mega. It's fantastic. And I'll tell you what, I don't know whether we're getting it, but what you don't get. Yes, we can give you the pictures. Yep. Yes, we can give you the atmosphere. Yes, we can give you the noise. Can't give you the smell.
Oh, and there
can't give you the smell. And for all of us who were born in an age where, what we really wanted more than anything else was to run Castrol R in our engines.
Castrol R. I was about to say yes.
I mean, in fairness, nowadays they're running modern synthetics which aren't as good. But when I was racing, it was worth being in the pack just to smell the Castrol R.
Oh, it was glorious. Absolutely glorious.
So I try and get Monty back for a chat about.
Yes, let's go and do that as we watch the remnants of those that didn't quite make it to the end, getting hauled back to the pits. The next on-track action will be the 177 Rotax qualifying session. While that is taking place, I'll have a chat with Monty Gorringe, who is back in with us in the commentary box. There go the 177s, a class which I personally love because I think that senior drivers need to have a place in this sport. We just see the first race of the day. A really competitive win, a win for the Merlin.
Yeah, very good from Tyler. He's pretty much running pre-95 stuff. So.
Oh, okay. Yes.
He's doing very well, I think.
What the difference between the pre-95s, the post-95s? You know, what advantages or disadvantages to people on each side of that sort of half-decade watermark?
Yeah. I mean, probably 3 or 4 years ago, everyone would say that you're going to have a major advantage on pre-2000 kit over the pre-95 kit, but people like Tyler and Chris following closely behind, they're both running pre-95 chassis.
Okay, it's all down to, I mean, there's not a separate class for pre and post 95.
Not here, no. They are often split in like F100 and retro. They split them up, but we've decided you bring what you
bring what you've got. Maybe in a year or two's time there'll be double the entries, and we can have our own standalone event, and you know, there can be other grids for other types of karts, but other rungs on the experience ladder, so to speak.
I think the good thing as well is that compared to what we're looking at now with the Rotax and stuff, most of the karts are OTK built, most of them are fairly similar.
Yes.
All the engines obviously the same, and the karts that we're running here, they were pushing boundaries, doing all sorts of random stuff with the chassis. You won't find any really, apart from the Tony karts that we've got quite a few of this weekend, but there's so many differences between engines and chassis, and boundaries were being pushed all the time. So it's great to see all those different karts and chassis 20 years old that are still
we're going to get a
half a tenth.
Well, I say 20 years old. You know, the start of the period, the start of the 1990s was now 35 plus years ago.
It's still 2016 in my head.
Oh, yes, yes. I wish it was still 1998 in my head. We're looking at, so that was the decision, you and Andrew got together and thought, we need to do a one-off special event.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think there's always been a bit of a gap in the calendar this time of year for us, 100cc, and also the Formula Super A stuff. We only really had 1 or 2 events in the year to get that kit out. It's not really something that there's any championships that run for. Or it's a real one-off event category, and so we thought we may as well kind of a winter round. Now it's getting a little bit later, but
well, this is lovely. Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't feel very wintry today, but yeah, to get the kit out. There's so many people with karts sat collecting in dust, and it needs to get out. So yeah, we thought it would be a good idea to do it. Clay Lee is obviously an absolute hero of the 90s himself.
Yes.
And so yeah, having it at Clay is a big thing for us, and he's fantastic.
So as long as Clay is here, this event will still be here. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, I would hope so. Yeah.
Do you envisage this growing, or how do you envisage it growing? Over the next couple of years.
Well, I mean, I think it's growing naturally. Our first event was 1 full grid, and we raised something near £3,000 for the charity, and then the year after, a load more entries, and over $5,000. And then this year, live streaming and obviously the famous Henry Baudet on commentary.
Deary me.
I think that's pretty self-explanatory growth. I think. But
yeah, no, there is a growth to it. In 3 or 4 years' time, it would be great to have double the numbers. Drivers that were more drivers that raced in period, more drivers that have come back. That maybe well-known names in modern karting trying this for the first time. There's such a potential for it to become, a bit like, and there's the modern-day problem 101, 2 karts, 1 apex, and 2 karts, 1 apex, and suddenly you find 3 karts in the barriers. And, hey, we saw an incident, in the last heat race between 2 of your guys. Yeah. There's a lot of, racing is racing. There's always going to be incidents. Do you feel that, having worked around and driven these either ICA or a Formula Super A, do they lend themselves to better driving in terms of the fact that if you half spin you stall?
There's a few factors. There's that obviously, you can't restart very easily. So there's that's a factor. But then there's also the side of it that the pride that people put into these karts is pretty unmatched, I think, amongst karting. A lot of the karts are shipped from all over the world. All of my kit came from Belgium and Italy, and you have a big attachment to them compared to my old Pro Kart or TKM.
Well, there are. I think, hopefully we'll see. You'll see, in the paddock show, a quick guided tour of the two types of karts that we have here. There is, there's still plenty of material out there, because that's the only thing. Is it, engines? Will they eventually run out of engines?
Well, there is that worry, but I think now we've got some really good engineers, Billy and a couple of Italian engineers that are building liners and stuff. As long as you look after them, they'll go for a long time. There's people out there that are running engines that they ran when they were racing back in the 90s. So, I mean, there's always that risk. But, hopefully, as we get better at it, we're not having so many catastrophic explosions.
Yeah, this is now the thing as an event organizer. It's finding the right mix, isn't it?
Yeah.
Giving your drivers track time.
Yeah, exactly.
But not giving them too much track time, so that it becomes an expensive weekend with all the failures that the car, the karts suffer.
Yeah. It's all part of it.
It's all part of it. The
It
Teenage Cancer
keeps
Trust.
busy.
We're raising money for the Teenage Cancer Trust. Why that? Why the
I
Teenage
think,
Cancer Trust?
I mean, that's been the charity that we've done from the start. I think everyone's been affected by it in some way or another.
Yes.
And it just seemed like the right thing to do. We never really wanted to do it coming out, flush with money or trying to go racing for free or anything like that. It just it felt right. And especially to keep it more of a fun environment and more of a, we're trying to do something more than just spend 3 days racing karts.
This is an experience, an experience overall. Good to see that it's not just the, masters drivers that are stopping during mid-race to watch the rest of the race unfold. There's some 177s as well that didn't quite make the checkered flag that are being retrieved now. Yeah, so we're going to talk to you, Obviously, we're going to talk to Bowen Kent. I believe Steve Stapley is going to come up here as well, talk about, life as a mechanic and as an engine builder in the 1990s. Bowen Kent, another, young, interesting guy, wants to do a bit of commentary work, can obviously shed a lot of light on the equipment that we're looking at, that Nick and I sort of can't quite recall from our older and more addled brains.
Yeah, Bowen's done a lot of laps. He drives a Fullerton, which is quite a rare kart.
Is he actually racing this weekend? No, he's not, is he? No,
Bowen's not racing. But I wish I was racing as well. I should really be entered, but just never got round to.
The nerves about all the other things to organise just got too much. Jade Goodwin has also had to withdraw from the meeting. She's undergoing some surgery, I believe. She was aiming to be the fast lady of British karting. Well, she is one of the fast ladies of British karting. However, it wasn't meant to be here today for Jade.
She would have definitely been at the sharp end for sure.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We're going to keep watching. So how can people donate to the Teenage Cancer Trust from this event?
So we got a Just Giving page, which is on the About section of our Facebook group.
Okay.
The Facebook group, I think, is called Clay's the Masters.
It is?
Something Wigan, something.
Clay's the Masters / Wigan World Cup 2020, yes.
But if you go on there, look in the About. I've also done a post recently that's got a link to the Just Giving page. And we've got some really great sponsors that have donated towards the charity. And Lee always very generous with donating a portion of the entry fees, and Martin at Dartford Karting also. He always gives us £1,000 from tyre sales, which is fantastic considering.
And those things like that, they keep clubs open, but they also give you a bit more inspiration. This has got to work because already it's looking like this. It can improve, or it can modify and transform itself into such as Kart Masters. That type of buzz in British karting about this event.
But like you said earlier, we want the Vettels and the Alonsos and the
to come back and have a go. Yes, yeah.
I feel like they must hark back to the era of Formula Super A, because it was Alonso is such a big part of his life, his career. You just don't see him out in these karts anymore.
No, I mean it is a shame, but of course, Fernando Alonso spending a lot of time, in the early 1990s, racing against the like of Jenson Button, Robert Kubica, Nico Rosberg in karting. Before moving up in the world.
Yeah, I think it would also be important for Clay as well. Getting them back, talking about karting. In general. Yeah,
just to have them on camera, to have them here, for them to impart their bits of wisdom on the wider audience.
Yeah.
And so this is just qualifying again, ladies and gentlemen. You're not missing any race action. So talk a little bit about your racing. Obviously you raced at Landau, and then you moved up and did a couple of other bits of, modern karting before thinking to yourself, I'd rather just do this and create something different.
Yeah, I'm just a newbie compared to most of the guys that are out there.
Right.
I wasn't racing in the 90s. I probably started 2008, 2009.
Yes, I recall.
Yeah, Landau International Club rounds. Then worked my way into TKM. Shennington Club rounds, and we did Pro Kart British Champs, which was great. We were travelling around for that.
But with the Pro Kart British Champs, that's normally somewhere in the Lake District. Every August bank holiday weekend, is that right?
Well, it was a championship, travelling championship. So we did all sorts. We went up to Rora, Rizzi. That was great. It was huge grids. Yeah, all over the country. That was sort of my first taste of like a travelling championship, as opposed to just doing club rounds. And you got a sort of sense of that family.
Yeah, if you can get a travelling championship to have a real family feel, the drivers obviously commit to that championship more, and you end up being more successful. Full stop, which means that then you can increase people's remuneration, so to speak.
Yeah. So that was 2012, 2013, and then I just fell out of love with the sport. I think we were going to club rounds in sort of winter series.
Burnout.
Just didn't enjoy it. Could not get the kart set up right. So 2 or 3 years off and fell across F100. Bought my first kart from Belgium.
Never looked back.
And it was just unbelievable. I couldn't believe driving that for the first time. It was at Fullback as well.
Okay.
And I just, anyone that hasn't driven a 100cc kart and currently races, you've got to try it, because it is unreal.
Well, of course, Jay Goodwin, her better half, Oliver Hodgson.
Yeah.
She's always trying to convince Oliver, who is one of Rotax's leading drivers in the world, to come and have a go in her Formula Super A and see who is the fastest member of that relationship. And my money's on Jade.
Yeah, I think in that kart it just takes so much. Getting it right, setting up, and these Rotax boys aren't used to reaching down and grabbing hold of all sorts of stuff.
Three different jets. Yeah. Have you driven your kart around here then, Monty?
Yes, yeah. So I've done the last two of these, and a few F100 rounds here.
Well, this is good then. So if you know how to drive, you got an ICA?
Both.
Yeah. So, well, let's see. If we're in our Super A or Formula A, what are we doing as we cross the line now?
So depends on what point you're in the race. As you come round that first corner, you're probably starting to grab a bit of choke as you come into there. So
we're going to keep watching the driver's hands.
Yeah. So you're choking down into the hairpin here, and it's quite hard. This is quite an important part to get off that corner. Is quite difficult. One of the slowest corners.
Loop your way around the horseshoe.
Yeah, so you probably a dab of choke into the bottom bend here.
You saw that very, very briefly.
So you fill the engine with fuel before you get onto the straight, and then it's getting very hot towards the end of here. So you need to grab another handful of choke. There's quite a few choking areas around Clay because it's high revving.
Because I'm looking at the outside tyre barriers at Billy's, and they're clean and empty.
Yeah.
Which means that we've had everyone survive.
Yeah. And I think another thing with these 100cc karts is there's quite a lot more of the locking of the brakes compared to it's not as smooth, I guess, as the Rotax karts. I don't know whether that's to do with flexibility of the chassis, but you'll quite often see the karts coming down into here. Score is probably the most sort of pronounced one. He's locking right up into the hairpin and then drives straight out of it.
Yes.
So, yeah, the idea is to lean it off as much as you can without making it go bang, and just keep grabbing handfuls of choke. What's
the hardest thing about organising this event for you and for Andrew? I mean, I'm not talking about having to disqualify your mates if they're, done something illegal, because obviously there's a full team of scrutineers here. Jay Fairbrass does a lot of work with Formula 100, so people aren't going to try to get away with, with anything. No. However, with such a tight timetable, and again, facilities, the amount of tools and equipment that you have on any given day to do checks on the karts, that can affect the entire flow of the race meeting.
Yeah, I think it's the hardest thing is getting the right feel about the whole place. I think I mean, when I say hard, it seems to be quite easy. The drivers are very relaxed and easy to manage, really, in general. But yeah, you're always wanting to make it the right feel. You're always wanting to make it a fun environment, and the smallest of things can disrupt that quite badly. Like one small argument or. It happens in karting a lot, but you've just got to sort of damp over these things and get it done. But having Lee, sort of running the timing side of it and the grids and everything makes it a lot easier from our side.
Puts a lot of pressure off.
They're very, very good at that. So yeah, I mean, it's quite simple. This point's quite simple. The difficult bit is. Are we going to get a grid at the start, I think?
It's the same nervous moment at all times. When you've got an empty list, you think, who's going to plump for this? Because before you put the entry list out, you have to have a lot of other guarantees, financial, etc., in place before a single driver registers.
Yeah.
And, of course, the grand finals, there's no registration fee. You've earned your prize, so you're not paying the organiser anything. Well, obviously, there's spares and parts, but you pay them to the manufacturer itself, who are all there on site. Yeah.
There's a couple of other things that can make it difficult. Obviously, I think in our third year we've sort of proven that the setup that we've got is working. When we first started, it was kind of sacrilege to have Formula Super A and ICA on the same grid, but
purists don't like it.
Yeah. But I decided it was just like. It worked, and it's like the hare and the tortoise in some respects. You've got these massive carbs on the Formula Super A that are very hard to set up and very hard to get right. And the ICA is much more, 24mm carb and simple to set up. But as you've seen today, like they're just as quick and quicker in lots of regard. So. There's always going to be controversy and difficult conversations, but I think the results are speaking for themselves, I think.
Yeah, no, excellent. Thank you ever so much, Monty. I'm so glad that you and Andrew Brunton have decided to take the plunge and bring this to life. Now, in terms of who else we're going to get into to tell some stories, Steve Stapley, he'd be a good person. I've already warned him about swearing, and he's going to be absolutely fine. He's going to be absolutely fine.
I just think I don't know if you've got enough time.
We've got, as you can see, this race has still got 5 minutes plus a lap to go.
Once you get Steve in here, he'll never leave.
We've got ways of making sure that happens. Don't you worry. Just on track. This would be the heat race in Honda Cadet. Zach Service, Callum Gianna. You can see the running order on your screen, and again, we will pick up the action of this. Maybe it's more in the finals, obviously, but it's important that we, on a weekend where Clay's the Master is the headline act, and it's the only time. Well, it's a once a year event. So it would be unfair to not put that grandstand into a viewing area that is easily accessible for all. Now, down to Billy's blind we go again. Zach Service has got an 0.8 of a second lead over Callum Gianni. Then it's Barry Fry. Behind Barry Fry, Alfie Mullett, Kieran Ranger, Oscar Job. Now, Honda is where you started, Monty, in the Pro Kart class.
Yeah.
Why is that class so valuable? And why maybe, would people that have raced Honda and four-stroke only why should they be enticed to try an ICA?
I think it's quite an unusual thing for me to go from Pro Karts up to ICA. They're a completely different thing to drive.
Yeah,
completely different beast. But I think anyone that's racing anything will find it a completely different experience.
There is a buzz about it that you cannot describe accurately.
It does have similarities with it. This sort of karting is you get these big grids, but you can still race on a budget. You won't find anyone here that's in a big factory team or anything like that.
No, it's high wheelbase or high top double axle wheelbase van city out there.
Yeah, it's all run on a good budget, and that's what Honda's was all about. We were racing very competitively. Everyone, 24 karts all within 4 tenths. And all racing on a budget. Nobody's really throwing money at it like they do in the.
Well, they were just lying about it and being better at lying about how much money they throw into it. Yeah,
maybe, yeah. But yeah, it's a similar sort of feel that in the F100 and retro paddock. We're just there for the racing really, and maybe the evening dues as well.
Yeah, well, so the social aspect of karting, 100%.
Yeah.
We're looking at the Honda Cadet Heat Race in this IKR day. Now, who is that on screen that we were looking at going into Billy's blind? Was it Rio Fry or Alfie Mullets, possibly? Or Rio Fry or Alfie Mullets, as the sun high in the sky, causing just to glisten off the camera lens down there at the hairpin at the end of Sturmey Straight. And there is the number 2. Is it the 245? Nope, because I don't have a 245. Well, that's a different class. It's the... Get a number check on them. This is Alfie Mullets that we're looking at in kart number 18, by the looks of it. How come there's different numbers on karts, and what's the difference between the two classes? There's yellow numbers and white numbers.
Yeah. So yellow numbers is Formula Super A, and white numbers is ICA.
Ah, right. Okay. Of course, I put them the wrong way around. I've got green and white. Yes, outstanding work. Yeah. I will. Differences in tyre compounds. What's that?
So we're all running the Vega Reds this weekend. I think I was going to say to you yesterday, in the 90s they were running much stickier tyres.
Oh yeah, the Bridgestone tyres literally. They're like suction pads.
You probably see those pictures of them on the grid with the kart on its side, leant up against the up against the driver while they're waiting to kick off, and that was partly due to these carbs dropping fuel into the engines and trying to keep the fuel running into the engine, but also the tyres were that sticky that when you go to push off, you just can't.
Sticks to the ground.
Yeah. So I think that's probably slowed us down a little bit. But I think you've got just as good a drivers out there today as you did back in the 90s for sure.
Yeah, because so many of the drivers raced in the 1990s as well. Yeah. So there's that really good experience between youth, experience, and being old.
Yeah.
Youth experience and seniorness.
Yeah. We love the Vega. The Vega Red has been a fantastic tyre. That's been brilliant. We've tried them all just about. We were on the TKM tyre for a while.
Yep.
It's a little bit harder.
And how do you approach, if you wanted to change tyre compounds, who do you have to approach to make that happen? I suppose being an IKR, you can make your own rules and say, look, this is it.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of we've done the testing, we've had lots of different drivers trying lots of different compounds.
Yep.
But the other thing is you want to keep it budget. If we went to Vega Whites, then we'd all be spending £250 a set, and it would be mega, but it would be brilliant.
Yeah, for long-term health, that's not...
I think it's good to have that middle ground, and the Vega Reds, they're a nice budget tyre, but they're also... They just seem to suit the karts well.
Longevity as well. Yeah. Relative longevity is good.
Yeah, it's consistency is the key thing. Is you don't really want a big drop-off after 2 heats.
or 2 laps, depending on if there's other tyre manufacturers are around. And so there's been a few issues with tyres, the supply chain of tyres the last sort of 2 years. It's been a hot topic of conversation, shall we say?
Yeah. No, they've been very good tyres, and we'll probably stick with them.
We saw at this morning's race, that was another really close affair. You're hoping, and I suppose you're hoping, is for a large battle for the front in the final, but with a mixture of top-level golfers, previous sort of champion golfers, and the best sort of young and upcoming, local golfers.
It'll definitely happen for sure. It's I mean that race was a little they spread out quite early on, but there's some.
Even though it was spread out, though, the beauty of it is you can watch the drivers, moving their hands around, adjusting carbs, driving. There's a famous picture. I think it's Johnny Mislievic, who was the 1996 European champion, of him on 2 wheels, literally going around a corner on 2 wheels. There's so much grip,
Garda probably.
Round a hairpin, Reliant Robin style.
Yeah. I mean, we have it here. PF's the worst for it. Quite often it feels like you're nearly going to go over onto your head.
Bing! Yes.
When it's a day like this, hot day,
you
can get them up on 2 wheels very easily. I've nearly fell off the bridge at PF doing that. Which
that takes some doing. Right then, that's the end of that. Now let's have a look. What have we got coming out on track? Now, this would be 177 Rotax for their qualifying. Is it 177 Rotax? For their senior. Oh, sorry, senior were just before. So we're now practice 4. So this will be. That's the rate, yes. Heats. But we are. Oh, we've done that. Of course, there we are. Oh. Right. Wakey, Henry. So this is senior Rotax. I'll tell you what, I'll step out and Nick can step in.
What Henry's really saying is he wants a cigarette. So I'm still with Monty now, which is I haven't heard everything question that Henry's asked you. So I'm worried about asking when he would have been asked it, but I'll ask you a simple one. How come you decided, if his answer is ready, how come you decided of all the tracks in the country to decide that Clay was the place for your celebration of the 90s racing?
It is the pinnacle of 90s racing. I think you type in 100cc on YouTube and it comes up with all the Clay Supernational, and I mean it's just one of the most historic karts in the UK, and we've got Lee running it, and Lee was one of the biggest names back in the day. So I think he enjoys it as much as we do. So I don't think you can pick a better track for it really. It is the 100cc track, I think.
And of course, later in the year, you're off at Wigan for the World Cup, and so again, how did you select Wigan from all the other places?
When you speak to the Italians and the Denmark guys, they all say we have to do Formula Super A at Wigan. It is the track. It's the track for it. It's just built for Formula Super A, and we haven't seen that yet. So I think we've just got to go and get these karts over there.
It's a great,
the response to it proved that. I think there's one guy shipping a cart over from Australia for it. So
wow.
I'm not sure whether Wigan's going to be.
It's a great track. The surrounding area, we're not so sure, but I mean, so obviously you're going to be on the what we would call the short track rather than the big loop for the gearbox machine, which I think would be a little bit of stress for engines that are running to 30 years old. But I mean, I think it's, as you say, it's another wide open flowing circuit with a nice bit of elevation change as well. So it's going to be a great test.
I think there'll be a few parked at the end of Conrod Straight for sure.
So this senior Rotax heat is now up and running at the front, and we are looking at it's Noah Headley from Sam Wyatt. Sam, if you are a regular watcher of the NKC, he's been racing with them for a while. We are back with the NKC on Karting Live TV next week from just down the road. Well, as close down the road as you get to really around here, which is Dunkersville. I suppose about an hour away, but it's like down the road. As they sweep round the hairpin again, it's Hannah Lowe who starts on the front. She's in third, and then you've got Henry Moore in fourth. Just in the back, they're battling out as well. So you've got a kind of a structured little battle. So once we look at this race, and this is Rotax racing. It's do you ever sit there feeling envious of their electric starts?
No. I mean, I'm looking at it now, and they're slower than us by half a second. maybe 8/10. I mean, it's a different kind of racing in itself, and but yeah, no appeal to me really. I just think the most simple karting, just back to bare basics, has got to be the way. You know, I just yeah. I mean, I'm biased. But.
So in between how much time do you spend in the garage in between meetings, refettling? You know, making sure your piston can do another 30 minutes. I mean,
how bad the weekend.
My experience is a little bit before, because I'm late 80s, early 90s my car, and I do remember having to rebuild needle bearings. And you take them out at the bottom of the crank, and they go,
yeah.
And you've got to get them all back in again and make sure you don't miss any. I don't know, are they needle bearings at the bottom, or do they have enclosed bearings?
Yeah, they're needle bearings. Most of us now. There's 4 or 5 different engine builders, but I use Biff, and it's just better.
You're not doing it yourself? No, come on, that's the full experience.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is the full experience, but most people you see doing it themselves are parked at the end of the straight.
That explains my racing career.
Yeah, no, it's. I think, when you've got people like Biff involved, it would be silly not to utilise that.
And what's the rebuild time?
2.5 hours on a piston, and maybe 4 hours on a bottom end. So
how?
Not much.
So this meeting would be an hour and a half running or more?
Yeah, probably maybe a little bit more, but most
because there's a lot of practice yesterday, wasn't there?
Engines are going on and off all the time, so you're not really running one engine for the whole weekend.
Oh, right. So how many, what's your pool? You're 3 or something?
4. Most people got 4 engines.
Right, okay.
I mean, some people here have run out of engines, so.
Yeah, there are issues on the front. I mean, it is a. We laugh about it, but if you do ping an engine, it's not the end of the world. Most of the engine's absolutely fine.
No.
It's might be a bit of a scored barrel if you're unlucky. More likely, just scuff the piston edges.
Yeah, I think a lot of people sort of say that how is it more affordable when you're blowing up engines at this rate? But I think that we get charged such a premium in modern karting on stuff like that. Unnecessary bits and bobs and rebuilds.
So how much is a rebuild? You said an engine's done 2.5 hours. Nothing's gone wrong with it. Just needs a rebuild. How much does that cost?
Yeah, 2.5 hours. Like a fresh piston is like 150 quid. And then a full rebuild, you're looking at like late 300s.
And if there was an engine for sale that was working, how much are they? Obviously, again, I think we talked about the pool is obviously going down the whole time. And so if you find one, I mean, what does an engine cost as a brand new lump of metal?
It depends. I mean, we've got so many different makes of engine and so many different models, and some are like the Vortexes and the Etels are the most sought after,
right.
I would say. And if you're going to buy one absolutely fresh, an Etel, you're probably looking at like 800 to £1,200, depending on who's tuned it, how old it is, if it's on a small ball.
Is the situation where you can see these engines start to be remanufactured at some point? Do you think there's a point where there might be enough vintage races where it's worth someone reopening the production lines? I assume as long as the engines are built to the same spec as someone falls off the track, that's fine. I mean, you're not saying it's got to be 30 years old as long as it is built to the same regs as a 30-year-old engine.
I'm not entirely sure how that works. I know that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know that the engines are being remanufactured in Brazil sometimes.
Oh wow!
Some of the 125 sedans, but whether that's a possibility in the future, I don't know. But these engines keep popping up all over the place. People are, you can still buy engines that are worth £1,000 for 50 quid that's in the back of someone's shed somewhere in Italy,
right.
And they come up all the time. And I think that's quite a lot of the attraction to it is finding these.
It's the hunting.
Yeah,
it's
finding
the searching
these
and hunting. I've just found myself an engine.
Yeah.
And I think we are just continuing on to the last lap now. The leaders over the line goes. I think that's Gifford and Moore battling there. Is that Alfred Matthews? It's Alfred Matthews in the 27 car just coming up to come through the S's. That's Matthews moving up to 5th, going past Hannah Lowe, just on the last lap of the senior Rotax heat.
It's the same with carbs as well. Like we run Baroni carbs and Ibea carbs, and And if you can find a carb that was used by Hamilton in such and such World Championships, then it's possible. They're all out there somewhere, and there's just stuff like that, just unbelievable. You can pick up the most ridiculous stuff. Factory chassis and all sorts.
So it's all just so the stuff that was unobtainium back in the day is now very obtainable.
Yeah, I mean the value's going up as there's more and more series that people can run them in. But a few years ago you could pick up, chassis and stuff for 30, 40 quid because they were just, I mean it's not really.
So but basically what you're doing is you're creating a market for people to start searching in their sheds.
Yeah, exactly. yeah.
Okay, so this one's now finished, and it's Noah Hadley who wins the Senior Rotax heat. Sam White second, Kieran Griffith is in third. It's Henry Moore, Alfred Matthews, Hannah Lowe started on the front row, and then Adam Sims, Reese Prope, Bradley Watts, and I think it's going to be Aaron Bond. No, it's Sebastian Banks who comes up Aaron Bond, and as the rest of them come over the line to complete this, they will have a pre-final and a final later. Johan van der Broek, and then Raul Christian Foley and James Bailey. So all 16 who started seem to... No, didn't lose James Bailey. Didn't finish. We had managed to get 14 out of 15, which is a dream come true for you to get 14 out of 15 back, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that would be quite unlikely, I think, in our race.
Monty, thank you very much indeed. It's great to talk to you. And I know we've got another succession of guests coming up. And
we've
got one more than in this actual race.
So after the next race, we'll get time.
Yeah, we'll drag him up.
Great stuff. Thanks, Monty. Cheers, mate.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Now, literally just treading on the wires now, which is never a great idea.
Hello.
Hello, love. How are you?
Very good. Do you know what? It's really nice. Yeah, obviously I've known Monty since he first appeared at a kart track. I keep saying he's like still, running a junior pro kart, or a senior pro kart at the age of 16. But of course that was 15 years ago. However, it's still great to see
so people get older.
Younger people coming into organising, and that's really, really good. And Monty is a good guy who gives a lot back to the sport. What are we saying online?
Basically, people talking about oiling up. Someone needs to bottle the smell of two-stroke.
Yes.
Yep. AR Motorsport, just run my mower on some two-stroke to getting a karting fix. Sam and I just say we should remove this track and install a holiday park.
Okay.
A lovely holiday park in the middle of nowhere, rotating industrial estate. Talco apparently been remaking K100 parts. You can basically build a whole new engine from Talco, says Olieberg -C8G.
Yeah, the business of sort of a cottage industry of recreating old parts and remachining and reworking bits that obviously are no longer in production to keep championships like events like the Masters running. Here's the pro karts.
Yep, just a 9-kart field. And I think they have started. Sorry,
they did start. They just look like they're on a rolling lap because that's a good pro kart.
Despite being told the heats are 8 minutes, they've gone down to 7 minutes. So I'm not quite sure why they think there's 6 minutes. If there's 4 minutes, going to save the day in some way. But there's been a bit of a rejig around. I have to be honest. The Masters guys have been fantastic. The information coming apart from the IKR part of this has been, let's say, limited.
Well,
we still have no heats.
Relax.
We have no idea if there's a lunch break or not.
No.
They've changed the timing of the races, but hey ho, we'll find out as we go, Henry.
Yeah, this is the beauty of IKR. It's relaxed. It's more relaxed. As we're looking, there was Neil Sturmey. So the number. So look, the number 37 kart on your screens now. I mentioned it earlier.
The orange and yellow one, yeah.
Yes. He's the son of Mr. Sturmey, who was instrumental in helping to resurface the track in the mid-90s, and they named Sturmey straight after
this
him.
I've now found out is your class. You're the Landau Pro Kart champion.
Well, yeah, 2005. And one of the drivers...
Was that a twin-engine one, was it?
It was a twin-engine one. And one of the drivers I raced against that year was Keith Lessiter.
Who's never forgiven you. Never forgiven him.
Well, he's still out there in kart number 52 at the back of the pack.
Was your decision to stop racing financial, or in fact you were getting too many commentary gigs?
It was a mixture of both. There was... the commentary was taking off. The team that we ran was, neither myself or Cam, who I ran the team with, were in a position to devote as much time as it needed to keep it running successfully. And my partner wanted a child, and she was like, "Well, you're away at racetracks spending money every weekend. There is no child."
Well, let's point out that's not really how children work.
Yeah, no, but
because not being funny about this, but you not being there, as long as you come back occasionally to perform some elements of this process, and also you not being there doesn't stop the child growing as such, either inside or outside.
Well, that was her philosophy, and to be fair, she knew exactly what she was talking about, because I came back from the Le Mans 24 Hours in 2008.
Please give me the clean version of this.
Where I said that'll be my last race. We finished 12th, and I came back, and she was there, and I said, "Yep, that's it. We're over. We're done. I'm not racing anymore." 9 months later, my son. 9.5 months later, my son was born. You say that.
Look at the Bodette potency. As soon as he gives up karting, he's a Lothario unlimited. But,
I don't think it was a Bodette potency. I think it was the stubbornness of my ex. While you're racing, there will be no child. Oh, okay.
There's a child now. That's marvellous. Fantastic.
Yes. But no, this is another class where if Clay's the Masters was looking to expand, Pro Kart it would be one area, because it attracts the same people that love racing, old school lad and dad privateers. Look, if there's chuck it in the back of your estate or on the roof rack even.
They're quite heavy with 2 engines.
Yeah, but take those engines off, and
yes.
But it's the same similar sort of. What's the attitude amongst the competitors? Alfie Wilshire has disappeared.
We're looking at second and third here at the moment.
Most un-pro kart-like.
Second and third, but I think his Sturmey now has got ahead of Jasmine Kaplan. I think that is true. And they are very heavily using the slipstream there, that's for sure. Trying to suck up behind Sturmey. And it looks like
through this S's, and these S's, they literally come out of Billy's. It flows wonderfully. Down here, there's a little bit of camber on the inside of the hairpin that throws you out. This is actually the only non-cambered corner on the circuit.
Over and under. Was he let through, or was it just a kind of a...
Oh, that's just, yeah.
I don't know. That was kind of a bit of an over and under action there.
This bit is flat, but then there's so many little subtle... There's a little bit of off-camber there that spits you out.
Got a replay for the first time. Marvellous.
And that's
the over and under.
Great crossover.
Look at that. And then but it ends up with the positions being the same.
Yes. But coming down the start-finish straight, which isn't, again, there's
start-finish bend.
Tiny little divots, tiny little bits of camber that just make this... It's the most flowing track I've ever... Rissington without the dog leg is similarly flowing.
I have never been to Rissington.
Never been to Rissington. You don't know
I've been to Crete and the Isles of Greece,
but never been
to Southampton a rock, but I've never been to Rissington. And that's another gag for the 90s, everybody.
Do you like Rissington, sir? Oh, sir. You love it, sir. But again, the flow of the track, it's wonderful. It really suits every class of karts. And the last time the British Championship came here, I say it suits every class. 2023, we were here.
Have we not had a British here the last couple of years then?
No.
Is that paddock size? Is it?
Paddock size, circuit width. You talk about the.
We had this conversation earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, we talk about the footprint of the modern karts. Because on that, why have I got a phone in my pocket that's not my phone?
Whose phone is that?
I don't know, but I picked up someone's phone. Oh God! In my pocket, and it's got a dog on it.
Do you think it's Monty's?
Possibly Monty's phone. If Monty Gorringe is listening, but he is, I might have stolen your phone.
If you have a dog, very kind of chunky dog on the front of your phone, then that is yours. Just put it down, Henry.
Yes. I apologise.
You've got enough trouble with the law without that happening.
Yes, theft. Phone theft, etc., etc.
Just add it to the list. How is that? Without mentioning exactly what's going on, is that just died now?
I am a fine, upstanding member of the community.
I know you have a driving licence again, but everything else all right?
I now have a driving licence, and and the fines are being worked on.
Oh, well done. Excellent. So this is the last. We've got this one and one more. So penultimate lap. And it's the battle still there. I think it's slightly further down the field. Just trying to work out who we are at the moment. It's not the easiest thing to see with the sun in our eyes.
This is the battle for. This is the battle for the 4th and 5th going through.
4th and 5th. Yeah, the 46 is the white cart
Yes.
of Robert Sadler. Behind him, Richard Chandler in the 173. And they're going up and round the horseshoe for the penultimate time. As the leader finishes, it doesn't lead, goes across the line. Any second now. I've preempted Alfie Walsh. You should see him now in the very bright blue and pink and dark blue. It's quite a nice colour scheme. His sticker kit was worked well for that cart. It has to be said in the sun. And there's now another lap to go, everybody, because the cameraman then stopped going, I think it's finished. No, one more lap to go.
Through this chicane. I mean, there's not a cloud in the sky. And you would think, oh, this is a lovely place to put some caravans. No, it's not. It's not, because what Clay Pigeon and Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium they're unique, and in the sense of they have their own little microclimate.
Like the forecast for here is sun all day, and I'm going, really?
It's sunny now.
You've obviously been here many more times than I have, but I've been here, and you've sat there going, this is great. This is great.
And suddenly, I mean, coming behind Billy's blind, there's a big mast, a big sort of, it's a digital phone mast. You can see another one of them behind there. It's like, I can still see it, so it's not raining yet.
There was one time I was here where you could see that waft of rain coming in, and it came across, but it only got the top corner. It just
like an invisible line
across the top corner. The top corner was damp to soaked.
Everything else was bone dry. 3
grid at the back were a bit damp, and that was it. But it was, I must admit, honestly, there's a similar problem with Wilton Mill as well for rain coming from nowhere and blowing in.
Yes.
I don't know why we put kart circuits where there's microclimate the whole time. The only place that's always the same is Warden Law. It's always cold and windy.
Always cold, yes. Put track next to the North Sea.
As Joe always says, it's next to the North Sea.
It's next. Yes. The cold wind steals in off the coast like a thief in the night.
So which track do you think in the UK has the best average weather?
The best average weather?
I know it's in the UK, so you got some problems in the first place.
Well, I'd say Lyd, because it's closest to France, but it's right on the south coast.
Does it not get affected by winds and currents and that sort of thing?
No, I mean, possibly, but I mean, Lyd or Bayford Meadows, by simple virtue of them being so far.
Buckmore's pretty south as well.
Yeah, Buckmore's pretty south. I mean, Ella Park, right out.
No, I've been to Ella Park. It's always rained.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Well, there's only 2 for 2.
Ah, right. Well, here we go.
Stop wittering. Here comes the important thing. It's Clay's the Thunder, the final heat.
You mean Clay's the Masters?
Oh, I've got this one again.
It was Clay's the Thunder.
It's on the preliminary list. The timetable keeps getting me wrong. Oh, the 21's got an issue getting going. Who's that?
That would be, the number 21 is Ben Yeomans. That's a CRG with a Coma engine. Last year, he was ill and had to miss this race.
And he's rolling again, thanks to his mechanic. There was a little bit of a tweak to the car, but he didn't get it going.
Yeah, and now I was speaking to Tyler Whedon, who we're going to try and get up after this race, who won the previous heat, and he was just saying that, he knows that if he blows an engine, by the time he gets back to his van, there'll be 4 or 5 people there holding engines, saying, which one do you want? To make sure he's out for the next race. He said that if he can't get his cart off the grid for whatever reason, he knows that there will be a dozen other mechanics and pushers working to get him out racing. He said that's the spirit of this type of event.
Yeah, absolutely.
The racing is still as competitive as it was back in period, but the atmosphere and the general, joviality of the paddock is completely different. And I love the smell of two-stroke in the morning. It smells like victory.
It's the afternoon now.
Well, I like it. It's the morning for me.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so we're running around now. It looks like we've got the pole is Liam Hamling and Matt Parker on the front row, and then Oliver Smith and Thomas Haddon. They are pretty much in there. Andrew Brunton, who is, of course, is one of the organisers, is on row 3, and this is not done by anything other than qualifying time, so it's all legitimate.
Yes, Billy Thomas. Watch for Billy Thomas. Paul Ozarns are we going to go round again?
Round again because they're still waiting for a couple of carts to catch up the back of the field.
Billy Thomas from my neck of the woods in South Wales. He is under the tutelage of Paul Ozarn.
Paul is a good friend of the show.
He's a good friend of the show. And Paul Ozarn, I saw him this morning. The last time I really worked with Paul was in the Daniel Ricciardo series where he was still driving. Remarkably, Paul looks even younger now than he did back then. Although he's got A lot of things to thank, namely his surgeon.
Sorry, apologies about that. Shocker 69, how does the timing bar work? Is it GPS based or just an estimate? No, it's off the live timing. We have a live timing feed. The only thing we have is a live timing feed from Alpha. We don't have heats or anything, but we scrape the live timing field, and that is accurate. It's going to reset when they actually start. They're taking 2 laps. But it will go over and it will start counting down to 10 minutes plus 1 lap, and it is the same timing as is used by everybody else in the event. And here we go, underway, final heat, and they are running. And as you can see, immediately the timing goes to 9:58 plus a lap, and there's a lovely little break at the front from, I'm assuming, Liam Hemming. I might be wrong because it's 2 cars. No, it's not. It's 67 of Matt Parker who's got away, and it's the number 3 of Oliver Smith in second, Henry.
Yeah, now we're going to keep an eye on number 73, Martin Brackenbury. Martin, who was one of Lewis Hamilton's main rivals in cadets in the 90s, Martin suffered a spark plug failure in qualifying, which he was telling me about last night. He drowned, let's just say that Martin Brackenbury drowned his sorrows last night.
So now he's got a headache.
Now he's got a headache, but he's got a cart that works. Somebody is off at Billy's blind.
Let's the one.
Try and there is one cart being lifted over the barrier.
And it flag.
Thomas Hadley and Stan Warriner. So Stan Warriner is out, one of the youngest drivers here.
And one of the guys we spoke to earlier. Yeah, there's a yellow flag still going into Billy's blind, so there will be no overtaking. And they cross the line, and it's going to be a lead still for Parker. And he leads from Smith and Yeomans, Brunton, Liam Hamling, Warriner and McKern, and the lead was just a little bit reduced. He made an absolutely lightning start, Parker. He got away from everybody, but they now sorted themselves out and is getting into a far more competitive situation.
Now we'll start looking to see when the drivers start moving the carb screws around. That'll tell you whether they're pushing, whether they're conserving, whether they are, just sort of biding their time, or whether this is their shot at potentially taking the win. Parker, Smith, Yeomans. Brunton is 4th. There he is, the number 27 kart, the Tony Kart race suit. Liam Hamling, Paul Warriner, Stan's dad, Joe McKernan, Dan Street, Richard Plummer, and Ian Turner, the top 10. Richard Plummer, another one of our guests, and he was racing in the Super 1 British Karting Championship back in 93, 94, 95, 96. Brunton gets squeezed a bit wide.
There's still a yellow flag going into Billy's blind, but these bunch are fighting it out round through the horseshoe. The thing to remember, Henry, is we certainly saw in the first heat there was a bit of ebb and flow during that 10 minutes as various karts came on and went off.
Yes.
Both performance and tyre-wise. So just because you're leading now doesn't mean you're going to be leading at the end, because some of the karts will get a bit quicker as they go through. The yellow flag has been withdrawn into Billy's blinds. We have a whole lap of clear racing quality, and they come to the S's again. And in fairness to Parker, he's managed to maintain his lead. He's not being chased down by Smith too much. As you say, it was Brunton who was the loser last time, dropping from 4th to 5th.
Yes, indeed. Now, Liam Hamling, who is down there, looking down. So his kart, the Tony Kart Esprit. Mm-hmm. Now, the Esprit was a
Lotus.
Well, it was a Lotus, but it was a kart that wasn't made by Tony Kart. It was a model of a Tony Kart that wasn't made for that long. That Hamling is there. It's the white kart.
The white kart there in the middle of the screen,
number 41.
Yeah.
There's only maybe another 2 or 3 other chassis remaining like that. So that's a rare piece of kit that Liam Hamling is driving, and he's doing.
Car's being lapped; it's not being overtaken.
And he's doing a sterling effort of ragging it senseless, to get the most out of it, even though it's very, very rare indeed.
Well, the top 2 have broken away slightly. That's Parker and Smith. Yeomans. Or is it Parker and Smith? Is it changed? No, it's not. It's Yeomans has dropped right out down to 5th place. So it's Hamling now who's moving back up and through the field, and so it's the 41 of Hamling, and then you've got Brunton back into 4th.
And this is a really good race.
And they are all now line abreast with about 3 kart lengths between them. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all now running together. And we're only 4 minutes into 10. Look at the inside there from the 127, the back of shot. And that is Warriner now looking to make a move.
Yeah, the surviving Warriner family member, the dad, son Stan is out of the race. Dad Paul is very much in this race. He's looking again at the inside. That was a brave move outside of our camera shot there. As you saw, Paul Warriner pass Ben Yeomans for 5th place. And gradually, Matt Parker begins to edge away. Here's the battle, Smith and Hamlin.
Beautiful move there. Took him to the outside. The 41 there, superb 3-corner move there. outfoxed the 3, I think, of Oliver Smith to get past. And then waiting behind Brunton, the 27, with the green helmet and the mainly green overalls. And there's your 3, currently 3rd, 4th, 5th.
And you think about all the modern aerodynamics of karting bodywork. You know, let's have a look back at the kart shop. The Karting Live TV replay. We're going to look to the inside.
Over and under, brilliant.
But look at that! It's that old Ridelfi Rigoffy body kit. I think that was the brand. You got the square, side pods. For all the the cool aerodynamic flicks that make the karts look more sexy in quote unquote. The bodywork, it's functional.
There's a follow-up question about the timing from Shocker69. It's basically, he's saying how they find the karts around the lap. What it is, all the karts have what's called a transponder on them. So they have a little radio transponder. There's various points around the track called timing loops. And when they go over a loop, they get registered, and that's how we know where the kart is. The actual timing itself only updates once a lap, but the marshal and everyone else have 3 updates a lap. So at the end of the lap, they go, their little radio transponder pings on the start finish, and it goes, I am here, and this is the time I'm here, and that's how we know how long it took to go a lap and where they are overall in position.
And the timekeeper, who is sat directly beneath us in the next floor down on the start finish line, he is in charge, obviously, of making sure that every time he hears a ping, which is not a ping engine seizing, it's a ping of the transponder.
Multiple pings.
Crossing the start line loop, that he makes sure that everything is accurate downstairs. Parker's
broken away a little bit. He's got over a second in lead. The battle appears to be 4th and 5th on screen now, 27 and 127. So it's Brunton and Warrener, both looking quite similar with the white side-podded karts, but it's the old black overalls of Paul Warrener looking to get up and apart from the organiser. Brunton, though, Warrener had a bit of a look. You see quite a lot of people have a little look going into Billy's blind and decide not to go about it. Now the S is again is really a no overtaking position, but now can you get a run out? Run into the hairpin, not this time. And the 2 of them, nose to tail, up ahead. The top 3 quite static. Now the interesting thing is that they were about 0.8 of a second behind Oliver Smith in 3rd. Now are they losing time having this battle over 4th place? 1, 2 and 3 equidistant, all about, 3/4 second apart looking visually at the moment. But that is flowing back a little bit again. And so 2nd and 1st getting closer again. As you said, we had this last time, Henry.
Yeah, indeed. This is ebbing and flowing. Parker, now have we got lap traffic? No, we don't. The field is quite spread out. Pleased to say that the amount of retirements has not been as high as we thought. There are 19 karts still running of the 24 that started. Daniel Collier's gone out, so has Matt Martin. We saw the 2 on the opening lap now. But everyone else is again coaxing their machinery. They're all looking for a place automatically in the main event. They don't want to have to go through the B final.
Absolutely not. You don't want to run the engine any longer than you have to.
No, engine and tyres.
So the top 2 are getting close together now. Hamlin only was only 4 tenths behind. So I think the battle now is right at the front. And we saw this before, the karts coming back towards each other during the back end of the race. Still 2 minutes to go. As Joe Brad likes to say, the 2-minute bell's about to go, all heck's going to break loose. Yeah. But better lap, I'd say, for Parker. I think that's more than 3.5 tenths. Well, it might be just the same. But Hamlin really needs to find. But he's got 3 or 4 laps to do it.
Yep.
One of the advantages of Clay is it's quite a short lap. So you get lots of them.
Well, I think he's going to get opportunities. He does need to close up a little bit. The last time that the Modern British Championship was here, aero push was a thing. It was a thing because tyres were overheating, following other karts. It's narrow. I mean, I thought it just meant that you have to approach it differently to another round. That's variety is the spice of life.
Well, you know how motor racing drivers don't like variety. Just see F1. And if it gets difficult or different, they just moan.
Yeah, exactly. Parker and Hamlin through the S's. Smith all on his own in 3rd. Brunton and Warrener continue to battle for 4th position. 1 minute plus a lap to go. There is a slower kart on the horizon.
That's the 195, I think, of Steve Roberts.
Yes, who's almost a lap down.
I think his engine's never really picked up. That's 149 actually. That's
it's the BS kart.
Oh, right.
That's not BS as in two letters. BS. That's BS as in BIESSE.
Like BS.
BS.
Hey, BS.
Stephen Cook Martin in the number 58 kart is on a Biessa, and the driver they're closing in on has a Biessa race suit.
That's Tim Watts.
They're number 149 of Tim
Watts.
Back
again with this battle for 4th and 5th as the leaders have stretched slightly. It looks like Paul Warren in the 127, second of those two karts, black overall, seem very happy to follow Andrew Brunton in the 27. Glance over the shoulder by Brunton. He's not going to see Warren there. And they come into Billy's Blind for the penultimate time.
Through the S's now. And
I think we need to go back to the front because they're right together first and second as we come down to the penultimate lap. And there they are, as close as they've been the entire time. The 67 of Matt Parker holding off the 41 of Liam Hamlin, both in all white side pods. But it's the red overalls of Hamlin in second, who now has one lap to make a move on a track where it's not the easiest to overtake, but perhaps he's just got a little bit more in the tank. Perhaps the engine's a little bit cooler, running a little bit better.
Well, here we go. This is the moment to the inside. A Billy's Blind. Classic Clay Pigeon runs the leader wide. Runs Matt Parker wide. Liam Hamlin takes the lead. And I think if that's
the last lap, that was just leaned on. And he's going to take the... he's got to survive 3 corners where it's not an obvious overtaking point, but he just seemed to pick up a drive coming out. Oh, it's not all over yet.
Yeah, it's not over. There's going to be a drag race to the line. Here we go, out of top bends. Watch. Matt Parker gets on the curb coming out of the final corner. Just unsettles him ever so slightly. Liam Hamlin.
Let's look at the overtaking manoeuvre here. It's beautiful. Billy's Blind Classic. Came up the inside and then just ran him out. Totally fair. Just ran him out to the outside. You can see, just puts a bit too outside. Perhaps Matt might go not totally fair. I think he had a wheel on the grass.
But, a little bit too aggressive. Not too bad.
I'll give it a 7 out of 10.
Yeah. That would be Matt Parker. My complaint. It would be, I should have let him close in.
That's it.
I should have been 5 seconds up the road, and I wouldn't have a problem with it at all.
Absolutely. So after Hamlin and Parker, they've taken the results away, which is a problem. It's going to be, let's see if I can find the results, which is slightly confusing. Yes, it's Oliver Smith in 3rd, Andrew Brunton was 4th, Paul Warner was 5th, Ben Yeomans was 6th, then Dan Street, Joe McKernan, Martin Brackenbury, your tip came in up to 9th after starting quite a long way in the pack. Richard Plummer was 10th, then Ian Turner, Billy Thomas, Cameron Ross, Stephen Cook Martin, and Edward Moore make up top 15. Nino Piccoli is 16, and then it's Nick Williams, Toby Sinclair, Tim Watts, Steve Roberts, Daniel Collier, Mark Martin, and Thomas Hadley, and Stan Warren. Hadley and Warren are not making the trip, and problems for Collier and Martin, and that is the second and final heat. Next time we see these smoking wonders, it'll be the pre-final.
It'll be the B final. The B final, yes. So 3 races it clays the Masters to go. You have
a lot more than that on the day, though, because we've got all the IKR stuff.
You have 2 races to go. You have a B final and then the A final later on. We've got 2 heat races to go. Then we're into the pre-finals. We'll go and grab Tyler Whedon because he's the race winner from the last, from the first race of the day. We'll bring him up to talk about because he raced in modern karting, got the solution with it, like Monty, and comes back. And now
Jensen Hookie has a question for you, Henry.
Oh dear,
Henry,
hello, Jensen Hookie.
Are you here at Wilton Mill tomorrow?
I am at Wilton Mill tomorrow.
There we go.
There we are.
That's our public service announcement done.
There we go. That's for a different. It's for a different broadcaster. The next time I'm on Karting Live TV, Karting Live TV have got some excellent coverage coming up of the NKC.
NKC next Sunday, yes.
Of all the national championships in the UK, I think the NKC has the biggest entry.
Not this year so far. The biggest entry is actually up at Wilton Mill Warden Law for the TKC. They've had about 260 their first event.
Oh wow, 260.
But again, the first round is never a good. It's how many you've got for the last round.
Yeah, how many survive?
How many there for the last round? I think the UKC's got about 220. There's a lot of championships that start with great numbers, as the drivers do, with great hope, and then it kind of fades
12
off.
At the last round. I'll go and find a Merlin driver.
Okay, you go for it, man. Okay, so we have another question from Shocker69 about he said the progress bar, which is the green line underneath, gives the illusion that the karts are modded every metre of the track, which doesn't seem likely with low budget. Well, interesting what it is it's actually done off predicted. The timing is based, again, off a system which was originally designed for RC racing, and the lap times in RC racing are 12, 17, 18 seconds. So you can kind of work out the progress of everyone by... say, well, in 18 seconds they should be there. And if you don't break down, people are very close within a couple of tenths either way, and you'll always be pretty much where they are. So it's the same thing here, really. You kind after a while, after a couple of laps, you know how fast they're going to go. And effectively, it's a 45-second lap. That progress bar will run through 45 seconds. And so it's an approximation of where they are. It's quite a good visual idea. Out of a 0 to Max Verstappen, I thought it was a minute of 5. And we are underway with the 177 Rotaxes. Ethan Wyatt is leading them away from Liam Dedman, Freddie Moffat, and they come through the S's for the... Oof, dear, a bit of curb there. Come through the S's for the first time. And kind of spread out field. This actually give me... No, this has been taken... Surprise is taken as a start. It's a very, very spread out field. Not quite sure I got that spread out. As they whip round the lead again. And Ethan Wyatt also a regular on the NKC. And behind him, it's the 43 of Dedman. So the red kart is Liam Dedman as they go down the not straight. And coming to Billy's Brian. Dedman looking like he might think about something. He was helping along here. There's a kind of an argument always here at every track, but specifically here, it's not always the best idea to overtake someone immediately. You can give yourself a bit of space and just give a couple of laps to enable some gaps to establish themselves. And I think Henry's come back. Henry's been out fishing for. He's been fishing for victims again.
Fishing for drivers.
He's a victim fisher, and his victims brought his missus with him.
Well, so yes, we've got a race-winning driver and a race-winning mechanic
and
with
his
us.
Minder.
So we'll bring Tyler.
So
Weedon
what I will do is I will pass this over to Tyler, and we will. Don't forget to give him occasional reference to the race.
Occasional references to what's going on.
Just because I just thought I've just noticed several names I know in this one.
Oh right, yeah. Well, I mean. And again, Simon Wheeler is a driver in 7th place, the number 45 kart. That Simon's son, Robert Wheeler, started racing juniors at Landau International. Who's doing a shot every time we mention Landau International? Natalie in Scrutineering. Hello, Natalie in Scrutineering. Sorry, Natalie. But Simon Wheeler's son, Rob Wheeler, started racing at Landau International Raceway as a junior, and then... As a lot of drivers do, and Tyler is here. You would have been through this, Tyler. That driver Rob got to like 16 and 17, and then wanted to get a car. And suddenly, the thought of coming to kart tracks every weekend and testing and practicing when it's cold and wet wasn't as enticing as going out with his mates. So Simon, his dad, went, well, there's a kart and an engine, and I quite like it. And so about 15 years ago, Simon Wheeler started racing, and he is still racing now. But bring Tyler Weedon. Firstly, Tyler, congratulations, winner of Heat 3 this morning. Oh, hang on, we got to turn. I tell you what, might turn you. There we are.
Is that better?
That's better. We can hear you now.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that wasn't too bad, was it? I mean, 10 minutes feels like 10 days when you're out there at the front. And especially with these engines, you've got to choke it home, keep it safe.
Yes.
Not blow it up. And, above all else, you've got to finish.
Yes. You said about choke it home. Now, describe what are you doing, what the viewer's going to see. When a driver is trying to choke it home, what are they doing and what visual clues will the audience see?
Well, I mean, our engines are 30 years old. They're doing 6,000 more revs than... What class is this? Seniors, is it?
Yes.
So these are doing 14,000 revs max. They're limited to that.
Yep.
Our karts are doing... up to 20 if you gear it right.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not quite pulling that amount, but, I mean, they're under a lot of stress, a lot of strain, a lot of heat. So when you get into a corner, before you lift off the throttle, you've got to put your hand over the airbox with the throttle wide open, which gives the engine an opportunity to have a big breath full of fuel to keep the engine cool, to keep the engine lubricated, and above all else, to stop everything just locking solid with like a friction weld.
And dispatching you into the nearest barrier.
I mean, we've all done it. I mean, it's the nature of the beast, really.
Yes.
You'll notice that there's a lot of drivers that, have parked up a few times, and there's a lot of drivers that are, choking it home, being really cautious, like myself.
Because they want to make the final.
Exactly. On a day like this, with this many entries, even if you just finish 2 races and not even finish very well, you'll still qualify well for the final because there'll be so many mechanical issues.
But we've still got 56, I think, 56, 57.
Yeah.
Everyone who entered and started the event, they're still running.
Yes.
Because I was talking about, why is everyone still running? And the answer is one word, camaraderie.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a community, you wouldn't get this in modern karting. I mean, it's certainly not at, the levels of Super One or Kart Stars or whatever they're called these days. I know if I went out in a minute and blew up all my motors. By the time I got my kart back from the middle of the track to the pit lane, there'll be 5 of my mates all there with motors saying, you know, do you need to borrow this? Do you need a hand? Is there anything I can do for you? And that's what it's all about, really. We're all enthusiasts. We're all good mates. And we all just want to help each other go racing. I mean, obviously, as soon as we're on track, we're deadly competitive.
Well, and that's the key, is the fact that the racing is so competitive. We're just watching. Ethan Wyatt is still leading in the number 65 kart from Liam Deedman, Derek Hunt, and then Patrick Williams, Freddie Moffat, Leon Thompson, and Simon Wheeler. That's what's going on track. There's that camaraderie, but you raced in period. You raced Cadet WGP. You raced TKM Super 1 that you raced?
No, I did Honda Cadet, WGP Cadet, and then Mini Max, Junior Max, Senior Max, and sort of down the Rotax route of things.
But then when was it that you got disillusioned with modern karting and sort of stepped back?
Well, it was about the time, about 2014, I think it was. They were Rotax, you know, there was rumours of them bringing out another new engine, which is obviously going to be superior.
And that was the Evo.
Exactly the case when the Evo engine came out. Yep. And you had to go the rigmarole of buy a motor, test it, it's no good, sell it, buy a motor, test it, oh, this one's all right, you know. Yeah. And, you know, I looked at the old man, I was coming up to 18, and I just sort of said, you know what, they're going to bring out these new motors soon. Let's just sell what we got while it's worth something, and just knock it on the head. And we I sort of semi-retired for a couple of years. I did the odd bit of pro kart driving from here, you know, just to keep my hand in sort of thing. But, and then accidentally ended up buying a Formula A. And
now, was that during COVID that you accidentally... Because COVID was responsible for an awful lot of rash purchases.
Yeah, I mean, I got mates that went and bought track cars and motorbikes. Yeah. I bought a go-kart.
You bought a go-kart, yes, yeah. And so that was reinvigorated the love, because I started racing. I went out in the Rotax E20, the electric kart. Now, again, this is the antithesis of the 90s era, but it's a race kart. And I got into it, and I left. As I was leaving the pit lane, I was all mic'd up, at Portimao, and it was like, I remember what this feels like, just the race kart feeling, the feeling that you're in something that is really, really racy, that you have to control and sort of tame.
And everyone will say it. Racing one of these is must be like riding a bull, them rodeo bull fairground rides you get. Because you've just got to be alert all the time. You need to choke the engine, keep an eye on who's around you. You need to keep I run an engine temperature sensor, so I got a bit of an indication of what's going on. You've got to keep an eye on that, and you've got to hit your apex, and you've got to get everything perfectly right. Whereas, I raced here for, this is my 21st season, and, I did Rotax for years and years and years. And you still, when you're doing Rotax, you think you can't get any quicker. You're doing so much. And then you get in a Formula A, and it's just an overload to the senses, and you've got to hang on. You just got to hang on.
Meanwhile, Ethan Wyatt has won this Rotax 177 heat from Liam Deedman, Derek Hunt, Patrick Williams, Freddie Moffat, and Leon Thompson. Your top 6. Because, that race, for example, that is a 13-lap race. That's 13 laps, head down, push as hard as you can for 13 laps. In terms of, driving, you've got to drive 100% in terms of, fast speed for 13 laps. In your race, 13 laps for you guys, that would be driving at 100%, but 100% doesn't necessarily mean as fast as you possibly can. That's 100% mentally, 100% managing everything. Be as fast as you possibly can be for a certain period of time. Then being as fast as you can be with all the jets and the settings on eco mode, for example.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be 110% as a driver, hitting your braking points, hitting your lines, apexing, doing all the right things. Yep. But then you need to be 110% in terms of keeping the engine going. But maybe, if you want to just get to the end, you might even have the jet so rich and the engine is effectively only running at 80% of what it could do. All in the name of just keeping it going, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, and we talked earlier because the winner of the Masters gets a green jacket, like you do in the Golf Masters, and that to me is fantastic. But I thought, the jacket, that's a real status symbol. That's something that you want to win. And you sort of said, well, no, the best thing is about it is whoever wins the green jacket has to wear it out tonight, when literally the entire paddock goes for a Saturday night out in Yeovil.
Yeah.
The best thing about everyone is thinking that, whoever wins has got to wear the jacket. on the night out afterwards.
Yeah, no exceptions. You win it, you wear it.
Yeah, but there's the difference in attitude. Whereas I'm thinking from a modern karting background, oh yeah, that's a nice prize, that green jacket. Yeah, that's a really nice, good status symbol. That'll help the event, etc. And you're saying, well, no, I'm actually in the event, and the main thing is, yeah, it's a fantastic prize because the winner will be not the laughing stock, but of everyone going out tonight, the entire paddock going out tonight. Yeah, like a two-stroke, oily-smelling stag do.
Exactly, I was about to say stag do.
Yeah.
And, even better is the pride of winning something. This is one of the biggest events of the year for what we do. Forget about in this country, but in Europe, I think. We've got a few continental drivers here, a couple of the Italians, a couple of the Germans pulled out for whatever reasons. But yeah, and also, don't forget, it's helping a great cause with children. Children.
The Teenage
Cancer Trust.
The Teenage Cancer Trust. And Monty Gorringe went through all the ways that you can help donate to that, and why. Yeah, we're all here having fun, and while we're all here having fun, why not raise a good number of monies for charity, because of course everybody was a teenager coming through the sport, and they know somebody that's been impacted by cancer. It's, Will McIntyre as well, now racing the British Formula 4 Championship, a former driver in Rotax, Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax British Championship. He's struggling and undergoing treatment for cancer as the next start takes place. This is Junior Rotax, and Junior Rotax doing Junior Rotax things down towards Billy's. Now, you qualified at the front. What have you been in a session where you've been mid-grid on a full grid of these ICAs going down towards Billy's blind?
I have done in the past, yeah.
What's that like, and how many new sets of underpants do you need?
It's smoky, certainly very smoky, because we run, compared to a modern Rotax, obviously our kart's still two-stroke, but we run a lot more oil in the mix than a modern kart would. So, first of all, there's just smoke everywhere.
Yes.
And then once you get through that, you get into Billy's, and then there's just karts everywhere.
High as a kite.
Yeah, yeah. And then there's just karts everywhere.
Yeah.
So, you just got to take it gingerly. I mean, these karts are fragile, they're very old. You can prang it and it will crack in somewhere. And you won't notice for 3 or 4 races until your yoke snaps off, for instance.
Right, yeah, because the actual tubing is under so much pressure because of the high revving engine, the load and the torque that is going through the tubing is
and
great.
It's the fatigue. I mean, the newest equipment in the class today is still 26 years old.
Yes, yeah,
it's older than a lot of the drivers. I mean, the kit I'm using today is from 1994. So it's older than me, So it is fragile. You've got to treat it with respect. It's like having a classic car, You've got to treat it with respect.
Yes.
You've got to give it what it wants.
Yes, exactly. And the good thing is that all the ICA and Formula Super A karts really want to be whipped like the proverbial government mule by the drivers. And, there's certainly, no quarter asked and none given. You talk about the atmosphere. Not everyone's going to get on. There's still going to be issues on track. How are they resolved?
With a stern talking to.
And the perpetrator buys the offender buys the offendee a beverage when you walk around.
Well, yeah. I mean, later on we might go up to somebody and say, "Hey, you owe me a pint, you do," and explain, and then everyone. But the thing is, on the track you see the red mist, and it's a competitive sport, like modern karting, up to the highest level. But afterwards, you look at your mate, shake your hand. You've had a great day.
Yeah.
And then, it's time to go to the pub.
I was going to say, if last night was anything to go by, then, you owe me a pint of tequila. Any more chats coming in? Oh, let's have a little look. Jake Cozzy leads Junior Rotax. Jake saving his tyre for the final. He had a flat tyre in qualifying, did Jake Cozzy. Well, he's just dropping down the order. Now, in kart number 1, maybe his transponder's not working. Fenton Roderick, Tyler Rackham, Alex Gunning, Elliot Bennett, Kirk Kaplan are the other leaders at the moment. So we'll let you go, Tyler, very shortly. Between one race, so if you had all your heats today, you win race number 1, what would you need to do to get the kart ready for the next race?
A lot of it's the basics, like you would with any kart, fuel, chain lube, spanner check it, that sort of thing. But because we can set the mixture of our carburetors while we're going with the jets, because they're like screws, unlike a Rotax when it's a fixed jet.
Yep.
You might take the head off, look at the top of the piston, see what the burn's like, and that gives you an indication of what your mixture's like. If it's too rich or it's too lean, obviously rich is safe because you're not going to blow it up and seize it.
Rich is
lean
safe but slow.
Lean is a bit, pushing things a little bit. But yeah, pretty similar to what you'd normally do on a modern car. Really,
so there's not a great deal much more sort of maintenance, replacing parts, because at this level, at the highest level, people were doing pistons after every single race event. That's what the class morphed into the early 2000s, in the last few years of the class, when the budgets were astronomical.
Yeah, the sky was the limit back then.
Yeah.
There was teams using special coatings that Formula 1 teams were starting to use. There's teams, I think it could have been F&M, they were using beryllium lined barrels, and beryllium, beryllium is like more cancerous than asbestos. That was the price of success back then.
Yeah.
Obviously it got banned, but they were really pushing the boundaries of what was possible.
Yeah.
And it's a fascinating period because, like I say, all of these karts, they look the same. They're all, all the engines are the same. What have we got out there? Tony Kart, maybe a Kart Republic. Out in our class, we've got so many different makes and models.
Yeah.
And again, so many different makes and models of engine and carburetor, different tuners. Tuning's open in our class, so, if you've got not a particularly very good engine, you give it to your tuner and it
becomes good.
Yeah, exactly. He could tune it into the best thing you've got. So, it's a fascinating bit of, it's a fascinating class to do, really. But but my God, is it stressful sometimes?
Just because of the how finicky the equipment is,
and it's so old. Like I say, sometimes the hardest job is finding bits.
I was going to say,
I needed some engine components last year, and we just happened to be going to Garda because Andrew Brunton was racing. So he said, "Oh, can you come along and give me a hand?" I said, "Yeah, no problem." And we were about an hour away where we stay, and from the Merlin factory. So I sent Mr. Merlin an email, and I said, "You still in business?" He says, "Yeah, we're still open." I said, "Can I visit?" And he said, "Yeah, absolutely."
Right.
So I went and visited, raided his stores.
Right.
Bought an engine, bought some spares, bagged load of stuff, come back with it. I was like, I'd never find any of this anywhere else.
Yeah,
And he was the nicest bloke. English was a bit shaky, but he was the nicest bloke you could ever ask to meet. He couldn't do enough to help me, tips, set up, everything.
Yeah, fantastic, yeah. And so you said like you think there are 4 Merlins.
Yeah.
And they're not called Merlins, they're Merlins.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the country. You own 3 of them.
Yeah.
And you've got your eyes on the 4th, I take it.
I know where it's to. But I don't think it's for sale. The funny thing is, everyone's had them. Nobody's wanted to buy one. Everybody wants like the big makes, like Tony Kart,
a
CRG. Everyone's like, oh, there's a Merlin for sale. And everyone's like, no, I don't want that. So someone offered me one about a year and a half ago for like, I don't know, 400 quid. And I said, I ain't paying that for it. Anyway, a couple of weeks ago, I bought it for 75 quid. Persistence.
But again, you bought a chassis for 75 quid, which it might take some time.
Well, exactly. It probably wants the best part, 300 or 400 quid spending on it because, bits are missing, it's cracked, it needs a paint, it needs a jig, blah, blah, blah.
But you said
I'll probably go see Darren Jones with it at some point, he'll sort it out for me.
But even if you spend 400 quid, you've got a kart ready to hit the track at the highest level of sort of like retro racing, and you spent less than 500
absolutely.
British notes.
The first setup I bought with an engine kart complete was £800 with a kart ready to go,
In this class?
For this class, yeah. I bought it on Wednesday, drove it to my mate's house, and we bumped it up the road. I went up and down the road and thought, that'll do.
And then went racing?
And then went racing about 3 or 4 weeks later.
And that's the old school. Now, you've had a change. Fenton Roderick is now 2.3 seconds in front of Elliot Bennett on screen. Kurt Kaplan, Alex Gunning, Oscar Richards, and then Neve Allen, the top 6. Ethan Barrow is 7th, followed by Evan Hawkins, Tony Hembra, Danny Dowling, Jensen Collins, Matthew Whitmarsh. Sadly, Tyler Rackham and Jake Cossey have retired. Cossey continuing to save his tyres for the final because he loves the game so much. Okay, we'll let you go, Tyler. Thank you ever so much.
That's all right, that's no problem. Before I go, I just want to go and say hello to Katie and Jordan, who are expecting a baby, so they're not here this weekend. But Katie and Jordan Baxter.
Okay, hello, Katie and Jordan Baxter.
They're expecting a baby this weekend, but they usually be here. And
that's bad timing on Jordan's part.
Well, exactly. How inconsiderate of them.
How dare you try and procreate and bring new life into the world where you could be down at Clay helping Tyler out. That's pretty much it. Okay, consider us. Hello, Katie and
Katie and Jordan.
Katie and Jordan.
Keke the dog.
Keke the dog. Now there's a Keke the Rosberg. Okay, thank you very much, Tyler Eden.
See you later.
Good luck in the final on the Merlin.
I didn't realise the theme of the day was going to be procreation at kart circuits. That's the bad timing we've got there.
Yeah, bad timing, and yes, but again, that's the attitude. That sort of
have your children in the off season.
Yes, look back 9.5 months before mid-February. After that point in the previous calendar year, no. That attitude, the fact that the green jacket, which is a fantastic, unique prize, everyone is excited about it, not because to own the green jacket, but just to watch the eventual winner have to wear it out all night when they do like a proper night out, which is, that's going to go wrong early and often. If you're in Yeovil tonight, go to Dorchester. That's pretty much what I've got to say, because there'll be, I think 50 or 60 of them are all going out tonight, which is it's a Saturday night. You come back, okay, you've had to take a day off work on Friday, but that's hey, everyone's got holiday allowance, and it's only one day. You do 2 days of racing, and then on Saturday night you go out.
Yep.
You can eventually get back home on Sunday, and then go to work Monday morning. That is how these things. Well, how Clay's the Masters makes it unique. Now, what is up next? So next should be
it's the Cadets Pre-Final.
The Cadet Pre-Final. So we're not going to go into well, we'll go to the Cadet Pre-Final.
Sorry, just on air. You've got your lunch.
No. I've got something in my bag. Yeah, I've got a packet of crisps.
Oh, do you want something else for lunch then?
I'd love something for lunch if there's a lunch.
Was the lady going for lunch?
In that case, if there's a piece
let's have live Henry's lunch.
Right then, I would like a piece of circular bread, potentially cut in half.
It's a sandwich, it says.
Open, and then some form of fried meat, be it a bacon or sausage or a burger, in between 2 slices of round bread.
He's not making this easy, is he?
A burger, bacon roll, or sausage roll, or sausage roll, whatever is there. Thank you very much. There we go. That's why I'm actually losing weight as well.
What, by talking about food?
No, by not eating as much food as he goes and orders a beautifully disgusting bit of lunch from the restaurant here at Clay Pigeon. The restaurant in the top floor of the building on the right-hand side. That's
a reasonably priced restaurant.
It is a very
reasonably priced restaurant. Laura's making a real meal of extracting herself from this chair.
I'm going to go.
She's tiny. It's a bit of a surprise, really, but never mind.
Here we go. It's great to see people not coming out of the woodwork, so to speak.
What, but like a woodlouse?
But I mean, it's great to see people faces, that I haven't seen, for a long, long time in the paddock. We're going to go and have a test of.
What are you knocking on the door for?
I'm going to knock on the door because there's one of those faces that I haven't seen. Come around and the next thing is I'll remember what their name is because it's been a while. Right.
So it could be the wrong person entirely.
No. They were smiling and waving at me.
Okay.
Hang on, I'll turn the microphone on and have it off. Hi, mate, how's it going? Very well. You're what's his first name again? Bowen Kent, that's right. Where have we met?
Oh, he's now making up he knows his person. Right, I'm going to... You talk to Bowen because I have to cut the pictures.
Okay, Nick's going to sit in the big chair. Bowen Kent is going to come in. Yeah, and of course I've known Bowen from PFI and a few other events. Bowen is going to join me in the commentary box for a little while. How are you, Bowen?
I'm a little tired, but I'm very well, thank you. Just come from university.
Oh, right, okay. Now, we met... now, what did you do at PFI? You were racing in the...
F100.
The F100, the O-Plate last year.
Yes.
That's right. Why aren't we racing today?
Because at the moment I'm keeping costs to a minimum, because, I mean...
You're a student bum, is what you're saying?
Yeah, at the moment.
trying to make one pot noodle last 3 days.
Well... No, actually, I've been cooking all of my own meals every day.
Oh, fair. Oh, there we go. That's one way for me to lose weight: do my own cooking. And the food poisoning takes care of the rest. So, what? Obviously, you come down to have a look. Now, tell us a little bit about your involvement with Club 100. No, with F100.
Well, I've been with this series since 2019 after moving from modern karting.
Yep.
Started in the JICA category, the junior F100 category, which unfortunately doesn't exist in the UK anymore. It's bigger in New Zealand.
That's right, because you're part Kiwi, aren't you?
No, Australian.
It's all
right. It's all right. It's okay.
Oh, I mean, look. I mean, Bowen's. He's got these bright blue piercing eyes that narrowed very, very briefly when I said New Zealand. It was like it was like half an hour and then back to normal. But I noticed. I am sorry.
It's all right. It's fine.
Now, did you start in like these? These are the cadets. We have got Honda cadets. This is a really good. We've got Hondas together. We have got some Micro Maxes together by the looks of it. Did you start out in these classes?
It's all new to me. I started out in a class that was been long forgotten called WTP.
Cadet WTP? I haven't forgotten that at all. They run the Little Green Man Championship.
Yeah, WTP in 2013 and 2012, and then moved through IARMY cadets to the 2015 season.
Yes.
Raced against people like Johnny Edgar.
Now, of course, now I know where I know you from originally, because PFI was like, Bowen Kent, that's a name from a dim and distant past. Now I remember. Yeah, 2014, 2015, cadets. What team were you with back then? There was Fusion versus AIM.
Oh no, I wasn't one of those guys. I was still a beginner.
Privateer.
Yeah, privateer.
Okay. But again, that type of racing, it's very good. It's obviously it's the it's a reason why British karting is the envy of the world in terms of the action, the aggressiveness, but it churns out some incredible drivers, doesn't it?
Absolutely. They're all world class. There's a reason why people from the States, Europe, they all come to the UK to race. It's cutthroat.
It is, yes. Now you're a musician, is that right? I'm thinking.
Yes.
Yes, and you're in college doing a music degree.
Yeah, a degree in composing for film.
Composing for film. Very, very good. Well, we'll get into film soundtracks. I was being very, very sad, and I listened to a great cinematic remix of Philip Glass's Koyaanisqatsi.
Okay.
Which is very, very cinematic indeed. But that's good. Have you got one of those? There's got to be in your locker somewhere, Bowen. There's got to be the imagination to create the world's sickest cinematic karting edit.
It has crossed my mind many times.
Now, come on, come on. There's loads of footage out there. Get a nice little.
That's what I need to reach out for. I need to reach out for the footage, because there's nothing I'd love more than to do an awesome cinematic theme for something like.
And then write the theme yourself.
Yeah,
compose it yourself.
Exactly, like either BKC, F100, Clay's, anything.
It'd be like a go-karting's version of John Williams.
That would be insane. That would be insane.
On track, Zach Service, Rio Fry, Callum Gain, and Kieran Ranger are the top 5. Alfie Mullett, Thomas Roscarola, Jackson Haynes, and Oscar Job, the top 8. Coming to Clay Pigeon, have you driven one of your ICAs around Clay Pigeon?
Yes, I drove here in 2021 and 2 years ago in 2023. I was far more successful in 21, to be fair. 23, I hadn't driven a kart for over 24 months, and my neck was hanging on by a thread going through the hairpin.
Now, and of course, because of these karts, they're grippy. They're so. Tyler Weed was saying that you've got to be. Your eyes are on stalks for the entire. Physically, they're also very difficult.
Yeah. It's a completely different driving style to say that of an X30 or a Rotax.
Yep.
You've got to be very smooth with the Rotax, still strong with the arms, but with the F100s, because they're running on Vega tyres now, because they used to be running on Comets, so they were much more forgivable. But when they're on Vegas, got so much more grip, sticky tyres. You've got to almost load it into the hairpins in order to get the.
And we were saying that these Vega tyres, as sticky as they are nowhere near as sticky as the tyres that were on the karts in period, because there was a tyre war in karting.
Dunlop, wasn't it?
Dunlop, Bridgestone. They were among the. You would go to the World Championships, and you would, or any major sort of international events, you would have a different number of chassis brands, a different number of engine tuners, and then a different number of tyre manufacturers, which is something that you don't see in karting anymore. It's something which obviously helped it helped the demise of the class because it brought costs up, but it did help the people in the class at the time become some of the all-time legends, because it was extracting the absolute maximum out of every element.
People like Bobby Game, Mike Spencer, all
Yep.
of them. You watch them. You watch footage of them in period going around places like this and like Three Sisters, for example, and you think it looks so much quicker than what we're doing today. And now I kind of see why.
The tyres were...
The tyres were something else.
You literally do I think you do a set of tyres every couple of races, as well as pistons and stuff like that, at the highest level. But, I mean, Honda Cadet, it teaches you a lot, doesn't it? The four-stroke, the momentum. In a Formula, if you get the back end out too much of an ICA, it spins, that's it, you're done. The one thing you try and avoid all cost in a Honda Cadet is you want the back end to not step out. So again, transferable skills from one type of kart to the other.
I don't know how much it would differ from the IM. I've never driven a Honda Cadet, so I don't know. But, I mean, it seems fairly similar. At first glance.
Yeah, at first glance. Big clap from some of the spectators. We've got just over a minute to go in this pre-final. Service, Fry, Gain, Thomas Rascola, Jackson Haynes, Kieran Ranger, Alfie Mullett and Oscar Job. Somebody's gone for a ride over the grass. Now, and again, modern karting, let's have a look at this.
Through the S's.
Yeah, outside line, and we just run out of track. The driver that is now in second, Callum Gain, he had put his car on the apex, and the Rio Fry, I think quite sensibly, just decided to bail out of it. Is that Rio Fry? Who I'm not quite sure who was the driver that bailed. It might have been Zach Service, actually. Let's see. It was Callum Gain that went off. So sorry, it was Rio Fry going for a move on Callum Gain that sent the driver over the grass there. Now, going across the grass in an ICA, that would have been a problem, wouldn't it? It would have been more likely to be a problem. In the Honda Cadet, you just keep it going, the engine's not going to cut out, the cart's not going to suddenly pitch around. You're going to get back onto the track surface and slowly bring yourself back up to speed.
In ICA,
easy.
There's no clutch. We don't have a clutch.
No.
We don't have the luxury of a clutch. We have to get out and push it.
So going across the grass, you have got to, please don't stall, please don't stall, please don't stall. But keep going quick enough to not, stall, but not so fast that you're suddenly spun into a stall, and then when you get back on the tarmac, when everything suddenly grips, it doesn't, completely go wrong.
Maintain kart control.
Even a simple case of running across the grass is not simple in this category. There is the number 56, Zach Service, who's coming around. He is going to take the checkered flag out of this next corner. And a back mark across the line. There goes the black and white place on his novice plates. And let's have a little look. There are other... Not everybody is a novice. Obviously, a lot of the drivers are. But, hey, a win on a novice plate.
I remember my novice days. They were awesome.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Getting your 6 signatures on the licence?
Yes, absolutely. Although mine were spent
So why was it the people, the racing, or just because at that stage in life you're a kid, you can't believe you're racing karts?
At that stage in my life, it was mainly doing club level. So the rules were a lot less stringent, and so... Not
you could cheat, but there was, the rule book wasn't as complex as it is now.
As in, at the club that I raced at, it was, they put WTPs out with Hondas and Miamis, but the WTPs were a little bit more powerful.
Right.
And so I kind of dominated in that, category.
And that's when you have a club event, you've got smaller grids, you do combine them for timekeeping purposes, and also drivers will learn a lot more naturally in a race where there are 30 drivers than they would if there's a race with 5.
Absolutely, yeah, completely.
So what's the plan then? After we save money and while we're composing our own theme music, are we going to see you back in this class?
Well, I've been getting in the gym quite a bit. Preparing for an event coming up in November, which is
the Wigan World Cup.
Yes, the Wigan World Cup. And I've been, I dream about it every night. I cannot wait for it. It's supposed to be a massive grid of around...
There's 80 of you entered.
Around 80, yes.
So there'll be huge grids, full grids at every event. Now, that's something interesting because that's in November. This is March.
Yeah.
And so you're going to bed thinking about it every night.
I can't. Yeah,
Is
I
it?
can't stop.
And you're not unique in that. Is it because you know how much fun that weekend is going to be with these guys at that event? All the Wigan World Cup.
Karting is when I feel most alive, and when you're doing it at a place like Wigan against the people that I've seen on the entry list, people like Colin Brown,
2000 World Karting Champion.
Exactly.
Yep.
Jay Howard, IndyCar driver. They're all coming over to the UK for this giant race, and I think to myself, I have got to be part of this. Otherwise, I'm going to be kicking myself for the rest of my life.
Yeah, when you think to yourself, how I could have raced against a World Karting Champion, or I could have raced against a driver that raced in IndyCar. But I didn't. I wanted to say that's a type of a life regret as we look at the next race. This is Senior Rotax, the pre-final, heading down to Billy's, and it looks like everybody cleanly through. A false start. That's why none of them crashed, Bowen, because it was a false start. There are drivers that have raced at Clay Pigeon. They fall into two categories. I've binned it at Billy's, or I'm going to bin it at Billy's. I've been in the barriers at Billy's. Which camp are you in?
I have not raced here long enough to have crashed
at Billy's. Wow.
No.
I mean, you obviously weren't trying hard enough. No.
I try hard in my car, thank you very much.
But again, it's that corner. Everything about the corner, you got the sort of the camber of the left-hander just after the start-finish straight, and then that spits you out to the right-hand side of the circuit.
Yeah.
When you want to be on the left-hand side of the circuit, setting up to go into Billy's. Are we racing again? Looks like
yes, we
are. The marshal flags stay down. Can our senior Rotax driver? We all made it through the S's down towards the hairpin. And Noah Hardley, Sam Wyatt, Kieran Gifford, your top three. Up to top corner. What's your favourite part of the track, Bowie? Because I think coming off the top corner, coming downhill, this sector right now, because you can gain or lose so much time. It's one of those where if you have a problem, it's normally a big, fast, expensive problem.
Yes.
But if you get it right, there's no feeling like it, is there?
Oh, it's the best. Going through Billy's and just at flat out, full throttle, approaching nearly, I don't know how fast F100s get around this.
Well, up to nearly 80 miles an hour, the guys were saying yesterday.
Around this place anyway.
Yeah.
Wow.
And this place is very, very small. It's a perfect sort of ICA-sized track, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
There are, it's fast, it's flowing, but there's not like an 8-mile long straight, like a PFI, that, every time the carts go down that straight, the engine life decreases exponentially.
Same as Wigan.
Same as Wigan. You're going to be using the mountaintop circuit, or it doesn't matter which.
Oh no, it's the main circuit. It doesn't have the top bit.
It doesn't have the KZ2 hill.
No.
Oh, that's a shame.
I know.
But you wouldn't want to seize coming over the crest.
I've done that way too many times at Wigan.
So what happens? We talk about seizing. You're sat in the kart and your motor seizes at flat chat, obviously, down the start-finish straight. How do you know what indications you get? How do you react?
You get, at first, zero indications. You have nowhere. You can be going properly quick. Mm-hmm. You're thinking, oh, this is going fantastic. And then out of nowhere, engine goes, wah, and then the rear wheels lock, and then you're like,
and you're off, yes.
There's another 600 quid for the engine builder.
Yeah. How many engines do you bring with you generally to a race meeting?
5.
5.
I bring 5, and an extra chassis as well.
Okay. A lot of people bring spare chassis. 5 engines. That exposes or explains to you a little bit about the fragility, doesn't it?
On a good weekend, you can get by on about 3.
Wow.
I say get by. It depends on how good the motors are. You want to save your best motors until last, the ones that have proved best on the dyno.
What is in? Put a new motor on for the final and not take a penalty.
No.
Oh wow. Okay.
You can do that in F100.
Put a new engine. Here's my final engine.
Yes.
And okay, that's
as long as it's still within the regulations.
And you get it scrutineered beforehand. I suppose. No, that's all's fair in love and war.
You take all of your engines to scrutineering in the first place.
Yeah, and say there we are. One of these is going to be on the kart.
Yes.
I'm not quite sure yet. The one that hasn't got a big hole in the side of the piston where the piston's gone. I like Queen and I want to break free. Fun. Yes, sorry, an unintentional Freddie Mercury impression at 1:25 on a Saturday afternoon. That's shocking behaviour. I do apologise.
Oh, we all love Freddie. It's fine.
Kieran Gifford leading the way. And again, Kieran, a driver that has raced the highest level in modern karting in Britain, the British Championship, stepping into these machines and proving that you do have to be a good driver to get the most out of these.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been told that the driving style of a Rotax is far different to that of an X30. It's more...
A little bit, yes.
It's throttle technique.
Yes, yeah. Everything is subtly different. This is different book difference. This is different consonants difference in terms of what the driver has to do. Now, we're watching pre-final. Yeah, Gifford in seniors. Noah Hadley, Sam Wyatt, Alfred Matthews, Bradley Watts, and Henry Moore, the top 6 overall. You're not racing, but do you have any hints or tips that we might... Who are we going to look out for to win this afternoon?
Oh...
Shortlist. Who should the audience be looking out for?
Well, the last time I was here, one who was looking particularly fast, in fact, more dominant than anybody else until the final, was Martin Brackenbury. Brackenbury was in a league of his own the last time I was here, but if I had to put my money on someone for each final today, I think the ICA win is going to Liam Hamling. He is...
Yep, who won a great race earlier on.
He's a fantastic driver, and as far as Formula Super A, Matt Parker is looking pretty strong so far. But again, it can all flip on its head once the engines come into play.
Yeah, it can all flip on its head once you hear the ping.
As Joe Scory said, they are just like grenades.
They are just you've got to try and keep the pin in them for as long as possible for the entire distance, ideally. Now we're watching the battle going down towards Billy's. This is between Noah Hadley, Sam Wyatt, and Alfred Matthews. The race leader, Kieran Gifford, has opened up a 1.4 second advantage. Now, we talk about the ability to close gaps and widen the deficit to the person behind you. It is easier to do in this class. It's easier to make up 5 seconds in 3 laps over the race leader who's not defending. It is easier to do that if you're on your own rather than in a group, because you can focus. They'll get nervous a little bit because obviously their spotters are communicating to them. But then the pressure's on Marshall again. Do we bottle it? It's the same thing, picking a place to make a move here, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now let's have a little look who we got on our screen. That is the number 21 of Sam Wyatt, holding off Alfred Matthews in the number 27.
Nose to tail, I love it.
Yeah. Now, have you raced against any of the non-Masters guys before?
Sorry. None of these guys, no.
No?
As far as people I race against, it's always been the same F100 crew ever since 2019. Before that, you'd see people who are currently either in the Rotax World Finals.
Grand Finals. Okay, right, so minute to go. Kieran Gifford continues to lead. What I think we'll do, Bowen, now you mentioned Tony Barkus. Where does Tony Barkus come into the story?
Tony Barkus?
Yes, Tony Barkus. One of the comments that was on there about you coming in here was about Tony Barkus. Now, do you know Tony? Okay, well, Tony, I'm sure he's here in the paddock. He is a legend. He came out to the Bahamas Speed Week Revival with me in 2013 when the British Historic Kart Club went out there. We called them the Hysterical Kart Club because they were both very worried about their kits and very, very funny, especially when you've got a couple of beers inside them.
Yeah.
And Tony Barkus was part of that crew, and he had in his possession a twin 2-seater TKM-powered kart. Two TKM engines with 2 seats. And he allowed my teammate, my fellow instructor, Cam, to drive up a hill climb in Nassau in the kart, in the 2-seater kart, yes, which was like excrement of a shovel, shall we say. Let's just say that. Looking at some of the interesting notes that I was handed, I don't know if you could possibly, this is a chance for you to stitch up a couple of people. Let's have a look. We've got Joe McKernan, who found 2 Fullerton Lions in an abandoned unit in a mill.
I can relate, actually.
Yes? Where's the most bizarre place that you have found one of your chassis?
Just some random garage in, I think it was... I can't remember the exact... I think it was in Cambridge.
Oh, okay.
Just some random rusty garage in Cambridge.
Hold that thought, because Kieran Gifford is coming around the final corner, and the checkered flag awaits. But the driver that was a top 5 nationally ranked driver in senior Rotax about 4 or 5 years ago in the British Championship, he wins again from Noah Hadley, Sam Wyatt, Alfred Matthews, and Henry Moore, the top 5. We're looking down the order now for some of our pre-race picks, news items, something like that. Who are we looking for? Well, we'll catch up with them as the results screens sort of filter through. You going to hang around for the next race, Bowen?
Yeah, of course.
Excellent. Nick is back, and if Nick is back, then I'm going to have a sip of iron brew. No, he can't, because Nick's in the big chair producing. Because our right, so I won't sit down because it's very warm in here, and if I sit down in a soft chair, I'll have a nap mid-race.
I suppose, yeah, you stood up all this time. You need to rest your legs at some point.
No, it's not. That's a me issue. That is a me problem. We'll keep. That's what a stirrer for a coffee is. I got Everett coffee this morning, but that was stirrer. So Everett had 98% of a cup of black coffee with white coffee, and then 2 sips at the end of the sweetest cup of coffee that you ever had, because that was where all the sugar had sort of settled in the bottom.
I get that in my tea all the time.
Yeah. You mentioned, obviously, you're in university. How much time do you have to? Are you allowed to take off to do racing? How much time last year? Were you in university last year?
Yes, I was, and I was only allowed 1 race last year, and that was PFI.
You were only allowed to do 1 race?
Yes.
And that was your school?
Oh, no.
Or your university?
It wasn't my university saying that. In fact, my university are encouraging it. I mean, as soon as my lecturers found out that I did karting, they're like, "Oh my goodness me," because we never talk about stuff other than music there.
So it's pretty hard. So you had the university was okay, but you went and all year, but you had 1 race. You only went out for PFI.
It's mainly because university at the moment, believe it or not, for me is about 3 or 4 times more expensive than karting.
Really?
Yeah. Just my university dorm alone is costing me upwards of £17,000 a year.
What? Jeez.
And that's not including all the tuition fees, about 9 to 11 grand per year. And that's it's a 2-year course, but still, I'm looking at nearly, around 50k in student debt.
Wow.
In student loan. But, I've been given ways of repaying it. So.
Fair enough. Well, see, this is the difference. In September 1999, when I went to university, I was given £1,100 student grant to help pay for my rent and accommodation and food and books, because I was classified as a poor student. Poor as in money-wise, not just poor as in academically. Although, and of course, in September 1999. £1,000. First of all, I went to HMV and bought every CD I could possibly find. And then the next time I had a grant, so that was September, January, another £1,100. Bought a Stratos Club and Pro Karts with it. Started racing.
There are worse places to spend your money. There are far worse places to spend your money.
Like George Best said, a lot of money I spent on, chasing girls, drinking, or what have you. The rest of it, I just wasted.
Karting all day long.
All right, now there's the Pro Karts in action.
Pro Karts. Goodness.
Who doesn't love a Pro Kart? Let's have a look. This is down at the end of Sturmey Straight, and that is a full send in a Pro Kart.
Yes.
Was doing at least 11 miles an hour going into there. Did a bit of grass tracking, but got to invoice Clay Pigeon for cutting the grass. On the lawnmower engine, side by side, that would be Jasmine Kaplan. Having a look to the inside of Neil Sturmey, Alfie Wilshire, and there's Jasmine finally picking up the position.
so much heavier than traditional two-stroke karts, but yet they're still so much fun. And
Pro kart, absolutely.
still awfully quick.
They are. There's probably more bang for your buck in pro karting.
Yes.
Honda racing.
Although I imagine it hurts more when you crash.
Well, when you crash, it's okay. It's when somebody else crashes into you, it's more painful because that's somebody else. I think when I was racing, the class weight limit was 175 kilos. And I was 75 kilos, believe it or not, and my kart was 99 kilos, which is a heavy, and of course all on the back axle. So yeah, what is the weight of, when you pick up the rear end, what's the weight of a karting engine in ICA roughly?
I'm not too sure. I think it's around, it's got to be 30, 40?
Yeah, so we're looking at there,
the back end.
A vehicle, a simple vehicle, about 98, 99 kilos without the driver.
Yeah.
These karts, whereas, maybe the kart and the engine in like an ICA is possibly, you said 40 or 50. It could be half as light, which means you're going to get more speed. Here's a good freight train heading down towards Sturmey's, and we've got a breakaway leader, Alfie Wilshire. Alfie Wiltshire trying to break away from Neil Sturmey, Jasmine Kaplan, Richard Chandler, Robert Sadler, Steve Savage, Joe Walmsley. Joe Walmsley all the way back in 7th position.
Love it when they're nose to tail. It's the best.
Oh, yeah, like Pink Floyd, Distant Sound of Thunder in the background, yeah. Or Piper at the Gates of Dawn. That was another Pink Floyd one. But, these aren't the Gates of Dawn. These are the gateway to the 1990s. You were born, you're a post-90s child, though, aren't you?
2005.
What? 2005. But what attracted you into things that happened, these were 5 years, the ICAs, the Super Formula A's, they were 5 years into the retirements by the time you were born. Why was it such attractive to you? Why was it so attractive to learn about the historic karting side of it as opposed to the modern karting?
I mean, a fairly obvious one is the sound. I mean, zooming past it to 20k RPM is just, there's no feeling like it. But it's also, I found the karts really fun to drive. I found the racing to be really close. Significantly cheaper than modern karting, but it's, it just looked so much fun from the get-go. And I used to, when I was younger, I was in Miami Cadets, I used to watch at Fullbeck Kart Club, and I used to see the F100s going past with my mates, and we go, it'd be awesome to try that one day. And first time I tried it, I was pretty much hooked.
Excellent, yes. That's pretty much getting bitten by the bug. Alfie Wilshire continues to lead in, senior Honda. But, we're not being disrespectful to the other classes. Obviously, we come here to do the Masters. IKR race meetings at Clay Pigeon don't normally have live streaming anyway. Although, looking at the amount of there's about 70 drivers for the IKR meeting and then 60 of you lot. Being here and not racing, how much is that hurting, annoying, frustrating you?
You have no idea. Honestly, there is what I wouldn't give to be out there with them right now. I mean, university's great. I'm really enjoying it, but there's just comes a time when it's too long away from karting really takes its toll.
Well, I mean, because, you're going to school. This is the school of life.
I've had to settle for team sport.
Oh, fantastic. You're hired. Alfie Wilshire continuing to lead. But that's it, people, they go to team sport, which, fantastic, as an entity in its own right. You sit to people watching back home probably, aren't amongst this because they're already invested. Your average citizen thinks that team sport, that's go-karting. They don't know this exists.
No, not at all.
They think, tell you what, those karts at Daytona, Milton Keynes are really, really quick. It's like, Yeah, but
they are, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, I don't get. How come Hamilton went all this in? I was quicker than him round the car. I'd have done him. It's easy. All you got to do is turn left, turn right, accelerate, brake.
Yeah, I could well beat Lewis Hamilton easy.
Yeah. You know, the tyre kickers. You know, it's science, isn't it? How quickly did it take you to get your head wrapped around all the different jets, settings, and things like that?
I'll be honest, Henry. I haven't been taught yet.
Sorry?
I haven't been taught how to adjust carb settings yet.
Now, that's not because, Bowen is special and can't learn, obviously, but it's because that is such a dark art, isn't it? Is it a case of, no, you need to learn how to just drive one of these things before we start tweaking?
Well, my team boss that I had during my Jicky years and my first few years of Pre-2K, one of his main bits of advice for me was you don't really need to touch the jets going around if you've got it just right, beforehand.
Yep.
It's only when if you feel something really wrong where you've got to start adjusting it.
But yeah, and that's sort of a case of there's adjusting, not mean adjusting to finish, adjusting to be able to win.
Yes.
That's the thing. Adjusting to be able to make the kart faster during the middle of a race.
I think there are certain tracks where tweaking does come in handy.
Uh-huh.
And honestly, I'm desperate to learn how to do it. And I've been asking around, but people are like, you don't really need to do it. And I'm like,
you want the skill to be able to.
For goodness sake, can someone please teach me? Because it's something I've been wanting to learn ever since I started in X30s.
But of course, the problem is that if you start learning, then you'll want to put it into practice. Imagine if we start learning and we make a little mistake and
then seize your best motor.
Yeah, bing. What happens then?
Tooling on the low jet, and then it's.
Good night, good night, Irene. Oh, that's all she wrote.
Very true.
Checkered flag is out, and have we got the checkered flag? No, the clock has struck 0. So I'm assuming maybe we'll see the last lap board next time around for the number 55 kart of Alfie Wiltshire. So, tell you what, we're going to follow a lap of the circuit. What are you doing in your kart during this lap as you're going through?
So I'm obviously flat out. Straight through Billy's blind. I choke it just before the first corner. Early apex. Let it drift out. Slow down a little bit for the chicane. I haven't driven it in a long time.
No, that's...
just over the hump. Brake just after the hump.
Because there is a hump on the back straight.
Yes.
Yeah, it's quite noticeable. And it's just when you go over the hump, the circuit starts heading downhill ever so slightly. That's when you've got to brake.
Yes, I'm not very experienced at this circuit at all. I haven't even done 100 laps of this place yet.
Oh, right, okay.
But yeah, as far as I know, it's a fantastic track.
And you're coming out of the final corner. Sorry, I'll just die while I choke on some coffee. I tell you what, Bowen, do us a solid and just read through the results there, because I'm going to have another little cough after I spat my coffee down the wrong pipe.
So checkered flag for the Pro Kart Pre-Final. We've got Alfie Wiltshire first place, Jamson Kaplan second, Neil Sturmey third, Robert Sadler fourth. Fifth is Richard. Oh. We've had the results removed from the timing screen, which hasn't been helpful.
No, but that's okay. That's a timing issue. That's not a me problem. That's a timing. That's a you problem. They're already loading the next race up. Race order. That was Pro Kart Pre-Final, race number 15. Okay, the B final is up next. The B final is up next now. Nick should be coming back in to sort of take over the commentary duties for this race.
No worries.
But what we'll do is that we will keep you maybe at the end of the B final. We'll catch up with you a little bit after the B final, and I'm going to go get Steve Stapley up here. Yeah. So Bowen's gonna vacate. We'll see you in a bit, Bowen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much too. Thank you.
And Nick Damon is bringing news, and I think this might be
the news is. There is a lunch break.
There's a lunch break, hurrah!
And it's now. After I sent Lara away for 2 races because I was told there wasn't a lunch break,
there's now a lunch break.
Is a lunch break.
IKR, so relaxed, so chilled.
So we'll have another chance to see the interviews.
And the Paddock Show?
The Paddock Show getting its second roll out, because this is not because we were limited in content, just we were told there wasn't going to be a lunch break.
Roll it out, roll out, roll out. That was a 90s song.
Was it?
Yeah.
So we'll see you in 20 minutes. We'll have you'll see a graphic in 20 minutes. We'll see you in half an hour.
Yeah, bye.
Well, hello and welcome to Karting Live TV and something really rather special. Way back when, the ideal time you would think for Joe and myself to talk about, reminisce about karting. But unfortunately, it's a bit too modern. We're late 80s karting. This is all about 90s karting. Now, luckily, we have on board someone who's been there, got the T-shirt, can't remember most of it, which is Henry Bennett. Henry, can you give us a background with these marvellous young gentlemen? Well, one of them's young, apparently. And tell us all about Clay the Masters.
Well, I think this is one of the most unique events on the British karting calendar, even though it's only 2 years old. 2000. So it's the third year, and it's got the real potential to become an iconic event in karting. With me are the two geniuses that are responsible for the fact that we've got nearly 60 Formula Super A and ICA karts here at Clay Pigeon this weekend. So, Andrew, Monty, quick tip. Monty actually bought my old race kart when he started karting at Landau International Raceway back in the day. So, Andrew, Monty, tell us about what state you were in where you thought, why don't we rip off the golf, well, take on the Masters at golf and rename it and do it in karting?
I think it was actually we had a different theme the first year. The themes keep changing. I'm not a fan of golf, and he came up with the golf theme for this year. So, yeah, we're not going to do that next year. But maybe. I don't think he's got the green.
I'm well on board. I thought it was a good idea.
He's got the green jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah, so last year, was it not Clays of Hazard or Clays of Thunder? Something like that?
Well, the first year was Clays of Thunder. The second year was Clays of Hazard, which was great. And now we've got golf. But it seems to be working. He likes green, so yeah.
First of all, let's summarise Clay's the Masters. Who's it for, and what's in it?
Well, it's for all of the Formula A and ICA drivers, but we're also raising money for the Teenage Cancer Trust, which is like a mega side quest in it all. But the fact that everyone keeps entering as quickly as they do means that they still want it to keep happening. So,
so this is an event for karts and engines that were built between 1990 and 1999, yes?
It's basically karts in the late 90s. So we're talking about the golden era, Pantano, Rosberg, Hamilton, all the greats. And then obviously you've got us. But look, this scene has been going since, or come back, I should say, since the sort of 2013, 14, 15, and maybe slightly before that. And it's it's just the right thing to do for these karts. They were all stored in barns. Mm-hmm. The engines didn't run. It still is in the farm. And when you look at some of these karts now, they look like they came out of the factory in 98, 99. They're just very different to the modern scene. When you've got a direct drive, no water cooling, no balance shaft, all this kind of stuff. They're just very, very raw.
Yes, raw. Now let's talk our way around. So we've got 6 drivers here who are competing this weekend. Tyler Whedon aboard Merlin. Here's a gentleman that's just crept into the picture. Hello, sir. What's your name?
It's Chris Jiggins.
That's right. Getting Jiggins with it. There we go. We've got Richard Plummer here now. Who's on an ICA and who's on a Formula Super A? So should we go in like a classroom? Let's go and stand behind the cart that we're going to drive tomorrow, shall we? So who are we all ICAs? Right. Okay. So we'll start on the left with the Biff Harris prepared Tony kart. Now this with Vega tyres is the.
Sorry, I've missed that.
This is the Formula Super A kart. Okay. What is this? Okay, right. Take 2. This gentleman, by the way, did Super 1, the British Karting Championship, a number of times in the 90s. So, what's the engine? What's the output, revs, those type of things, speeds? Talk us around a little bit of this kart.
We're topping about 70 miles an hour here. We run a slide carb, so up to 32 millimetres. Probably about 30 horsepower. Running the same tyres as ICA. Which are Vega Red. Chassis are pre-2000. You can run pre-94 if you want, or anything else. lively, turning when you want them to. It's always good.
Yep. So we've been told that these are like grenades just waiting to explode. At any given moment, you've got to really coax the cart through an entire race distance. Is that right?
Yeah, you got to pat the carb all the time. You have to keep winding the jets out. You have to listen to it.
Yep. So viscerally, what's it like to drive? So Cliff McDonald is going to be racing in the Haas Ital system, Big Red Dog Racing. Short and sweet. Hang on a sec. Let me come round. Right. First of all, explain the atrocity that's the team name, but then explain physically what these are like to drive.
Well, for those that don't know what happens when I have a drink, due to my Asian heritage, I'm known to go quite red when I've had a beer. So,
that's the red dog Baron.
It's Clifford, the big red dog. So.
It all becomes clear now. These karts, they want to spin at every given opportunity. They want to blow up at every given opportunity. But a lot of people have said that there was nothing in karting like these ever in the history of the sport.
No, they're just raw. You feel everything. They respond to every input. There's nothing on it that the kart doesn't need. There's no coolant. There's no batteries, there's no clutches. It's just what four wheels need to go fast. Not just in a straight line, in every tight corner, long corner. They just feed back so responsively, and you feel so much more in these. They're as pure a driving as you can get.
Now, I know there's a lot of friendly rivalry between the two groups of drivers, but in the 1990s, I think we can all agree on this, that the World Karting Championship was for Formula Super A, and the sort of like they had a World Championship for ICA, but it was like second division or the secondary World Championship in terms of importance. Is that right?
Yeah, so that was sort of a later entrance. It was never really as popular as the FSA class back then. That was like the premium class.
So we'll move back to Richard. Thank you very much, Cliff. Richard, before we move over and discuss, would it be fair to say that the ICA is the Formula Super A's troublesome younger brother?
Definitely, especially these days. The tuning's a lot closer than it used to be back in the day. They had more restrictions on ICA than Formula Super A. So yeah, but now they're very, very close. Very close.
Yeah, because you're racing on the same grid tomorrow, so there'll be today rather. There's a mix pace-wise, again, very, very close. But in terms of reliability and how they chew their tyres, who's going to get the upper hand at a circuit like Clay Pigeon?
Formula Super A have got more. You got more grunt, I think personally. ICA's more free running. It's probably a little bit easier to drive and set up. The Super A is definitely more of an animal compared to an ICA.
So you were racing the ultimate kart in the era that we all love, in the British Championship at Super 1 during the 1990s. Your 4 seasons you did in the British Championship, what did you notice that was changing in the world of karting back then? The biggest difference that you saw begin to emerge in the sport?
At that time, it's mostly the engines. Definitely. Vortex came out in the 80s, 98, and that just transformed it. It was ridiculous. They were so fast.
And eventually, of course, that led to their ultimate demise because how fast do you want to go equals how much do you want to spend, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's why I stopped. I didn't have the money.
Well, a tale as old as time. Okay, so thank you very much, guys. We'll move over to, like I said, the troublesome younger brother, the ICA. Now, this is Andrew's car. Andrew, give us a quick guide as to what the engine does, how fast you're going, and the comparison between the two. I'll step in front of you, Tyler. We'll come back to Tyler Whedon in a minute. Okay, quick guided tour.
Okay, it's reed valve, so a bit. To be honest, if you're looking at modern karts, the carb's on the front. This is very similar, but back in the day there was restricted tuning. These days it's all open tuning, so we can do what we like, which is why the engines are closer. They're a bit easier to drive than the rotaries with the slide carbs.
Are you sort of halfway around the lap? Sorry, wrong hand. But filling with the carbs in both classes.
Yeah, absolutely. And choking the engines, 3 times on this lap to just bring a bit more fuel in. We've seen probably must be 8, 9, 10 seizes so far today.
Yeah, there's an impressive array of karts at the side of the circuit every single race, isn't there?
Yeah. Fortunately, I haven't seized one yet. Come tomorrow, I'll no doubt do at least 1 or 2. But it's it's just amazing experience to drive. And actually, we need to get you out in one, don't we?
Is it a seat wide enough? It's the sound that everybody loves, the screaming sound. How many? What's it rev to?
Around here,
19,000 of the Super 8?
Very similar, actually.
Very similar. Okay, so that's not bad. That's a great noise. We'll move on to some of the drivers that are going to be driving this now. Tyler, he's a young pup. What?
I'm nearly 30.
Oh dear, I'm now feeling horrifically old because why, when you stopped doing modern karting, what brought you back to this?
Well, I was asked to do a pro kart race, and one of the extra drivers was Joe, whose karts that is, and the pro kart was dreadful. And Joe said to me, "Don't waste your time with this. Go and buy a Formula A." I said, and this was on a Sunday. By Wednesday, I bought a kart.
That sounds good. Is that a wise purchase? Lots of nods.
It's a good laugh. I mean, it's got me places that I would never have gone before. Like, last year I went to Garda to help Andrew. Yep. Prior to that, I didn't even have a passport.
Well, this is the West Country, ladies and gentlemen. There we go.
So, I went to the airport, scanned all 6 of my fingers, and then they let me into Italy.
Oh, excellent. And you came away with a kart that is quite rare.
Yeah, the Merlin's an interesting kart over in this country. There's not a lot of people have heard of them. I just bought it because it was local and it was cheap. I used it, I enjoyed it, I liked it. And I know of 4 in the country, and I now own 3 of them.
Excellent. Because this is another thing, isn't it? There's a growing collector's market. People start hoarding, old go-karts, old engines, things like that, don't they?
They certainly do. I mean, everyone's got their preferred brand. I mean, like Tony Kart. I'd say 80% of the karts are probably Tony karts.
There are a lot of Tony karts here. I was looking at that there. That's the most the numerically superior chassis.
And similarly, one of the most popular engines is an Ital system. I mean, that's an MV1, which is the FSA, which is from the pre-95 period, and that's an ML31, which is from the pre-2000 period. I've been going around on my ropey old pre-95 motor, and it was good enough to win the first heat. So I mean.
There we go. It's all down to the driver, you see, all down to the driver. Thank you, Tyler. Well, Matteo Bianchi, you were racing in the Italian National Championship in these karts during the 90s. Give us a couple of name drops. Go on, there's bound to be a few that you raced against.
Kelly D'Ambrosio, Daniele Manca, Andrea Cencilla, many others.
Because it's Italy has long been even though it was an American who built the first go-kart, Italy has been the spiritual home of karting. And the 90s, a boom era, you were there. What was karting like? What was the attitude when you turned up to a big race meeting, with 150 of these on the entry list? What was it like?
Family sport. Was a family sport, an amazing family sport from 1995 to early 2000. This is what I remember the most. When the big trucks came, it became more of a competition beyond the actual family concept.
So you said big trucks, not big tracks. The big trucks, the teams arrived.
Yes, I had the pleasure to work with Angelo Parilla for a couple of years, so I've been lucky that I know a little bit the environment. In early 2000, 2001, 2002, he exploded basically, yes.
Yeah. Excellent. We'll move over. That's an incredible story. Do you race at Parma and places like that?
Yes, Parma, Jesolo. Jesolo is my favorite one, by far.
And what brought you here? Do you live in Italy?
No, I live in Bristol. I've been adopted.
Oh, well, there we go. Bristol, just east of Rome.
I've been adopted almost 18 years ago, so I feel home here now as well as in Italy.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Great to speak to you. Just out of curiosity, how long did it take to fill up nearly 60 places?
To be honest, the grid was filled in about 72 hours.
72 hours. That's the appetite for this era and for this style of event, because it's really competitive. It's a heck of a lot of fun, and it's a throwback. It's people taking pride, like a classic car rally, only faster and with a bit more grease.
Yeah, I think, but also touching on the family event that you mentioned, a family atmosphere. This is almost we're harking back to those times. So we got karts turning up on trailers. We got karts turning up on roofs. We got, you're here just to race the kart. There's no teams. There's just a tuner. There's a driver. There's a family watching. Yeah. That's what it's all about. We are not £300,000 motorhomes sat there in the paddock with Starlink on the top. It's just not that. This is how it should be.
Yeah, it is. It's a real celebration. Now, Stan Warrener, you weren't about in the 90s. In fact, are you probably the youngest? I'll come round, so I'm not talking over Matteo. Are you pretty much the youngest driver here, you think?
I would say I'm definitely one of the youngest three. I think Josh is my age as well. So, yeah, I mean, I was born in 2005, so I wasn't even close to the 90s.
Yeah, no, you completely missed the greatest decade of all. Yeah, right. So, what brought you into this?
My dad raced in the 90s, go-karts as well, and he was one of the first drivers to get back into the 100cc scene back in 2014, 2015. And basically he's raced them ever since. As a kid, I was obviously always wanting to come and watched him race. And then one day, so I grew up racing Honda Cadets and then Junior Rotax. One day he said, have a go. And I was like, nah, it's not trendy, it's not cool. Anyway, he made me have a go at Landau, not far from you. And
excellent. Global home of motorsport, is that right, Monty?
It's a good track for it as well. I got in it and I was like, this thing is absolutely bonkers. And ever since then, it's the only thing I've driven.
Excellent. But you'd find that it's because you can compare the two modern paddocks. Yeah. You compare the modern paddock with modern equipment and the modern paddock with retro equipment. Differences, similarities. What's more enjoyable and what, dare I say, is more professional?
I would say, well, Rotax Junior, I never raced the Rotax Senior, only juniors, but Rotax Juniors, they were, let's say, probably more professional. Again, you're racing against professional mechanics, professional teams, people, again, like Andrew said, turning up in trailers. But the racing is, I would say, probably a bit dirtier. Everyone's a bit more aggressive. Everyone here races fairly, races cleanly. It's very unlikely you'll see people have a Barney about stuff that goes on track. And it's just, the race weekends are just so much more fun. So much more fun.
Exactly.
And everyone goes out for a drink together after the race weekend as well, which you don't get in Rotax ever.
No, never. I mean, gone are the days where Saturday nights would be the smell of barbecues permeating the air. Everyone just disappears to a hotel as quickly as possible now. Okay, last but by no means least, talk us through your career and in the 90s in general.
Yeah, going back a bit. So around early 90s, we used to do all local circuits, Buckmore Park, Tilbury, Rye House, everywhere in the east of England, that sort of area. And we done well, we won all the championships, and we thought, we're going to have a go at the Super 1. So you step up there, and then you realise it's a big reality check. It's a big reality check. So all of a sudden, where you're winning, you're now coming 20th. And then we dialed in on it. We dialed in on a few years. Second year in, we came came 8th in the Super 1, the British Championships. Third year, we came second. We had a couple of back-to-back wins. Yep. First, second round of the British Championships. And then that's where we was in the area then when the water courts were just coming in. So these were dying out. Yep. And then water courts came in. That sort of killed the class a bit because then there was a bit of a mixture of people who had all this old kit. And then to change over to the water courts, it was going to cost too much. It's costing, and then it pitted out. And then it all stopped. Had a couple of kids. Well, I didn't. My wife did. And then we moved on from that. And then COVID came along.
Oh yeah, yep.
COVID, remember that? And then my mate, my sparring partner over there, Robert Halls, he said come back down to Buckmore Park, and that was in 21. And then all of a sudden, my wife's moan at me again, so I'm coming back out here again for weekends. But as I say, all the guys here, they're all it's nothing like anything else. All this new stuff, there's no comparison. They're doing 150 grand, go Europe.
Oh, yeah.
Guys here, you want to do a couple of rounds, you can get away with 800 quid for a week. You can do more or less than that. You probably get away for 600 quid. So there's no comparison, but yet the racing is just exactly the same. You're on the track, you're racing equal equipment. As I say, as Stan said, everyone would help everyone.
It is. It really is. I've noticed that from an event last year and now here this weekend. So tomorrow you are going to see, well, tomorrow, this is Saturday night. Today you are going to see the finals coming up very shortly. I hope you've enjoyed the racing that's happened already this morning. You see, these karts were the ultimate, but you mentioned something very important. At the start of the 1990s, you were going to places like Tilbury and Langbar and Felton and what have you. By the end of the decade, you were at PF International, you were at Wilton Mill, you were at Buckmore Park with corporate hospitality, meeting rooms, media suites, etc., etc. The decade saw so much change, and as all great things, sometimes the end was nigh. You can see the guys behind me looking rather morose, but the appetite never went away. Costs and sheer madness eventually saw to it that Formula Super A and ICA were destined to be a thing of the 90s. And what a thing, what a decade. Enjoy Clay's The Masters.
Bonjour, Henri. After lunch,
yes.
Did you enjoy our repast?
Yes.
Are you full of excitement and food?
My burger had fruit in it, red fruit and green fruit.
That sounds like a really bad Booker Prize nominated novel. My burger had fruit in it. A sorry tale of East London fast food.
Yeah. Lovely. There was a nice photo shoot with all the.
Whilst we were playing out the thing again, I was quite the interview. I was a bit disappointed. That we didn't
know
get a chance
about that. Yeah.
Just so what's going to happen the rest of the afternoon, we have the B final of the it's this car of tomorrow, which of course was the NASCAR COT.
COT car
of
tomorrow.
Not, it's the Clays and Martin. The B final, top 6 to bump up. Then we have 2 pre-finals of the 177 Rotax and the Junior Rotax, and then we have 6 finals: Cadet, Senior Rotax, Pro Kart, and then of course the big one, Clays the Masters. And then we have 2 finals afterwards, which is very much the stuff which so you can get home. So it's like, do you remember you used to the Grand Prix and they had support races? And they have the Grand Prix.
And then
it might be early for you. It might be and then you have a British touring car race afterwards. And the idea was just to stagger the crowd leaving.
Yes.
But now, don't care.
No.
Get stuck in a traffic jam. We've got 2 of those. One's in the race. So they actually are to go back to what I said a minute ago, Lara, there are 9 races to go.
So, I mean, on our timetable, and I use the word, time. There's no times on it. It's on our sheet that says the race order.
Surely, timetable. The key element. There's 2 elements. There's the time.
Yes.
And a table.
Yes.
We have a sort of table,
but no.
We have no time.
But we have the 3-letter abbreviation. Now this is Clay's the Masters, so it should be CTM.
Absolutely. That's why I've been getting it wrong the whole time.
But this is COT,
which was last year.
Clays of there it is.
That's copied and paste from last year.
Okay,
a copy and paste situation.
Right. Clays of Thunder, and that's why the COT stands for, not CTM, which would be Clays the Masters.
I've just been distracted by seeing a genuine cigarette packet for the first time in 10 years.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yes,
it's not brown and covered in cancerous pictures. It's obviously it will give you terrible disease,
but yes.
But it's actually only a packet which hasn't got most of it. Right, here we go. It's the big one. Let's move. It's the B final. Top 6 to bump up. The smoke is coming. That means
speak of smoking.
90s classic. Oh, very good, yeah.
Yes.
That's where you get the big bucks, isn't it?
Segue from a pack of Lucky Strikes into the rolling lap for the B final of Clays the Masters. Duncan McLeod and Alan Lamb will go from row number 1. Thomas Hadley and Toby Sinclair on row number 2. Oh, there's already somebody.
No, we haven't pinged someone already, have we? No, just spun.
Spun.
Has to get going again.
No, there we go. This is great. Push.
96. Who's 96?
It is the
Daniel Collier.
Daniel Collier.
Yes. Oh, come on, Daniel, you can do it.
Yep.
Back. Go. Jump on the follow. That's it. Get a man to do it. Help him. Yeah, get a marshal to help you.
Ready and up, down. Hope it clicks. Get the power down. There we go.
No. Is he all the plug?
Oh, devastation across the nation.
The B final, he's out. And we've all, well, you haven't because you're too young. I've all been there.
Yeah. Oiled up, out. Let's have a look. Who else is in this race? So there's Stuart Guess, then Toby Sinclair, Nick Williams, Tim Watts, Nino Piccoli, Josh Wagon, Stephen Cook-Martin, Richard Sturdy, Stan Warrener, Al Cunningham, Thomas Royal, Steve Roberts and Cameron Ross. 17 out of the 18 drivers that were due to take the start. Now if there's
12 minutes plus 1 lap to keep these things going as well.
Yes.
And the reason most people are in the B final is because they've not managed to keep the karts going in previous heats.
No. What's the over/under? What's the betting arrangement? Over/under on finishers. I'm going to take more than 10.
Oh, all right. I'll take under the 10. Then.
You're going to take under the 10.
I'll take 10 and under.
10 and under. I'll be 11 to 18. We've already got 17. We're going to do another.
Here we go, and we're going round again.
Yeah, we're going to go round again. The amount of rolling laps could be key to the amount of drivers that finish this race.
Yes.
The more rolling laps, and here comes the number 32 out of the track.
An extra car?
That's Glenn.
The over and under's changed now.
Oh, okay. Well, we're moving up to 11. That's Glenn Guest.
No, he's out already.
Oh.
It was a valiant try. I think they're going to go around again because Glenn's parked on the grass.
No,
they've got to some place of safety. That's fine.
Glenn finished in the top 100 at the 2024 World Karting Championships on an OK.
There we are.
And hasn't managed to...
It's hard.
It is So you can do...
And you have the days that go against you. There's nothing you can do. You have a day where it just doesn't work.
Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. Today, Glenn Guest was the bug.
Right, now it's their third attempt, and a few worries are going to kick in soon.
Glenn is in a marshal post.
Yep,
Kart is out of the way. Here we go. Oh,
17 karts rolling, 6th place to come up to the B final in about about an hour to go on their way. A plume of smoke, less than normal because they've warmed the engine up. Swiping to Billy's blind now, and they seem to be going off mainly in order. A bit of a scufflage around 5th and 6th and 7th there, Henry.
The driver who's currently in 5th position, the black kart, the number 118, Toby Sinclair, made a good start. Tried to go around the outside of somebody at the blind part of Billy's. You have blind, then Billy's, and didn't quite make it happen. Up at the front, Cliff McDonald, big red dog racing.
McDonald from McLeod from Hadley, but Alan Lamb's not in 4th anymore.
Oh, he is in kart number 5. There he is looking down. He is in the bubble spot at the moment. So 6th position is Alan Lamb.
No, you don't want to be there.
No, Nino Piccoli is 7th, followed by Nick Williams and Richard Sturdy. 17 remain.
There's a yellow flag, so someone's had a problem at the off the track at Billy's blind, but getting themselves going again.
Yeah, now we'll let somebody look. Driver picking himself up, trying to push the cart back into the race. It's rolling, so we still have 17 runners.
I'm not sure we should be taking such pleasure in this part of the situation. Anyway,
well, I've gone for the over.
I know, you're Mr. Reliability.
Yeah.
So up the inside, the 28 of Thomas Hadley having a little bit of a look. Thinking of getting 2nd place, backs out of it. That's the all-red kart currently in 3rd place.
But, okay, the driver in 4th, Stuart Guess, had a huge tank slapper going into Billy's blind. The back end of the kart stepped out to the right as he was trying to turn left. And it just meant that he had to get on the anchors, slow, not too much to let the kart, so the kart doesn't stall and spin. And then, hang on around the outside. That's the skill of driving one of these karts, that when it does step out, how to control a mistake without spinning.
They are short wheelbase, and therefore they are more likely to lock and turn than the longer wheelbase, flatter modern karts. So they are a little bit more edgy on the brakes, and they are a bit lighter, which makes them edgier again. They've got less physical mass to keep them on the ground.
So you've got a case of more engine power, shorter wheelbase, and lighter than your modern counterparts. So, incredible.
Yeah, so basically a little bit more iffy.
Yeah, yes.
More nimble, more agile, but also more likely to go, and bite you in the backside.
Yeah, more sketchy than Van Gogh's back catalogue.
Oh, very good. And we have a 6-car karts breakaway, which is a plus point. He's Alan Lamb in the 5, who's last. Piccoli, sorry. It's not Piccoli, it's a sauce. Piccoli.
Lovely with that.
If I go with Piccoli, I'll get it all right. Nino Piccoli, he is in 7th. He's currently not bumping up, but there are a big battle ahead of him. There's a 6 sweep round the hairpin.
Yeah, Piccoli's got Al Cunningham right behind him. Nino Piccoli, he was Rookie of the Year in last year's Motorsport UK KZ2 Championship. Whoa, there's Alan Lamb making a move. Toby Sinclair had to back out. Toby Sinclair was turning into buttons. Alan Lamb put his cart right at the apex, and Toby Sinclair had to back out of it very, very quickly. That could have been a problem. Change for 2nd place. Thomas Hadley now moves in to P2. Oh, we have lost Stephen Cook-Martin and Stan Warrener. So we are down to
some
15.
Okay,
runners.
Here we go. So they come through. We now got 5 away in a sort of battle for that final bump up place. It's the black and the grey machine, which I assume
that's
is
Toby Sinclair.
And they all blue. And that is Nino Piccoli.
Nino Piccoli. Across the line, down towards Billy's we go again. Top 3, and again, Cliff McDonald, he's not been able to get away. Thomas Hadley putting him under a little bit more pressure. Will Hadley duck to the inside? No, there's no need to, though.
Well, this is the question, isn't it? If you're in a B final, and it's all about bumping up,
all you've got to do.
Does it matter if you're 3rd or 2nd?
No, absolutely
but
not.
Tell the drivers that.
Yeah, tell the drivers that. And of course, in a class like this, we talk about modern karting, or if you make a mistake, you might run onto the grass.
Yep.
It's not disastrous. It's not the end of the world. In this class, if you make a mistake and run onto the grass, that is disastrous. That is normally game over.
I'm having a new 7th place driver, and that is Al Cunningham, who's now on the bubble.
Well, Piccoli got him back there, coming out of the chicane. There's the battle for 7th place.
Yeah, so the bright blue number 30.
of
Stuart Guest.
Oh, this is 5th, 6th, and 7th.
And then Sinclair, and then behind him, you have Al Cunningham. No, I don't think Piccoli did get him back. I think Cunningham's now moving forward with the white side pods up round the top corner.
Yeah, so
buttons.
This is a case of a driver whose kart is coming almost on the grass there as he tries to get past Toby Sinclair. This is the final transfer spot. Sinclair has it for how much longer? Another couple of corners at least. But
well, the thing is, they're slowing each other up now, and that is bring Piccoli back into it in the blue overalls.
Cameron Ross in the number 247 kart is the next driver in line. The red kart with the white graphics and the white number plate on the back of it. So he's the 5th kart in this line, running in 9th place.
Hadley's taken the lead. Alan Lamb's making a move to try and get 4th. The top 4 are away, and it's all about this. 5, 6 and 7 nailed together as they go through the Billy's blind and up the inside. Is that going to work this time? Let's look at the...
There we go. Let's see. And we emerge with still Guess leading. Sinclair, no change of place. Al Cunningham is there with the white bodywork and the red NASA panel.
Oh, it's gone too wide.
Oh, yeah. Too wide in these karts carries an awful lot more risk than they do in any other class, just because of the nature of the beast. They're trying to,
Side by side again. Will the white side pods of Cunningham get through? He has done this time, coming up the other side of Billy's blind, but who's the guy behind him in 8th who's come through to 7th?
That's Al Cunningham.
No, Cunningham's through, but I think it's Cameron Ross who's made the move into 7th place, which is the one behind bump up.
Cameron Ross, Toby Sinclair is the driver going backwards. He's now fallen behind Nino Piccoli again, back to 9th place. So 9th, 8th, 7th. These 3 drivers are currently not in the main event.
Yep.
Those 2 drivers are
247 Cameron Ross rocking a vintage frequency for Radio 1 there on 247 metres on the medium wave. That's like a 70s. It was 275 and 285 after that. But originally, Radio 1 kids, look it up, ask your parents or ask me. What's 247 medium wave? What's medium wave? I haven't got time to answer that question.
Medium wave is how you still listen to Radio 5.
Inside there, 43 there. Cunningham now picks up very easily into 5th place.
Yep, this is 5th and 6th. These 2 drivers, and now suddenly you've got Stuart Guess in 6th position. He's now falling back into the clutches of Cameron Ross in 7th.
Yeah, so Ross now is being given a big chance to move forward. Can he get into the main event in about an hour's time? On Clay's the Masters, because to be in it to win it, you've got to be in it to win it, in it or win it. You can win it and in it.
Yeah.
What I'll do is I'll put new teeth in a minute and speak English.
You'll put teeth in a minute so you can win it or bin it, but not,
So bright blue, that is Stuart Guess, and then the 247, the red machine mainly, that is Cameron Ross, and they're fighting over that last. I like bump up, but the transfer position obviously is the correct way of calling it. Bump ups is kind of more the Christmas tree of either of drag racing or of RC, to be honest.
Oh, right.
Bump up finals.
I see.
If you've never done a Christmas tree final, it is the most brilliant way to spend a day.
A Christmas tree final?
Yeah, when we finish, I'll tell you about it.
Well, explain what a Christmas tree final is shortly. The weather has been absolutely outstanding.
Oh, it's on the inside.
No. Guess on the outside.
Oh, he could have gone for the over and under at that point and try to get back up the inside. But in fairness to Guess, he knew what he was doing, and he let the 247 of Ross run round up the what looked like a head, but then he had the inside for the next part, the first part, effectively, of the horseshoe. And he actually gained from it.
But this is the transfer spot. This is the transport. This is like Karting's version of the Matrix. So I take the red pill, the blue pill, red pill, the blue pill, red or blue. Who is going to make the main event? Good exit for Cameron Ross. Down Sturdy straight.
Up the inside. Can he make it stick? He has done. That is the overtake that could take him into the final. Now, it is easier to follow than to lead, but I don't really think that Guess has got the pace. He's dropped off almost immediately. It's like 6-7 karts lengths. And away has gone Cameron Ross.
And now, of course, in modern karts, you talk about, tyre pressures, kart's gone off. No, in this kart, it's a case of where is the engine temperature, how much has he leaned the kart out at the start of the race to move forward, and how much has he got to now richen the mixture just to make sure that he gets home in one piece, not 8 million pieces.
That's right.
Which
and
is
that can still happen. I think you remember, anyone in the karts ahead of these could still have a problem.
Yes, yeah. And
so
now
you're still in it, basically.
And because now Toby Sinclair moves up to try and take 7th position. He'd be the first driver on the outside looking in. as Hadley has extended his lead over Lamb to 2.1 seconds. These are the first two currently non-qualified drivers. Nino Piccoli is next. You've got Tim Watts in 10th position. Then Josh Wagon is 11th.
Runners.
We've got 13. No, Richard Sturdy is still out there. He's the 14th. He's about to be lapped.
Isn't he several laps down?
Thomas Royal has retired.
So they've got 12 runners at the moment.
One more for the over-under, ladies and gentlemen.
2 minutes to go.
12. Oh, I'm going to stick with mine. That there's going to be 11 or more finishers.
Well, I mean, someone might rejoin the track. He might get away with it.
Yeah.
So Hadley has, established himself as the winner. It looks like of this B-file. Lamb second, then McLeod, McDonald, Cunningham, Ross, who we've seen move through the field. Then it's Guess who's out, and he's out by about a second, in fairness, from the way he needs to be.
And again, that could change in an instant. Now we look at there's the red cart going through the 247.
That is Guess in 7th place. And this thing about B finals, it's not really important who wins it.
No.
All they're winning is a metre on the start grid.
31st place is 31st back to 36th. If we got 36 or 28th to 34th, depending on the maximum number allowed on track. But now, of course, did Al Cunningham? Did Cameron Ross use too much of his kart to get to that position? Over the last 1 minute, will he have to richen up the mixture and slowly choke her home, so to speak?
Yes. Careful you say that one.
Yeah. Not choke her when she gets home, choke her home. No. I didn't want anyone getting confused.
Honestly, I can see the crime documentary about you starting now.
Down to Billy's blind. We've got Ross, 1.8 of a second in front of Guess and Sinclair. I'd say 2 more laps to go, Nick.
Yeah, I think the leaders are going to. The leader is definitely going to get across the line before the 12-minute mark. So they got this one, and then they've got 2.5 laps. But it's a vain hope, I think, in many ways for the 30th Stuart Guess, because he is now sitting there hoping someone else goes ping.
Yes.
And that will get me into the final. But I don't think he's going to be able to make up that gap on the red 247 machine.
Unless the 247 machine does something silly.
Well, that has happened, in fairness.
No, but I mean, it's now, it's out of his hands, so to speak. Stuart Guess, he can do no more. Neither can Toby Sinclair. Both have been in the transfer spots at one point or another. They both now face an early bath, so to speak.
I'm sure they'll stay around to watch the final.
Oh, I'm sure they will. They're going to stay around not to watch the final. They want to go out tonight.
Oh, I forgot.
Yes.
There's the big night out.
There is the big Clay's the Masters night out. We've still got...
Oh, bad news, Henry, and our cart's broken down.
We're down to 11. We've got last lap. Who's that has gone out of the race? We'll worry about that another time.
There's no overtaking the hairpin. That's the key point as they come around and take that hairpin for the final time. Hadley is going to take the win. We'll stick with this in case something miraculous happens. But Hadley is going to take the win. Second and third is going to be Lamb and McLeod. Fourth and fifth is going to be McDonald and Cunningham. They are all comfortably in the final. And this red car at the front of these three, he is the last transfer race. It's Cameron Ross who has got past Stuart Guess. Stuart Guess has managed to keep Toby Sinclair behind him. But when the cart's coming across the line now, that will be your final locked in. And we will wait for very few extra carts to finish. I think we've got 11.
Ooh, have we got 11?
It's 11 evens, isn't it, I think?
11. Let's have a look. Nino Piccoli and Toby Sinclair, Nino Piccoli, Richard Sturdy has crossed the line.
15 for your 11th finisher.
Josh Wagon. And sadly, the cart that was the late retiree that was the reason for the yellow flags at the hairpin was Tim Watts.
Well, you were over 11 and I was under 11, but it was 11.
It was 11 or over. Well, hey, we'll call it a score draw. Call it a score draw, although there has been one more retirement on the slowing down lap, but that doesn't count.
That's Alan Lamb, isn't it?
It's not. It's another white car. I think that was...
No, it's Duncan McLeod, 65.
Yes.
So our third place man timed it perfectly to nip up on the slowdown lap.
Oh, yes. And he'll do the decent job of it.
There is going to be a period of rescue now, just to confirm. Yes. Thomas Hadley, Alan Lamb, Duncan McLeod, Cliff McDonald, Al Cunningham, Cam Ross, they are your bumper up to the main A final. A 15-minute behemoth of 90s racing. So,
excellent.
Christmas tree final.
Right,
so basically, everyone is in a single class, and they all do qualifying.
Okay, yes.
So say you've got 100 qualifiers or 180 qualifiers.
Right, 180, okay, well.
So that's what you get in large RC events, right? So you divide the field in two, just evens and odds, all right?
Okay, yep.
And then you put them, the bottom 16 or 12,
right?
So the bottom 12 actually go into the so it's like 128th final, it's called.
Okay, yes,
and 4 of them bump up on either side, the A side and the B side.
Yes.
And they get joined by 8 new people who are in the 164th final.
Yes.
4 of them bump up to the 132nd.
Okay.
And the 116th, and the 1/8, and the 1/4, and the semi-finals. And the semi-finals, 6 from each half go into the main final. But what it means is you've got a day that's building all the time, and the stories all the time. Because Barry's bumped up 2 races. Can he bump up a 3rd race?
Yes.
Why is Trevor in this low? He should be in the quarters. Why is he in the 16th? And you get every race counts. Every race is exciting. There's all sorts of things going on. That last transfer place is always the one that's the most interesting. Mm-hmm. And then and eventually you get the fun. They throw one in. So at the semi-finals, you got 6 from side A and 6 from side B. Then the 12 who don't qualify go to a last chance qualifier, which is a 10-minute crash fest because no one cares because it's S or B basically.
Yeah. Well,
if you haven't watched that sort of final, which is I think one of the greatest things that RC racing has ever given us, because it's basically because it's just more cars. It's a version really of rallycross, but because there's so many more cars, it gets much more exciting.
Yes.
It just gives you a whole day, which is always building.
Now, of course, I'm curious. In your many years of experience covering RC racing, have you ever heard the following post-race interview from a driver that so, John, why did your car stop? Well, the marshal stood on it.
Yes,
you have.
Yes. There is a story I can't really repeat about.
What happened to my own life? Stood on it.
My own life. I've got a story about that which I will tell you off record.
Yeah, okay, off air.
But only because it's about my son and his first ever swear word.
Oh,
right. He was about 3, 3 or 4. But anyway, that was better. Yeah, no, I have been the trodder and the treadee.
Oh, you've trodden on an RC car.
But we've got 6 or 8 of them coming at once. And you can jump out so much. But you need the foot skills of Sammy Davis Jr. to avoid them all. Yes. And it didn't happen. So I have also been trodden on, and it's very annoying. But you sit there going, fair enough.
Yeah. It's, you suddenly develop the footwork of Fred Astaire. But of course, what's the worst thing that happens?
The other thing to remember is a lot of the RC community are men who aren't that agile, if you get my drift.
Yes.
It's not the most athletic of pursuits. You've got the youngsters, and they're all like whippets, like all youngsters are. And then you've got the more mature race. But both at RC, you've got this thing where people are doing it up to the age of about 17, then doing it again after 35. And in the middle, you've got very few people because they're actually having a life.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are off and away with the pre-final for the 177, which is a surprise because I thought, I see why we haven't. It's not a surprise.
Yes, we're on.
Ethan Wyatt leading this one away, Liam Dedman second, then Derek Hunt, Patrick Williams-Raj, Leon Thompson, Freddie Moffat. Names you certainly know from, I'm sure you know as well from various other championships. Certainly there's a few of the NKCers here, getting a bit of practice before the start of the championship next week down the road at Dunkerswell.
Yes, I mean, like we talked about Simon Wheeler earlier on, when his son decided to stop karting because he wanted to buy a car and there was girls and parties and stuff like that. Simon went, okay, I'll give it a go. And here we are, about 10 years later, still driving 177. So, how did you get into to karting, Simon? Well, my son raced, and then when he stopped, I just
put on some weight.
Yeah, I just went, well, why not? Let's just keep it going. And he's still here now.
Top 2 battling for the position at the hairpin now. I think it's still White has come out of that in front of Dedman. A couple of cars spun off on the first lap, and they are now trying to rejoin the back of the pack because we're at full speed. They won't enable that, and they will be starting the back of the main final because it's a pre-final, really. It's just setting the grid for the main final, Henry.
Oh, and it was Simon Wheeler and Frankie Dowling. They were locked together like a lover's tryst.
And the embrace.
Yes.
The karting spin.
The embrace as one of them grabbed the other warmly by the shoulders and shook him vigorously.
So top 2 giving us a bit of an exhibition of close racing at the moment. And up the inside, but not quite back right at the last minute. Back out by Deadman, sorry. Wyatt using experience to be in the right part of the track at the right time as they go through buttons and now onto Top Bend. Is it called Top Bend?
Yeah, this is Top Bend now. Yep.
I'm just trying to get my
Top Bend.
They got 4 names to remember. I've forgotten 3 of them.
Yeah. Top Bend.
No, it's Top Bend. They're coming down to the straight and they're going into Billy's Blind.
Billy's Blind, yeah.
And we've now offended half the country.
Yes.
Basically, the other half you haven't offended already, really.
Yeah. On the live conversation, who we got?
Harry Clinton says you're making it worse, but that doesn't narrow it down. Because any of the instances you could have made worse.
Yeah. Making what worse?
Yes.
The general.
You're making it worse. How could it be worse?
The standard of broadcasting is plumbing new depths.
Well, as we've known from our experience, there actually is no standard broadcasting on YouTube, and you can say as many legal letters as you like, but there's no standard.
Where are we going next year? Don't say we're going up there.
Anyway, back to the story.
Anyway, yes. Here we go. Back to Clay Pigeon.
And looks like Ethan White's just gained a little bit of a gap now on Diebman, and third and fourth also. We've got to go a bit Noah's Ark now. It's all 2x2 in these battles. So you've got Hunt and Williams-Raj knocking together, as is Thompson and Freddie Moffat. But the top two looking particularly close. I don't know whether at this point Diebman's being dropped or just relaxing a bit and thinking I'll make a move in a couple of minutes' time.
But I mean, it's only for the outside. This is the outside front row of the grid. Now, of course, if the pole sitter have a choice of where they start on the left and right-hand side, because of course, as you take the start, you're turning left.
Well, it's the left. It's the right-hand side according to the grid markings.
So
I suppose you would want the inside line into Billy's Blind for the first time. So I think, obviously Ayrton Senna used to constantly change which side he wanted to be on in a moment when he wasn't allowed to. It is like a point. It is now on the painting on the Clay Pigeon grid lines. The evens are on the left-hand side as the drivers face along, and the odds are on the right, including the pole position, which currently will go to Ethan White when we run the final again in about an hour and 10 minutes' time.
Yeah, no, we were expecting Steve Stapley up here, but he is mechanicking. He's got his own driver, but Steve is busy helping about 40 others.
That could take some
as
time.
well. Yeah,
given the fallout we've seen recently, those who fell out have fallen out permanently at this point.
Well,
not permanently, at least until the Wigan Masters, the Wigan Worlds,
the Wigan World Cup,
where we have world champions and IndyCar racers and people from Australia all coming.
Yes, yeah.
And currently I'm going, but you're waiting for a date change.
I waited to see what happens.
There's going to be a venue change or a date change.
It's going to be a venue. That weekend is going to be either a date change or which I will see at Wigan, or a venue change, which means I'll be somewhere else. But we're watching, Ethan Wyatt and Liam Diedman. That's not Liam. You're Diedman. He's not Scottish. Derek Hunt is there in third position. Patrick Williams is fourth. Leon Thompson, Freddie Moffat, Stuart Laidlaw. Now there's a name from the world of car racing, I believe. Why one of the Steve Laidlaw. Sorry, who races in TCR UK.
You are disappearing down your own world.
My own rabbit hole, yes. Sorry, but Wynne, Diedman, Hunt, Williams, Thompson, Moffat, Laidlaw, Leet, McAllister, Draper, Crockett, Lewis, Preble, Hale, and the rest.
Well, the only potential fly in the ointment, I think, for Ethan at the moment is they're going to have to lap someone quite soon. They're coming up to do a bit of lappery. There's a couple of drivers who I think, I'm not sure they're necessarily that slow, but I think they got a bit entangled earlier on and then got dropped to the back of the field. Yeah, the gentleman who's going to be the driver that is lapped first, Joshua Webb, in the number 444 kart with the Lando Norris graphics kit. He has had a spin. It was off camera and I sort of observed it. Oh no, this is the 501. Yeah. Sorry, this is David Attiwell. Attiwell, yeah, but he's going to be caught up any second now because there are the leaders, and he's on the line, but he's equally in the way. But there wasn't.
He did
not
point
really
them
sure
through.
where he was going to go, to be honest.
Yeah,
and it has neither advantaged nor disadvantaged either driver. Yeah. Now, one thing I have noticed, it's one of the first meetings of the year, of course, and we have a great number of people who are displaying brand new white helmets. Have you noticed this? There's so many brand new white helmets for the season.
Yes,
it's one of the early races in the season, and it's either everyone's had a nice new helmet for Christmas or their birthday. It's my birthday on Monday. If anyone would buy me a present.
Ooh,
yeah, no.
Happy.
Thank you very much. But they haven't either decided that it's an unnecessary expense to get them painted or haven't had a chance to get them painted yet.
Yeah, no, exactly. It doesn't make it go any quicker. These drivers are old school. They spend all their money trying to make their wagons go faster. We're together on your birthday weekend. That's the last 2 years now because we had a curry at Joe Bradley's house in Sunderland.
I think that was actually was that 2 years ago?
No, that was last year.
Was it?
We had a curry and watched. No, because we watched Lewis Hamilton win the sprint race in China.
It was last year then, yeah.
Yes, yeah. And I nearly dozed off at Joe's house. Which was astounding to me.
Really.
Yeah.
Yes. So it does appear that despite the fact that it's stuck in marooned in the middle of March, I always seem to be doing something on my birthday weekend.
Yeah.
I've been to all sorts of countries and seen all sorts of racing, and I've had people give me cakes occasionally.
And occasionally you've seen your wife on your birthday.
Sorry?
Occasionally you see your wife on your birthday.
Yeah, well, we see her on Monday, so it's fine.
Ah, yeah. Well, yes.
It's all good news. I'll be seeing her on Monday.
Yes. The birthday boy is home.
Yeah. But I've had so many birthdays now, really, it's not quite so special. Really. It's not when you're 8, and it's the 7th one, the 8th one you ever had, you don't remember the first 5. It's the greatest moment of your life. Nowadays, it's more a countdown to death.
Well,
all I hope is to see Lara and Ash happily married with children. It's just not happening. Just not happening. Oh, I'll never get to bounce a baby grandchild on my knee. It's a nightmare. And it is my job, of course, as you know, to embarrass Laura and Ashley once on every street.
Quite rightly so. Yes. Now, here is the battle for the race lead, which is...
Oh, we're on the penultimate lap, aren't we?
Penultimate lap.
And absolutely right. Liam Deeban's got much more desirous of the inside line into Billy's Brine at the start of the final.
He's coveting that inside line.
My precious, I need the inside line.
Yes. Here he goes. Not quite.
I think his best chance is into the hairpin. He's been thinking about it about 7 times and hasn't done it.
Well, he's going to
get. But Wyatt's got any sense? He'll just stay on the tight on the inside, and he just goes. He does that, and then Deeban tries around the outside. At this point, he's not going to have enough for an over and under, I don't think. Oh, there's a bit nudgette there.
Now, in a nutshell, that encapsulates the difference between modern karting and the F100 the 90s, because during the 90s race, the B final, we saw a couple of moves. Alan Lamb made a move going into that corner, diving to the inside. There was no sort of late lunge to brake, and of course that was the event where driver on the inside, holding the line, driver behind goes, I'll give you a little love tap just to see if you'll spin off. But of course, that there's just the nature of the beast, because that a spin isn't the end of your race. You're more inclined to do something that might...
Again, the other thing we're saying as well is you've got a much bigger footprint on both these karts as well. So the space to overtake, inverted commas, is less.
Yes, that's true.
If you're blocking blocking is the wrong word. If you're maintaining your line or gaining a line in defence, it's covering a larger percentage of the track.
Yeah,
and the overtaking kart needs a larger percentage of the track to overtake. So, as you said, this is it's like everything. Because it's interesting. We're talking about width of tracks and why they don't race nationals here anymore. Do you know that they're blaming a similar thing for the collapse of NCP? No NCP car parks collapsed this week.
Really?
Yeah.
Fantastic. I can't... Those money... NCP, those money-grabbing so-and-sos.
Well, one of the reasons they said it was because of their reluctance to make the spaces bigger as cars grew. So everyone was getting their doors knocked and they couldn't get in the spaces. And it's true, because if you build a new council car park, you have to build a space which will take an Austin A40. That is it's never been updated from there. Now, obviously, most councils now don't do that and make them a bit wider. And what other councils do is, for access, they'll do an A40 size space and have 2 yellow bits down the side.
Yes.
But cars are slightly wider now than A40 of 1959 now.
Just a bit. And of course, you said about the councils. Of course, the councils, they're there to generate revenue, but they are... they're not a private equity. NCP have looked at that and go, well, it's the regulation. We have done it to regulation. And just for the sake of having 1 or 2 fewer parking spaces on every level of their NCPs.
They've annoyed everyone.
Now they're going to go bust.
They have gone into receivership. Now, whether they come back out again, who knows?
But when I worked in Cardiff City Centre and had to park in an NCP every single day, it was the only car park that for 365 days a year always smelt of wee.
Well, you've got to give obviously the Cardiff homeless knew where to relieve themselves.
Where to go and urinate and defecate. Have a happy lunchtime, everybody.
Yes, exactly. we'll have other stories of smelly lifts later on, because they're pretty cracky. I don't know why we do it. Anyway, here comes the start of the pre-final for the Junior Rotax, and it is Fenton Roderick from Elliot Bennett over the line, and then it's Kurt Kaplan was scored in second place there, which is an interesting movement, and whether we it's a full start. That's why it was.
Okay.
I just had to confirm again. We don't get, for some reason, there are no grids for this event. There's been no grids the entirety of the time, so we only know what happened when it goes in front of us.
Yes. It's been very little in the way of paperwork. Relaxed. It's relaxed.
It's fine.
Okay,
relaxed. So it's exciting as for us as for you to know who's where and when.
It's a journey into the unknown for everybody.
Now, where is Kaplan? Is he actually? No, he's not on the front row officially. He's starting in third place. So Kaplan's starting in third. He got through. They've done this with last time. They braked far too much in this entrance of buttons, but they've done it again.
That's Kaplan.
There's going to be some noses down there, so they're careful.
Yeah, that's the. That's very
aggressive.
Yes.
I don't know where he was told that was a good idea, but anyway.
Well, it would be, let's have a look. TH course, that would be either Lewis Halliday or Ian Thompson, the two team owners, would have said.
But is the team here today, or is he just running his own car?
Halliday is a yokel. A local down here.
He's a yokel local.
He's a yokel local, so I'm assuming that they are here.
Mm-hmm. Nope. Bit of a wave there from our pole sitter, the number 33 of Fenton Broderick. And they are now going much slower, and they are almost in line. They've hit the acceleration line there. You're a bit too. They are not sitting in the tram lines properly towards the end, but I suppose it's a sort of hazard of this track, to be honest, because your straight's not straight. So anyway, away they go. Roderick's taken the lead, and they fire onto this again. Pre-final, just setting the grid for the final. There are points if you're in the club championship, of course. And they run round into the horseshoe for the first time of competition in this pre-final.
Yes, indeed. Fenton Roderick, the green crash helmet on the Tony kart with the green and white Tony kart race suit.
It's obviously King of Green, isn't it? King of Green.
King of Green.
I'm having everything green apart from the white stripy bits.
Yeah. So Fenton Roderick leads again.
Kurt Kaplan, did he get himself back into second again?
Steve is not
Elliot
here.
Bennett and Oscar Richards, Neve Allen, Ethan Barrow, Tony Hemborough are your top 7 in this IKR Junior Rotax at the Clay Pigeon Circuit. Soon to be 1,500 Holiday Home.
Oh no,
it's not. Well, I think we can. We need to save this track.
We do. Jake Cossey has just crossed the line at the back of the field. It's been a puncture, 2 punctures today.
Well, he's number 1. So he must be the reigning champion, surely.
It must be the club champion. Yes, yeah. Otherwise, I'm not
he's
sure.
Having a bad day. He's having one of those bad days.
Yeah, and because it's IKR, he doesn't have to abide by the number regulations in Motorsport UK. So, if this was a Clay Pigeon Kart Club meeting, Motorsport UK Kart Club, then Jake would not be allowed to use the number 1 because in Motorsport UK events, the only driver in Junior Rotax in 2026 that's allowed to use the number 1 is Jacob Ashcroft because he's the British champion. He's not in juniors anymore, so nobody in any Motorsport UK event is allowed to use that number. This isn't a Motorsport UK event, so Jake, the champion, can wear the number 1 on his kart
with pride.
But
also at the back of the pack at the moment, he's having no end of problems the whole time.
No.
Still Fenton leads with the green helmet and the Tony kart, and it's not really that close. I'm watching 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 all go into the hairpin, and they're all equidistant. They're all about 5, 6 kart lengths apart at the moment. But as it has to be said that Henry and I watch a shed load of junior Rotax events in the year.
Yes.
And just because you're spread out now doesn't mean we spread out in 2 laps' time.
No. Things can change very quickly in junior Rotax because, you're not quite 100% sure. All the drivers are still growing up, so their wiring is not necessarily completely settled.
Same for a lot of senior Rotax.
Yes. Well, senior Rotax wiring, that's the drivers have dislodged that themselves over the years.
Many years of dislodging them, yeah.
Yeah, but in juniors, the wiring hasn't quite necessarily completed itself and settled in. So
they're saying now, on a more serious note, that you're not fully developed cognitively to about 26.
Oh, okay.
It was like 18, then they're saying that you're still putting things together to the age of 26.
Well, that was
slight worry for me because I think I'm still putting together more than twice 26.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure stuff out as well. But yeah, just 25 years later. I'm only a quarter of a century late.
Well, I think you got your maths slightly wrong there.
26. Yeah, that's very true.
But hey ho, we're not here for the maths.
No.
So our first 2 are running together. We're looking at the down the field with we're looking at an orange helmet, which is just going up through top bend now, and I'll tell you who it is who comes down the straight. It is the orange and helmet with red flashings of the number 63 of Tyler Rackman, that is, into Billy's Blind, and he's currently running in 6th position.
Yeah, Tyler Rackham. So sorry, Nick. Wearing a crash helmet. There's a cross between Mauricio Gugelmin and Tom Ingram.
That is a cross and a half. That is.
That is a cross and a half. Have a look at it next time around.
I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't know what Tom Ingram's hamstring looks like.
Oh well, I mean, a bit like that.
After my 5 years of being on the touring car circus and going to all the events when I was working with Motors and ITV.
Yep.
As soon as I stopped doing it, I lost all interest. But I mean, touring cars is great. It's a fantastic set of absolutely dedicated fans.
Oh yes,
and then most other people don't care. It's a ecosystem of its own, a complete self-eating ecosystem. But
I worked the British Touring Car Paddock as well, and there are some very, very truly special people in that paddock. So you can imagine when I did TCR UK for a couple of rounds, back in 2023 and 2024, with the dyed-in-the-wool, hardcore touring car fans in the UK who were used to watching TCR UK with the voice of the championship, Andy McEwen.
Yes.
And then I rock up. You can imagine that's around the outside move there. Great move.
That was Rackham.
Yeah, Rackham going around the outside,
wow.
Through blind, got the inside line into Billy's. So, I mean, here's a replay.
Thank you. I wasn't watching. Look at that. Squirreled it on the brakes as well and got through.
Because that's the hard bit. The hard thing is to make the move, be offline,
and
stop for Billy's without looping it.
So I can imagine that. I was just thinking, of course, that we are missing our touring car expert, the man who ran a touring car team for 2 or 3 seasons, Joe Bradley, because he's in Mugello, because he's gone to Italy for a race, because that was what he decided to do. So he's going to kick himself when he sees the 90s karts. He's going to kick himself.
Oh, absolutely. Now, what do we think is your experience? Touring car paddock, sports car paddock, karting paddock, most friendly? Well, get karting out of the way. The touring cars and the sports cars.
I think the sports car paddock's the most friendly. Well, no, I'm going to caveat that.
Okay.
US sports car paddock.
Okay. The US
the IMSA paddock is the most open and friendly and welcoming. In fairness, as far as other sports car racing, I haven't done any other sports car racing apart from Le Mans, the 24-hour itself, which since about 2015 when I did a lot of ELMS and ILMC and that sort of stuff. So the problem with that is that you're at Le Mans and everyone's very serious. Now we do the Creventic sports car paddock, but that is effectively gentleman driving racing. There are the occasional superstars who come in and do a bit of guesting, but it's nothing. It's a level below SRO and everything else, and that is ridiculously friendly. But then it's people having fun. There's no one there is making a career out of this, and that's really basically this is the point. Any paddock where people are trying to make a career out of it is going to be a little bit toxic. Yes. Anyone who's doing it for the love of racing, you're fine. Yes, there can be rows. Yes, there can be problems. But the basic thing, But the basic thing is A-OK. And in fact, our leader just changed. Can we find our top 2? Because our leader's just changed. The green is the leader changed.
Kaplan. And let's have a look. This
is somewhere down. Clumped him. Yeah.
Yes.
But that's a bit further down. So Kaplan now has taken the lead. I'm not sure where he is on the track at the moment. He's just there they are. They're going round Buttons right now. Ashley going to come onto the top bend to you any second now. Green helmet is second place.
That's right. Here we go.
Here we are. Under they go. So it's a nice lead there by Kurt Kaplan. He got through last of that whilst we were reminiscing about friendly paddocks.
Yes.
So basically, if you've got anyone trying to make a career out of it, it don't work.
No.
So if you think about it, if you're at touring cars, no one in touring car really is going anywhere apart from touring car. With the exception of Jake Hill, who's now gone into sports cars.
Yep.
Sports cars is people obviously who are making a lot of money. But it's very funny. But karting, there's a lot of people who are trying, certainly the juniors, who are trying to make a career out of it.
Of course,
And that obviously puts a pressure on it, puts edge on it, and that's why there's I mean, in fairness, Joe Bradley, who's worked everything, does say the karting paddock is the most toxic in the world. So,
there are some paddocks there are some paddocks that are best in the world, and others that are certainly a lot more serious, shall we say, and less friendly.
I mean, there's no reason why a paddock should be friendly. I mean, it is competition. But I think, as when you were talking earlier, that here certainly with the 100cc environment, everyone wants everyone to finish. It's all learning around again because no one's trying to make a career of anything. They're just having a laugh.
Yeah, everyone wants to win the race against the entire field.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not 7 drivers that didn't take the start.
You don't want someone not to start because it just means they've not started. There's no advantage to you.
No.
Kaplan wins that one. Fenton Roderick is second. Elliot Bennett is third. Oscar Richards is fourth. Neve Allen is fifth. Ethan Barr is sixth. And it's going to be Alex Gunning who's going to come in ahead of Jake Cosi. Jensen Collins had a problem on the last lap and he is in ninth. And it's Evan Hawkins. I'm not sure. People are still finishing. Quite a big spread on this one because there were some problems early on. And you've got Tony Hemborough and Danny Dowling over the line. And Tyler Rackham, who was doing well early on, obviously had that problem into the barriers a few laps to go. And Matthew Whitmarsh is down in 14th. And that is the last of our pre-final. So next up, it's just final.
It's time for the main events
of the IKR environment. So as the day ticks on just before 3 o'clock local time.
Mm-hmm. So we've got the order of the finals now. We've got Cadet, which is a combination of Cadet Honda and Micromax. Then we've got Senior Rotax, then Pro Karts, then
the big one.
The big ones, the Masters, before we have 177 Rotax and Junior Rotax to round out the day.
Mm-hmm. So thanks for all you who are online and listening to us. Next up, I say, is going to be the Cadets. If you are enjoying your Saturday fix of karting, tomorrow in the morning you can join Henry Baudet at the Wilton Mill event, and in the afternoon you've got to pay for it. And then we have Karting Live TV. We will be back next weekend on the Sunday, so 8 days' time, at Dunkeswell with the first round of the NKC. So it's a 10-minute race for this main final, 2 classes, so we may need to keep an eye on which class is which and where. That always helps, to be honest, to know who's where and when and what they're doing. So let's have a quick shufti at the timing. So I think we have. It's going to be very evenly spaced in the. Now I'm going to ask you a question. We need to look at. Do you know which colour is Honda and which colour is Micromax? I think there's 3. Of course we've got some novices as well, haven't we?
Yeah. On the screen, so the red numbers, the novices are all with the black plates, and the Hondas have got the red numbers.
Right.
Well, no, they haven't. They got black numbers as well. This is IKR. There's no number system.
Who knows?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So basically, we're going to call the results, and then we'll all have to work out by looking very carefully what engine they're running.
Yes.
What is the Cadet or Micromax faster on the whole? It looks like it's Cadets in the top 3 positions at the moment. Because the engines are on the right-hand side and then Micromax on the left-hand side, aren't they?
Yes, so these...
Have I got around the wrong way?
1, 2, 3...
is a Cadet.
Hondas. 1, 2, 3 Hondas. 6 is a Honda. So these 2 are Hondas. We're going to...
So the easy way to work out the Honda is your engine is on the left-hand side of the driver as the kart faces forward. With the Rotaxes, it's on the right-hand side of the driver as the car faces forward.
Yeah, so it's Zach Service and Thomas Roscola, who are Roscola. They're first and second, both on Hondas. Rio Fry is third on a Honda.
So I think Kieran Ranger
would be...
may well be on Rotaxes. 4 and 5 are on Rotaxes, and 6 is on a Honda.
Is a Honda. So 4 and 5, Kieran Ranger and Alfie Mullett are on 2 strokes, and then Callum Gain is 6th on a Honda.
Yep. So it's interesting how close these actually end up being, isn't it, really?
So for years, every time I heard the word Honda, I would have to go Honda. Because Madness did I like driving in my car. And they did a thing for a Honda. Honda. Yes, it was a commercial.
This one's stretching out, apart from the battle now for 4th place, which is lively, to put it mildly. Now, I'm wondering whether it's the Cadet in 6th place of Callum Gain trying to come through past the 2 Rotaxes. Of course, Micromax, heavily restricted versions of the engines. And they get progressively less restricted as you go up through... Intermax and Junior and Senior.
The micro and mini engine are one size, And then the juniors up, that's a slightly different size with all the ancillaries and what have you.
But they're all 125, aren't they?
They're all 125. It's just a case of, the
you
size.
get a larger radiator, don't you, with
as
they get a bit more powerful.
Yeah, when I say larger engine, I don't mean more powerful. I just mean physically. It's a bigger unit.
So the way they control the power is the simplest way possible. If you're running any engine, it needs 3 things. If it's not a diesel, it needs fuel, it needs air, and it needs a spark.
Yes.
Now, it's really quite complicated to manage the fuel. That's why Ferrari were able to cheat on it for F1. And it's also a spark's a spark. So the only way really of managing power is by the air. So what you do is you put a restrictor on, and you reduce the amount of air the engine can take in, and therefore the amount of air oxygen in there, and therefore the amount of fuel it can burn with it, and that just reduces the power. Yeah. And that is why air restrictors are a very cheap and very efficient way of taking an engine and reducing its power. And which is why, if you watch full-size sports car racing, they are always fiddling with the air restrictors on balance of performance, often by things like 0.1 of a millimetre either way. Just to get a couple of horsepower. You can give someone or take someone a couple of horsepower away by the tiniest reduction in what the air restrictor is and what the amount of air they're getting in the cars. So these 3 are bunging down the straight now, and I think they are racing hard for, I think they're now 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Yes, they caught up the 3rd place man, Rio Fry. And that Rio's now got a challenge from the outside to come into the S's. But these 4 karts, it's 2 cadets and 2 Rotaxes nailed together going into the hairpin. Looking from the inside movement. Actually, it's the 11 of Callum Gain who was trying up the inside there, but the gap very quickly disappeared as the hairpin did its 180 business, and they're now round buttons and now looking to get in the big bend. The 4, I think, is in the same order.
Yes, they are. Service, Rascala, Fry, Mullet. Coming off top bend now. Well, I say that. Service, this is 2nd.
Oh, it's going to change. It's 25. Fry's still in 3rd.
Yes, this is 3rd,
No,
4th.
they're all still the same. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. They threatened to change position, but didn't bother.
Yes, it's still Fry, Mullet, Ranger, Gain. And it's really, really impressive. You're watching 2 different types of engines, 1 2-stroke unit, 1 4-stroke unit, over the course of 1 lap. They're equal on times, even though the characteristics of the engine, couldn't be different.
There you go, a 4-stroke engine. Well, they've got 200 cc's in the 4-stroke engines. They are always, a 4-stroke is always torquier than a 2-stroke. Mm-hmm. So they've got a little more drive, but even though they are probably down, well, they're up 75 cc, they are a 4-stroke and they'll have less power.
But this circuit is all about momentum, so you haven't got lots of tight, twisty bits.
Which pull out of,
Yeah, which the 4-strokes would struggle more on, because obviously they've got a different torque. And they wouldn't be getting up the power to the revs as quickly as a 2-stroke. Mm. We carry on watching the first of our
IKR finals.
Yep. IKR finals.
We have 3 of those, Senior Rotax and Pro Kart. So we are about, they're 10 minutes each. We're about 25 minutes away from the Clay's the Masters main final.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Senior Rotax Pro Kart are up the next 2 races. 4.5 minutes to go.
And they've spread out again this, what was quite an active battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. I think they actually may have begun to catch up 2nd place of Thomas Riscola. Zach Service has literally disappeared into the distance. He's now, last time round, he was scored at 4.2 seconds ahead of the entire field. And that gap is in no way decreasing. And what is happening is our 2nd place man is being caught by this train of youngsters looking to get him as they go around the top bend now. So that's 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th in frame. As you can see, they're all in the equidistant at the moment, but still 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, so this is Rascola, Fry, Mullet, Ranger and Garney, with Oscar Job and Cameron Hardy next. Number 27 goes for a spin. That is Lewis O'Brien.
Well, having a nice time having a spin.
Yeah, gets going again. Now the leaders continue. Well, Service is through and past already. The leader that was about to be lapped. I think that lapper has pulled into the pits. So there is our 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place battle. So all these drivers on your screen currently in the main event. Roscola in the 99, Fry in the 18, Ranger in the 82, and Gain in the 11.
And it's Brascola who's kind of losing time. Lost 3/4 of seconds to our leader, Zach Service, and he was also gained on by a few tenths by Fry, Mullet and Ranger. So it looks like, that second place is not looking secure at all. As the 99 kart under increasing pressure from Rio Fry and the orange 25. And keeping a watching brief, it's the 18 of Alfie Mullet, who of course is the leading Max driver, so he actually sort of won his race already, to be honest, but he's now looking, and he comes up the inside, so this is going to be a change for third, but hey, once they get onto the straight, I'll tell you what, the cadets have got a couple of miles an hour over the Maxes. You can just see it. Rio Fry just always able to pull a couple of yards down that straight on the Intermax, on the Micro Max of Mullet, but they are now both coming under, attacking Riscola. That was a 6-second lead at the moment for our leader, and he's still got 2 minutes to go. He's actually coming around quite nicely. They'll be lapping, I think, quite soon. The 27 is going to be in their eye line. That's Lewis O'Brien, who'll be a lap down. But the three of them now, second, third and fourth, absolutely all over each other.
They are indeed, as they come out of Top Bend. This would be Fry, Mullet and Ranger. In fact, at the back of this group, the third kart in line is the number 18 of Joe Holloway. That is well, if it is Joe Holloway, it's got his race number on it. I don't know what else to suggest. Joe Holloway.
It's unlikely he's in this one because it's a cadet.
Oh, well, no. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, I already got the Masters entry list out. Oh, my goodness me, Henry.
Henry's getting close to needing a sit-down, apparently. Up the inside now, and the 99 under pressure 25 went on the outside. Now, can they get a cut back as they go round the top bend? But and the back marker gets out of the way brilliantly, so that's great driving by Lewis O'Brien as the man points the way for the cars to go down the track. And down they go. And again, it's one thing you have to say is that Riscola and Fry have got a little bit of pace down the straight. Fry out the inside.
Ooh, collective ooh-ins.
Thinking about it and then thought better. And that's not bad for a 6 to 8 year old to think better of it, I think.
Yeah, no, that's very smart. Smart.
Is it 6 to 8 or is it 8 to 10? 8 to 10.
This is 8 to 10. 8 to 10, yes. There are, as long as you are in the year of your 8th birthday. So there could be 7. If there's a driver that is 8 years old in December, then he's allowed to race in this class all year.
So looking at the positions now, I mean, it's now a 7-second lead for Zach Service, and I think he is not going to, so he's on his penultimate lap now, because they are not doing 37-second laps, and he had 37 seconds left when he went over the line.
Ouch, yep.
So the first trophy is about to be handed out, and they're going to be handed out initially to Zach Service at the moment. Obviously, they're subject to any level of scrutineering there is on an IKR, which is, don't know today, what should we do?
I don't know. I know racing timetables.
And a look over the shoulder, and they'll be beginning their last lap very, very soon. In fact, our leader is beginning his last lap now.
Yep, they come. There he goes. He is a
long way ahead.
Oh, yes.
So if Ash can pick up our leader, and we'll cut to him in a minute. Just watching now on Matt's camera, the second, third, fourth and fifth battle. I don't think there's going to be much going to happen to it. And there he is, Zach Service, who has not been on this screen whatsoever because he's been too far ahead.
Well, that's the dream for all drivers. I don't get featured on the commentary because...
It's not the dream for their sponsors.
No. Well, it is in a way because the sponsorship money is helping the driver to win. But of course, you want the excitement as well. And luckily, the second place battle has provided that for us because, Zach Service has been... in a class of his own. There's 2 classes on circuit.
Two classes on his own, yes, a third class.
Yeah, he's top boy in his class at the moment.
And Alfie Mullet was one who just got across the line, who was waving across the line because he knows he's won the max class, so he's happy as well. 4th place, kept up pace with the majority of the cadets. So it's Zach Service who wins this one. Thomas Roscola, who kept him honest for a couple of laps and just gradually fell back into the clutches of Rio Fry, but wasn't overtaken. As you said, Alfie Mullet, he is your top finishing max driver. Then Callum Gain in a Honda, and then you have Kieran Ranger, who's in a max, Oscar Job, who's in a Honda, Jackson Haynes in a max, and then Connor Sturdy, Joshua Freeman, Elliot Dowling, Corbin Rea, Frankie Cridge, Callow Jones, and Lewis O'Brien, who are all in Hondas.
Okay. So, again, only a couple of drivers using the opportunity to do a bit of practice,
Max practice.
Well, a bit of Clay's the Masters practice afterwards. I mean, not that anyone's going to be in any fit state to do anything on Sunday, if rumours are to be true.
There's a car sprint here tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah.
On the track?
Yeah.
Oh,
They run sprints on the track here, yeah. They run sprints at Wigan as well.
Because that's like a timing
Time
thing.
trial, yeah. It's
time
like
trial.
a car sprint, basically. It's like a rally special stage. It's you go off one at a time. I assume you'll do a whole lap. I think the cars can get round the hairpin. They should be able to. And that's it. It's a 800-metre sprint, and you'll do 3, 4, 5 runs a day. And I don't know quite how it's done with speed. It may be like you're racing virtually against somebody else. You look really tired, Henry.
Oh, you know what? It's this warm, airless room. I'm sitting down in this nice chair, listening to, you extol the virtues of, and yeah, it's like, it's like a little doze here.
So if it gets suddenly goes quiet for a while, followed by ouch, that's me kicking Henry.
Yeah, and I'm resting my eyes. No, I'm not.
There's a man this is a man who's fallen asleep in commentary boxes on 4 continents.
I'm not sure if I've fallen asleep in a have I? There's a first time for everything.
Actually, I mean, think about it. You've obviously done North America. You've done Asia, various parts of Asia.
South America.
And Europe. Is it South America?
Yep.
Where did you come
Brazil.
Oh, karting in Brazil.
Yeah,
brilliant.
I didn't
know you'd done that. So
this year
you've only got Australia to go and Africa.
Yes.
How are you doing those two?
Well, South Africa, they're on my radar, and
they're never going to let that one go, are they? Wow, full start. Thought not.
I was Ian Black, the Rotax distributor for Australia, has said that when their championship gets back on its feet, because there's been a few issues in Australia, that should be a done deal.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I've worked. I haven't worked in Africa, even the northern bits. I've worked, all the others have done. South America, North America, Australia, Asia, Europe, obviously.
I've never stepped foot on the African continent. Never done a holiday to Egypt.
No, I've been to Egypt, and I'm trying to think. Yeah.
2 weeks all inclusive in Tunisia. Papa, I don't want to eat any of that foreign food. It's all muck.
None of that foreign muck, and don't show me a camel.
Yeah.
So obviously my Australasian stuff was a long time ago when I was doing that well-known series I don't like to talk about.
I was going to say Everyone speaks Spanish over here. They only comfort weather.
Oh, that was worse than the last one.
He's just going to let him go because otherwise
it's full start again.
Oh.
If Dan was here,
Dan Ashley, he would have
parked up.
Multicoloured trainers.
What we're trying to do is get the senior Rotax final underway, but the senior Rotax finalists don't appear to want to play ball on this one. So Gifford, Hadley, Wyatt, Matthews, and none of them have been lined up correctly. It's been wrong at the front. Normally it's wrong halfway down.
Right, let's see again. I think Kieran Gifford, the pole sitter, will have to just slow them down.
I think that Gifford may have been, off the record, the major offender on the last one.
Oh, yes, okay, yes.
So
it is the pole sitter's responsibility.
See, this bit looks all right at the top there. They're going quite slow. I think it's a combination of perhaps accelerating before the acceleration line, which is actually level with position 12 on the... there's 2 cones, one of which has obviously been stolen from the police. There's 2 cones on the side of the track. Slow down. Don't come up the track. That's not great. They let it go, though. That's not great. They're going to let it go.
Yes, Here we go. 3 wide into Billy's blind. Just avoiding a collision there. As it comes through the S's, it is the
big lead for Kieran Gifford.
It is the number 23 of Kieran Gifford, who is trying to sail like Enya. He's trying to sail away.
Sail away.
Red flags.
We'll get a...
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Let's have a bit
of
more.
Was it a full start again? They've been told off?
Yes. This is going to be great. This is where we play Shut Up and Listen to the Race Director.
There is nobody off the track, is there?
No, there isn't. There's everything.
This is just telling off, is it?
Yes, of course.
Oh,
quite rightly so.
There's a man walking slowly but with very great purpose towards the front of the grid.
Walk softly but carry a big stick.
So, man about to shout at drivers.
in man shouts at drivers horror.
Not the first time.
Clickbait headline. People couldn't believe what he said.
Yes. Here, number 6 is the really important point.
Yeah. Okay, there he is. Let's
Stop it. There's a marker there. Don't go fast. Yeah. You've done this before. This is senior Rotax. This isn't the kids. This is senior Rotax. This is people who know what they're doing officially.
Stop it. Do you remember Stop It and Tidy Up?
Yeah.
There's a 90s cartoon. Stop It and Tidy Up. We were trying to think of
written by some overworked mother, obviously.
Yes. We're trying to think of like the most bizarre on the live chat. I was trying to educate my son. We were watching Chernobyl. That really uplifting.
Yes, like I say, there's nothing I like more than the story of potential nuclear disaster.
Yeah, the Chernobyl series that came out a few years ago is absolutely fantastic. That is directed by a guy called Craig Mizan.
Okay, keep going.
Craig Mizan, in the 1990s, was part of the Swedish pop group Stacker Bow.
This is going very well.
Stacker Bow. Here we go again. Here we go.
Sort of late 90s, I kind of lost music.
Midnight. It was atrocious. Stacker Bow. Here we go. The guy went from that to directing one of the finest TV series of all times.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah. People have these early careers. You know, Ricky Gervais was in a terrible new romantic group, wasn't he?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes. But yeah,
I met Ricky Gervais right at the beginning of his career. He was working in a program called the 11 O'Clock Show, and he was
on Channel 4 with Ian Lee.
Ian Lee, my sister worked on it. My sister was the floor manager on it.
Yes.
So I went across there to
Buller.
Yeah.
There's a 90s TV show
know,
for you.
So
Yeah.
I went off. So I was in the green room, obviously, because my sister works on the show. And I met Ricky Gervais, who I knew from having been on that thing. But he's really nice chap, because he lived in Reading, and I was in Reading at the time as well.
Yeah.
And we like to, yes, local stuff. And at no point did he do what you'd expect him to do. But no, that's my story of meeting a man before he was famous. Of course, Ian Lee, who had spectacular kind of collapse from fame, isn't he? Really?
Yes, because I think what was it? The 11 o'clock show. You had Ali G. That's where Ali G appeared on the scene. You had Buller in the prison.
There was a
Ricky Grover played Buller. Who had a pair. He was a prisoner.
Yeah.
But he had a pair of it was see-through tights on.
Right.
But he put that was his disguise.
Yes, I think then there's a Daisy, somebody who's a presenter, wasn't it? And she had a bit of a career. Anyway, whilst we reminisce about programs which are age appropriate for the event, but not age appropriate for this race, Kieran Gifford is actually fourth time of asking. Got away, and he leads from Sam Wyatt, from Alfie Matthews, Noah Headley, and Henry Moore, who's taken a day off from sculpting to take part in some karting, and that's one for you kids.
Oh,
I'm not sure we should be allowed to have relaxing meetings. Henry.
No, yeah. Keep them working on every single lap, because they will find a tangent, a thread, and go off on it completely.
So Gifford has pulled out a reasonable lead, actually. So it's a little bit of a spread out start to this senior Rotax final. 10 minutes, and they've actually lost some time. They whacked off a couple of minutes for being naughty.
Yes.
So it ends up being an 8-minute final. I always think that's quite a good little thing, because otherwise, you think, you're going to you're bad. He's told you off, and you're going to lose 2 minutes of your race.
It's like grounding the kids.
You've wasted my time. I'm going to waste your time.
Yeah. There we go. Oh, before you sit them on the sofa, no, you can't watch Peppa Pig. Stop it.
Effectively, they were put into timeout over there, just on the exit of the chicane. And when they came out, they'd lost 2 minutes of their screen time.
You've been put on the naughty step, and now you've lost 2 minutes of track time.
Yeah.
Absolutely outstanding. Gifford continues on. What do we? Here is. Oh dear, Henry's going
to have to the start. I think it's a bit while ago, but when they weren't started, you were going to have to the start yourself. Yeah.
Oh right, okay. But I mean, yeah. So we got the most obscure. That's the most obscure one-hit wonder from the '90s that came up with Stacker Bow.
It's very good. I mean, in fairness to you, that is a very, very good on topic. Pointless reference.
Yes, on topic. How people can go from one career to another. We were talking about random Formula One drivers from the 1990s, and I mean, obviously, I know Domenico Schiattarella, well from sports
cars. How about
cars.
Giovanni Lavaggi?
Giovanni Lavaggi, Johnny Carwash.
Johnny Carwash. One of my first interviews on the grid at Monza in '96, when he just about qualified at the back.
In a Minardi.
Johnny Washington, and he was as part of the PR. He had a couple of very comely ladies with him.
Oh yes, because he was about 48.
Yeah, and I was thinking, I can't remember asking the question. Every time I remember, go, no, it is just a bit of fun. I'd be racing really.
Yeah.
The greatest moment visual moment I can remember in motorsport, and I'm going to have to describe this to you.
Okay.
Involved Giovanni Lavaggi. Giovanni Lavaggi, after he finished F1, actually, do you know he produced his own sports car?
Yes, he did. He had an LMP 900.
Yeah, it was a red thing.
Yes.
And it wasn't really...
It wasn't bad.
It wasn't really very... How would I say? It hadn't met many curves. It was a very angular piece of kit.
Yeah, yes.
And I think by the time I saw it, you see LMP 900, by the time we saw it, I think it was either on the original European Le Mans series. It was at Spa.
It was the FIA Sports Car Championship.
It was a bit past its sell-by at that point, but obviously I think Giovanni was managing to sell some spaces for it. It wasn't doing very well. So it was driving along, and it comes up to Le Source,
right.
which is the first thing. And the car, hilariously, the car turned right and the nose just kept going. And it wasn't like, it was like a massive, great big box nose like out of the 70s.
Structural integrity.
It just carried on going. And it's like, how is that? Because it's one of those things where like 15 laps into a race.
Into a 6-hour race.
Someone had left a clip off and taken exactly 4. And the great thing about it was on camera. Yeah. And they were never, it was like those remote, that car was on camera like, literally 8 seconds per race, and they got the 8 seconds, but the car goes that way and the nose carries on going.
Because it was, I'm sure it did quite well. It was the FIA Sports Car Championship.
That was which had the Maseratis in it and everything else.
There was the FIA GTs that had the Maseratis. The FIA Sports Cars, it had the Lavaggi.
We never got involved in that. We got involved with
the Pilbeams and the Chilis.
I think it's before us, because I got involved in 8 with the Le Mans series,
right?
Which
I think
then
it died
morphed
by then.
into the ILMC for 2 years before it became the WEC.
Yep.
And then, of course, we got the ELMS.
Yes.
The whole time was, of course, the American Le Mans series, which sometimes in the early days, the American Le Mans series confusingly raced in Europe.
Well, I know it raced in Adelaide.
The American Le Mans series had 2 races in Europe.
Really?
Yeah.
I forgot. I've completely put those out of my brain.
Joe told me that. One at Nürburgring, I think. Not the full track.
Right, yes.
But yeah, so they ran a couple of races. Now, whether they ran it as part of I'm sure it may have been guest races and not as part of the championship, but the American Le Mans series came over and did race in Europe.
I didn't know that. Or rather, I'd forgotten it.
Apparently, there's a kart race going on as well.
Yeah,
Gifford's leading.
Yeah, he still leads. Yes, you're not missing anything while we wittering on.
The battle is between, we have it on camera now, 3rd, 4th and 5th, Sam White, Arthur Matthews and Henry Moore.
Now, this is the second.
Moore looking up the inside there,
final,
trying to pick up 4th place. He's in the cart that's got quite a lot of high-vis yellow on it. Ahead of him, it's Matthews, who's got a kind of a dark black car. Interesting, the sun's now so beautifully bright, it washes some of the colours out on our monitors. So
yeah.
It's kind of, I'm sure that then they come into view and go, oh, they're much nicer looking on the screen.
So there is, you've got the number 40 cart, that's Noah Hadley in second. You're looking at 3rd, 4th and 5th. You're looking at Wyatt, Matthews and Moore.
Yeah, Gifford is something in the region of over 3 seconds in the lead now, I think, just waiting for the second place to go over. In fairness, actually, Noah Headley in second, as you can see just flashing through the exit of the shot there. He's being chased down, I think, by Wyatt and co. It's not by any great distance, but they are getting closer to him. We have still got 1 minute and 21 and a lap to go, so there's going to be these 3 more. Or this and 2 more probably, actually. No, this and 3 more. I'll keep that in mind.
Keeping an eye on this, Wyatt, Matthews and Moore. Sounds like a name of like solicitors. Wyatt, Matthews and Moore, here for all your tax evasion needs.
Do you have a boundary dispute? Yes. Come to Wyatt, Matthews and Moore.
Have you been hurt in an accident that wasn't your fault? Call Wyatt, Matthews and Moore.
We recommend financial services from Watts, Seddon and Rowe. It's quite, basically you could make a limited partnership from all these people, but what we can't do is make anything other than a winner out of Kieran Gifford.
No way, here we are. And to be fair, Gifford, Hadley and Wyatt just doesn't sound the same
as
it doesn't. Wyatt, Matthews and Moore.
Gifford, Hadley and Wyatt's got more of a ring of a reformed supergroup in the 70s.
Yeah. Prog Rock is back with Wyatt, Matthews and Moore.
With guest Kieran Gifford on the Moog synthesizer.
The mini Moog. Oh, there we go. We digressed back into the late 70s and early 80s.
I think
new wave.
The biggest problem is that someone should be here reining us back.
Yeah, so there is. Joe is in Mugello.
If Joe's working now. If you listen to this back, I'll be in terrible trouble. I'll tell you that. He will literally turn out and go, I can't believe you've done that.
Well, Gifford isn't going anywhere apart from to the front row of the main event grid.
Last lap. I've got a comment to read after the last lap.
Okay, we'll do the last lap first.
And there is Gifford in the lead. Thank you for picking up our leader, the bright blue and white of Kieran Gifford. As you said, a former top 5 British racer, and now often seen in the NKC amongst other racings. And you'll see him if he's in it next week at Dunkerswell.
If he's entered this year.
Yeah, well, I've looked at the entry list, but we are at Dunkerswell with Karting Live TV next Sunday. In between Henry's everywhere for every event.
Wilton Mill tomorrow and Monday, and then
victory for Kieran Gifford. You do know what those podcasts are you?
I am. Yeah, we do one of those podcasts where I'll think of something wildly controversial to say for clickbait reasons.
Have you got any left?
Oh yes.
No, Hadley second. Sam White picks up third. Alf Matthews is fourth. Henry Moore is fifth, and it's Bradley Watts who is sixth. Michael Seddon, Hannah Lowe, Reese Pope, Adam Sims, and I think we've got 3 more finishers coming over the line now.
This could be a full house of finishers.
Yeah, Johan van der Blok, Sebastian Banks, and finally our Christian Fowler is in there. And that is your senior Rotax. We are 1 race away from the big one.
1 race away.
The Clays of Thunder. Now, talking of former pop stars, I heard Robert Perkis, who races F100 style karts, used to be in Halo James. And has something to do with writing Sade hits in the 80s too.
So who is this?
This is rumour on conjecture.
Robin Perkis,
who races F100 style karts, used to be in Halo James, which I've vaguely heard of, and had something to do with writing Sade hits in the 80s. He wrote something to do with Sade hits. He could afford to race all sorts of cars.
Yeah,
because she sold a lot of records. She sold a lot of records at the time when selling a lot of records made you money.
Yes, it made you lots of money. Here are the pro karts back out on track. I will tell you. Let's go for it.
Can I ask you a question? This is pro karts. There are other amateur karts as well.
Yeah. Pro. It's the biggest antithesis in karting. The word pro karts.
I think we've lost a driver as well, but we had 9. We've been down to 8. So
yes,
someone's had a pro kart disaster.
Someone has not gone well. I tell you what, let me go and just try and see if Staples out. No?
No, because the next one's a big one.
Right, okay. In that case, and let me think of another quick excuse to go outside for about 2 minutes before the big one.
Really? Do you have to? Because this is really dull.
Hang on a sec.
So Henry's gone out to clog his lungs up.
I have to.
What with your don't you need a cigarette, which is here? Yes. It's like looking after a toddler. Obviously, I wouldn't give a toddler cigarettes. Well, not now anymore. Not after the court case. Okay, coming towards us then, it's Wiltshire, who is in pole. It's Jasmine Kaplan next door. And then we have Neil Sternley, Robert Sadler, Richard Chandler over the line. And they come into this line for the first time. And all around the outside goes Kaplan. She actually did have the lead, according to they went over the line. But it's come back, and now back in the lead goes Wiltshire in the 55. And Wiltshire was a long way ahead in the heat. So this is quite interesting. They managed to peg him back initially over these first couple of laps. Like around the outside, that's Sturmey trying to get a bit of a load in the 37. It is. So 1, 2 and 3. Sturmey right behind Kaplan. And they have let, however, Wiltshire take the lead of this pro kart race up through Top Bend and now through the Knott Straight. And obviously there's a big kart with puncturing a big hole, so there's a good advantage sitting behind the slipstream. They move up to maximum pace. About 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds slower than a senior Rotax. Probably near the 2 seconds now. They're getting rolling. Obviously, it's a huge amount of weight in these cars. You've got 2 big Honda engines, a sturdy chassis. So, but they do have, obviously, with 2 Honda engines, a reasonable amount of actual BHP. But it is a case of weight. If you ask the Williams F1 team, weight is an enemy of both acceleration, deceleration, and cornering. So over the line to complete the second lap, and then around the 40 seconds flat. And just a tiny patch of air beginning in side-by-side action, and up the inside sweeps Neil Sturmey. Great move there coming into the S. They remade that one coming into the Billy's blind earlier in the lap. But it now means we've got to change around. But it has meant a little bit of a break now for Wiltshire in the blue and the pink 55. Now whether Sturmey can actually capitalise on this, they set up. The 4th place is Sadler, 5th place is Chandler. Henry comes back, suitably re-nicotined. I'm not sure he's quite so excited as that, to be honest. As we continue our next lap, and it's again a good opening start by Wiltshire. Sturmey, who has a bit of the track named after his dad, is in second, but Jasmine Kaplan Henry, not letting him go as he goes through the S's for the 4th time.
Yes, indeed. Then it's Robert Sadler and Richard Chandler are next. I know that he's not on screen, but we got 7.5 minutes. At the back of the field, the number 52 car, I mentioned this before, Keith Lessiter. There he goes, just at the top of the screen, the bright yellow, luminous green crash helmet, when the car with the blue side pods and the yellow nose cone. I mentioned that.
Can we get the last car on camera, please?
Yeah, yeah.
Last car. He's just going underneath. He's going to go underneath that ash in a moment now. But he's got a big green helmet.
There he is.
Because Henry's got a story about him.
Now, this is Keith Lessiter. I mentioned I raced against him, but then when I started commentating, and we're looking at Keith now, and he is, he's propping up the field. However, he would turn up with his cart in his van. He used to be a sidecar racer.
Was he the driver or the one who leant over the side?
I think he was the driver the guy that leant over the side.
So he's certifiably insane then?
Yes, he is. But he carried on, and he's doing this for a bit of fun. Obviously,
now,
they all are.
Is he the guy who's 20 years older than you?
Yes.
Wow.
He's 20 years older than me, which would put him at 65. And he would.
And he's wasting his pension on this.
But no, on the commentary, one of the things I learnt when I started out in commentary is the people at the back of the pack are just as important as the people at the front. And as I was commentating, I noticed that he was at Landau, he couldn't get underneath 45 seconds. Mm-hmm. And every month he would be there. And I would start tracking his lap times. And it was the first full season that I commentated at Landau. And at about October that year, he broke the 45-second. And of course, I'm just talking at the circuit. And I made a big fuss of him, breaking this barrier. He'd be working towards all year. But of course, because it was part of the race, I carried on talking about other stuff. And it wasn't until the end, and Keith Keith and another person, I think it was his wife or something, they came both in tears, saying, "Thank you so much. It means so much to us. Keith's been trying really hard to break this barrier, and he's done it, and you were talking about it." And that was the lesson, that when you're a commentator, you're focusing on what's on screen at the front, but the people at the back, they're just as important. Their stories are just as important to the paddock and the race meeting as those that are at the front. So there's Keith Lester, ladies and gentlemen, ex-sidecar racer, who finally broke the 45-second barrier at Landau International.
Still racing at 103 years old.
Still racing. So there we go. Thank you for indulging me.
Let's switch back to our leaders, who are just coming into Buttons Bend now. Second and third right together as they go round. It's still the 88 of Jasmine. I'm assuming Jasmine is a girl.
That's a fair assumption to make.
In a certain way. I get worried it might be like a Polish spelling of Jasmine in a boy's name. I don't know. Because it's spelled Jazmyn, but I'm assuming that it's a lady racer. I haven't had a chance to see anyone with their helmets off, so I don't know. But I'm going to say she, and I apologise if I'm wrong.
No. I think that's a fair. It's great that the kids are watching this, and it's quite funny them giving the sort of the two-stroke sort of signals, the hand signals while you're driving your pro kart. It's there's an antithesis there. Now they're very similar liveried karts. Well, the nose cones are.
Well, no, but basically they've got quite similar paint. Apart from the fact the one nose cone's new.
Yes, and I wonder.
So the actual sticker jobs are very similar, but someone's had to get a new NASA panel.
And do you know what? They're closing in on the leaders.
They are. It's interesting because Alfie Wiltshire was effortlessly walking away from the pack in the pre-final.
Yeah, this could be quite good. And Clay Pigeon in a pro kart is a really, really fun circuit to race, I have to say.
This is our pro kart champion from 2000.
Well,
sorry, you told me I've forgotten that. I forgot which year it was.
2005. 21 years ago.
Is there going to be a commemoration stamp for it? Commemoration stamp, or
well,
perhaps a byline in the Times?
There's a gold post box.
I can imagine,
just outside Landau International.
It's not. It's actually, isn't it? It's a gold bin, isn't it? People throw their out loose tyres. It's the Henry Beaudet Memorial Bin.
No. There's a gold post box with ER on it, Elizabeth Regina, and on the top of it there's a gold ashtray with HB on it. That's a commemorative ashtray. 3 minutes to go. Are we going to get a three-car battle?
A bit closer.
Sturmey and Kaplan closing in on Wiltshire.
top three, covered by a lot less than a second. Fourth and fifth having a bit of a battle as well. That's Sadler and Chandler. But our top three, actually, don't say that. I think actually that Wiltshire had a good lap this time.
Maybe
done
it was a mistake.
Head down. It's 0.5. It was 0.56, and now it goes to 0.722. Yes, it's up another 2 tenths. So he had a good lap. Yeah, it's such a good lap. It was the fastest lap of the race, 39.5. And up the inside, here comes Kaplan, takes that second place back from Sturmey.
And that was a little bit of, certainly Jasmine Kaplan getting her elbows out and getting them sharp and going into Billy's blind. And Neil Sturmey returns the favour. This will pretty much end the battle for the lead.
I think they decided, once they saw Wiltshire disappearing, they weren't going to catch him up, so they can have a bit of a scrap themselves over the final couple of minutes. These two pro-karting it up at the top bend. And
track limits. No, it's IKR. Relax.
They're going very wide now. Down the outside goes Kaplan. Can she get again the benefit better of Sturmey? Oh, that was going to happen. That was going to happen, and they've synchronised spun. There's no real kind of. So this is chances again. You kind of thought
Kaplan had got the white helmet. Kaplan was there, but then cuts across. That was, I mean, these carts weigh 100 kilos. Trying to put the anchors on.
Let me say, Henry, that when someone wants to get a dictionary definition of a racing incident, that was it.
Okay, yeah. Because these carts,
I'm not seeing any malice or any particularly bad driving. I just think it's one of those things that just didn't work.
Yeah, and this was a case of suddenly Sturmey on the inside. Now, what Sturmey with the black and silver crash helmet? Kaplan has got the lead.
He's also had a wobble as well going in.
He's already, the back end is already going.
He wants to be.
No, the back end's already stepping around, and the trajectory just pulls him to the outside of the circuit and takes Jasmine Kaplan out. Jasmine got the thin end of the stick as well because
she was late starting. She's dropped to 7th, whereas
Sturmey's only 4th.
So he's 4th, but he's not that far away from 3rd, I think. I think second, third, and fourth are together now.
Second, third, and fourth are together. But there's a leader, Alfie Wiltshire.
Drop back to second, third, and fourth. There's a back marker in between with we talked about with the yellow helmet. Then the second, third, yellow helmet, the yellow nose cone as well. And then there we go. There we are.
Oh, here's Keith.
They're all going up. They're all going past the lap man.
Yep. Keith gets out of the way. Good man, Keith.
Now it's Sturmey. Sturmey's put the pace up. So Sturmey's gained a position back. So he's now back up to 3rd
at the expense of Richard Chandler. And now can we get Sturmey back into 2nd? Well, at least we've still got a battle for 2nd place.
Yes,
different drivers.
Different one. Currently, Alfie Watch is in a different postcode, which is a slight issue. It's going to be really tight. This is the last lap or not. It goes over with a second to go. So I think, should be 2 more to go still.
Yep. If you'd slow down now, is this another back marker? This is,
that's 46 Sadler.
Oh, sorry, that is, of course, we haven't seen him on track. This is, car, it's 46 in Sadler. Sturmey and Chandler are still swapping over. There's Chandler back to the inside of Sturmey, coming through the S's again. Behind the Joe Walmsley, all on his own.
I think that Jasmine just got past him, by the way, off camera.
That is a point.
And now it looks like Sturmey is under pressure again from Chandler. Sadler appears a little bit more relaxed in that 2nd place. Last lap just starting for our blue and pink leader.
Now, Sturmey has been on the receiving end of, he's been involved in an incident. Now he's going to try at this. No,
that's some good. That's some good track positioning by Chandler there.
Yeah, not on the insides, but he was still. If Chandler, you're right there about the good track position. If Chandler had been any more to the inside, going into Billy's blind, then he would have understeered and lost a position there.
And here's our leader,
here we go.
Alfie Wiltshire, who had it made easy for him, but he was actually doing it quite easily himself. I think he's led every lap of the Pro Karts today, and he takes the win. Alfie Wiltshire is your Pro Kart final winner at the IKR here at Clay Pigeon. Not sure, has there been any change of position? That's exciting news. Very happy with 2nd place is Robert Sadler.
Yes.
3rd and 4th are, as they are, Chandler and Sturmey. Sturmey will be thinking what might have been. Kaplan's also got herself back into 5th and should be thinking what might have been.
Well, yeah,
she'll have plenty to talk about. More important, they can watch back on the stream and see the accident 3 times and have a row about it.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, they could be teammates. They could be more than that. Who knows? But they could
be annoyed with each other.
They are probably annoyed with each other. Yes. Your dinner's in the dog.
Okay, Smokey. Right, we are now next on. This is the big one. It is
yes.
Clay's The Masters, the final.
Who is going to wear the green jackets?
Into the pub tonight.
Yes. I mean, firstly, thank you very much for tuning in, everybody, on Karting Live TV.
I also think this is going to get a lot of replays. I think a lot of people are going to watch this when they get home or when they tell their mates and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Some events we do hundreds of events, obviously. Some events you get live and then
no one else.
And then some of them it's like 50-50.
Well, yeah, and of course, if there are people not watching it now, everybody has been hyped about this.
Here we go.
And here we go.
It's the smell, it's the noise, as the
Clay's The Masters, Liam Hamling and Tyler Whedon.
Probably at the front. Let's not put money on that because they don't always start at the right position.
Yeah.
So far, there's a few rolling out as a slight issue for the 18. Come on, you can get it going. Come on. Let's get it running. He's choking the heck out of the thing.
Yeah. Oh, and there's still emerging from the grid.
How big is the field? Is it a 30-kart field? It is a 30-kart field. No, it's not. It's more than 30.
Oh, yeah, there's 32.
It's a 4-kart field. A 34-kart. This is going to send the air pollution index for the whole of the Yeovil area completely off the record.
Oh, look at this. This is glorious. And the everywhere in this facility, if there's a barrier, people are looking over it. This has been such an amount of hard work. Andrew Brunton and Monty Gorringe, take a bow, because your idea has developed into this. And there's the 34 qualifiers. There's another 20 that haven't made it this far. Hamling, Whedon, Parker, Jiggins, Smith, Scory, Brunton, Yeomans, Warrener, Verity, Rostagno, Reeve-Smith, Ponzo, McKernan, O'Hara, Plummer, Turner, Regan, Street, Brackerby, Moore, Potter, Barnes, McCroy, Thomas, Bianchi,
hang on, they're doing another lap. You're fine.
Ernbree, Dan Crankshaw, Alan Lamb. So it looked like we had 28 qualifiers. This is 34 karts. 34 karts still running. Crankshaw, Lamb, Hadley, Cunningham, McDonald, Ross and Guess.
Anyway, and they say they want to build holiday homes here rather than run a kart track.
Well, whatever cretin came up with that needs to be taken around the back and given a proper slap. Why would you want to do anything other than this with this piece of tarmac other than put go-karts on it?
And we are, I think, now building up to the start of Clay's The Masters, the third running of this one-off super event for 90s era.
Oh, yes.
ICA and Formula Super A machines, now sort of balanced by time and the ability to tune things up. Slow down, get ready to go. And Henry, we're about to get underway. 15 minutes and one lap.
Lights are out. Listen to 20,000 RPM times 34. Head down to Billy's Blind. We're through cleanly. The plume of smoke, the howl of the engines heads down Sturmy Straight. The trees rattling with the reverberation of the noise. We've lost one down.
The 777 has gone.
Yeah, that would be.
Oh, and the 75 is Chris Jiggins. Early favourite. Chris Jiggins pointing the wrong way and stalled on Buttons Bend. I think he's broken as well. I think he may have had a bit of instant. So it's all been going on the first couple of laps. We've lost one of our big early favourites in Jiggins. It's Hamling from Whedon, from Parker, from Smith and Joe Scory. They're your top five. Then the organiser, Andrew Brunton, he's in sixth. Then Yeomans and Warrener. As they come down, it's bright yellow flags waving into the chicane, so nothing can be done there because there's a few, karts on the side of the track, one being dragged to safety at the hairpin. But as they go round to complete lap number 2, it's a 3 karts breakaway, Hamling, Whedon and Parker.
Yeah, so this is Liam Hamling, number 41, Tony Kart, Isal Systems engine. Tyler Whedon, number 53, Merlin Chassis, Atomic engine. Matt Parker, number 67, Tony Kart with a Vortex engine. Still yellow flag waving as the driver who went out.
It's gone away now. They've taken out the yellow flag.
Yeah,
because the driver's over the back of the barrier, so that's fine. So it's still this top three who've broken away. There's a whole stream of classic karts running down around the circuit. It's a smorgasbord of smoke for the eyes.
Oh, yes, indeed. It was, sadly, Duncan McLeod and Paul Ponzo have gone out. Lead battle.
Thought perhaps not.
Yeah,
So that was Whedon. It's Tyler Whedon in the bright yellow. That's the Merlin, and we obviously spoke to him earlier. Those three, it's Hamling at the front and Parker behind. Parker isn't on the list, so that's to make it difficult. Oh, he's 67.
67, Matt Parker. Tony Kart with the Vortex on it.
Super A. Is it Super A in the top three, or is it
Super A in the top three? So Hamlin and Whedon. Hamlin is on an ICA. Whedon is on. Okay, so the third kart is the best of the Formula Super A's.
And for the top two, that last lap, a little bit of a breakaway. It's such a long race, though. You've got 12.5 minutes still to go.
Yeah.
And that's 15 minutes a lap on these things. It's all every straight is a heart-in-the-mouth moment as you get to the end and you think, have I choked it enough? I don't know. Interestingly, coming back during the course of that part of the circuit was Matt Parker. So we may actually see, Henry, where the ICA and where the Super A's are quicker.
And this is a great thing. Even though the circuit is really small, it's a short, sharp, narrow circuit. There's still areas where the one engine will be or the one class will be slightly different than the other. Now they're coming up to lap the number 43 kart of Al Cunningham, the Tony Kart with a Rotax engine, not the Rotax Max engine, but a Rotax 100cc engine. Yeah. And he would be Joe Reeves-Smith, sadly, is out of the race as well. Martin Brackenbury is up into 10th position. Joe Scory continues to run 6th. No change up the front between Hamling and Whedon. Whedon gets his head down. Now there's Whedon. You can see him adjusting one of the carb screws.
That was a carb adjustment. His other hand is going to be looking to choke it. So he's already working his way through the process. He's running now under power for 3.5 minutes. Things have got hot. They'll have to change where they are. And
yellow flags again.
Into the hairpin again. Another kart has conked out effectively at the hairpin.
Well, I mean,
it's the end of a second straight, and if there's two places you're going to nip up. One is Billy's blind, but I think everyone knows that's going to happen, so they definitely choke.
Yes,
and I'm wondering if people are just dropping the choke into the hairpin and forgetting about it.
Yep. Oh, there's another straight here. Ping, and that was Joe Reeves-Smith out of the race. Oh no, it wasn't. It was Billy Thomas, young William Thomas, Paul Ozan's latest protege. Oh, the driver from Swansea out of the race as well.
Yeah, looking into the hairpin, there's still a yellow flag. But interestingly, Hamling looked like he was just beginning to stretch Whedon slightly. That's the 41 of Hamling with the all-white side pods against the mostly yellow Merlin chassis. But interestingly, Whedon perhaps thought, he's getting away and gave it a bit of extra oomph to catch back up again. Green helmet is the giveaway. Now they're just beginning to drop Matt Parker in the 67. Parker is very, very safe from 4th place. The gap between 3rd and 4th place is about 3 seconds, maybe a bit more now, 3.1 seconds. Then Scory, Warrener, Brunton, Verity, Yeomans and Brackenbury.
The sound is absolutely phenomenal. You know, it's noticeably louder and more high-pitched and piercing than anything that we see in modern karting, I have to say. Louder, yes, the noise police, wouldn't be happy, but who cares?
No, I couldn't agree more. There is nothing to care about here.
No. Now, Whedon again, adjusting. He's got one hand on the wheel.
Whedon is again, it's the ebb and the flow. He's kind of like one of those Newton's cradle balls going back and forth between the leader in the first, Liam Hamlin, and Matt Parker, because he's now much, much closer to Parker than he was, and a little bit further back away from Whedon. Though I think actually the person who's really put in a lap and a half of performance there was Parker. Now, I'm just thinking so last time around, they're doing 34.7. So to give you an idea, these guys are going 5 seconds faster than the Pro Karts we just saw on a lap.
And it's a short lap as well. Let's have a look down towards Billy's blind again. And Liam Hamling just doing enough.
Yeah,
Matt Parker.
Interestingly, Matt Parker was the fastest in the last lap. He was 0.2 faster than the leader and the second place. So he managed to close that gap back up. Now, there is an element here where they've established a cushion, and do you then have a middle period of the race where you're just looking after everything?
Not
so much the tyres, but it's the motive power. You've got to keep the thing nice and lubricated, nice and warm up, not look for that final 10th, but make sure the thing's keeping itself within its operating window.
Well, we're not even at half distance yet. not even at half distance. So, yeah, they have established a gap. As I say that, though, Whedon looking really strong. Liam Hamling has led this one from the start. This is as close as Tyler Whedon has been into the hairpin. And I mean, you'd think that a fallow period, a lull...
There's going to be a move, you think, but it's not happening. There's actually a battle out there now for 4th and 5th between Warner and Smith as well. But these top three nailed together, can't take our eyes off the people who may become the Masters winner at Clay, who will get that green jacket, who'll be up there with Rory... I think Rory McGrath, who's a 90s commentary.
Rory Breaker? No, he was a character. Rory McGrath? Rory the racing car.
What the hell is that? The golfer?
Rory McIlroy.
Rory McIlroy.
That's
Thank you very much. God, brains failed. It's warm in here, but my goodness. Hang on. Like Nick Faldo, remember him? And he was from the 90s.
Yeah. Remember Arnold Palmer?
No, Nick Faldo won the Masters.
Yes, he did with the Masters.
And in the 90s.
Yes.
So I'm on message.
You are on message. Yeah.
I can't remember the current winner.
The warm commentary box, it sends Henry to sleep, and it sends Nick's brain
gone.
Maybe that's because I haven't got a brain to fall asleep. So yeah, that's it.
So we know what you'd be after in the wonderful land of Oz, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm working with the Scarecrow.
Matt Parker leading Formula Super A kart. Whedon again. This is
he's thinking about it, but not in a. I wonder whether he thinks he can do it, but doesn't want. But yeah, there is a situation where it is easier to follow than to lead.
Well,
you get a bit of free time because you'll use the slipstream down the straight. Perhaps you can just choke the engine a little bit more and not drift off. And you can be nicer to the engine than mechanics.
Yeah, you can be nicer to the engine in this part of the race, because you want to leave a little bit more at the end of the race to, really abuse it, so to speak.
Yeah. So we are now over halfway.
Over half distance.
Half minutes.
And it gives me great pleasure to say that over halfway through this race,
many of the karts are still running.
Are running. In fact, we've got 25 still running. Cliff McDonald has sadly retired. But yeah, there are still karts spread all the way around Clay Pigeon. Dan Crankshaw in 15th, Turner 14th, O'Hara. Looking down the order, Owen Potter rounds out the top 20 at the moment. Matteo Bianchi, 23rd from Italy. 24 drivers still running at the moment.
And the two we're looking at the moment are your leaders. It's the 41 of Hamling in the white and the yellow of Tyler Whedon. Whedon's been sitting in that wheel track for the last 5-6 laps. He's not even attempted a move.
No, this
point doesn't just look to the out. I wonder whether that's I think just preferred line more than anything else.
Yeah, I mean obviously it's working for him. That's a good exit out of the chicane. What about a move into the hairpin?
No, but they are slightly gapping Matt Parker. Now Parker has shown the ability to come back during the race.
Yep,
and they're slightly gapping him, but.
This battle for first and second, with Parker in third, is happening 6 seconds in front of Paul Warner and Oliver Smith and James Verity. So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th are all pretty close together. And Andrew Brunton in 8th.
Now he's going for it. Now Whedon thinking about it. Through the chicane. Now he just edged him out.
Wow.
Taking the lead after so long, but that is the lead now for Whedon. I don't know why the pin got lit at that point with 5 minutes to go, but he comes up the inside, just a little bit of a nudgette there on the 41 of Hamling. And Whedon, he has gone and he has taken the lead, and he has already broken the Hamling machine, and he is pulling away. Look at the gap he's got already. Now we now have a spread out top three. Has Hamling got anything, or is it just a case now Whedon's engine come on strong? He's twiddled with the carburetor enough, and now he's going gangbusters, they say.
Yeah, he was... he's got 4.5 minutes. He thinks, okay, I've saved, I've cajoled, I've massaged, mollycoddled this engine. Now I'm going to give it the beans for the last 4 minutes. But that move it's a great karting move. Gets to the inside. The lead driver started turning in. There was the lightest of brushes of a tyre on side pod.
Wasn't that light, but
but instead of
exactly.
But Liam Hamling, instead of sort of bailing and going over the grass and hand in the air, gesticulating to the marshal, he's not happy, he just got on with it.
We've lost our third place man. The 67 kart's gone, I'm afraid.
Oh, no.
So we have lost the 67 of Matt Parker. Whilst the excitement of that overtake, so he's just pulled off the track or is dropped out of contention. Now Warrener, 5 seconds back, is in third, and there's a big gap to Oliver Smith in fourth. It's quite a... These, oddly, the top two are where it's all at. Third place, the 27, that's actually a lap down already.
The 30 kart, Stuart Guess, is about to be lapped.
Yeah, they've just done the 27, they're about to do the 127 as well. Those two are the bump-up drivers, I believe.
The 27, that's Andrew Brunson. No, he's up to sixth place
sorry,
now.
That's why
Joe Scorey. Joe Scorey is falling by the wayside.
They've done 12 minutes. That's really as much as these karts want to do.
Dropping like flies.
But our leader has not broken Hamlin. Hamlin's gone, a second, Mr. Weed. Yeah, all right. So you sat behind me. You made me look foolish. You overtook me. But that doesn't mean you're going to win.
No. It just
and now the two are back together again. Hamlin absolutely has gained on the last couple of laps. This time the gap goes down to 0.274 of a second. It's a quarter of a second. Hamlin... Perhaps he's decided now, if it pings, it pings, I don't care. Because second doesn't get me a jacket and I've got enough trophies.
Yes. Looking down now, let's see Paul Warrener. I'm trying to find the leading Formula Super A kart.
Oh, yes, of course, we've lost our leader, haven't we?
So we're going to try and go back. Let's have a look there. Well, Joe Scorey would have become the leading Super A kart, but he has also dropped out. Joe Holloway in kart number 18, running in 8th position, is now the leading Super A driver.
Better lap that time for Whedon.
No, James Verity, sorry.
So Verity in 5th is our leading Super A. The top two, who haven't really been able to take our eye off, unfortunately.
No.
They have been battling the whole way through. Henry's able to give regular updates, who's not running anymore, but these two have been running at the front now. It looks like Whedon, after being caught up over 2 or 3 laps, is now stretching the lead again over 2 or 3 laps. Still 1 minute and 41 and a lap to go.
Again, he knew he possibly he just eased it back for a couple of laps. Wasn't concerned that Hamlin was going to maybe it was going to close back in. And now the final 90 seconds plus a lap, Whedon can quite literally turn up the wick.
Or will Hamlin say, "I don't care about this engine. I'm just going for it. I'm going to drop one of the chokes. I'm going to give it a go and see what happens."
Yep. If it's going to be checkered flag or Piston singing "I want to break free."
Yeah, it's either going to be he's either going to seize the race or seize the engine
or seize the day.
Exactly,
yeah, exactly. That was very good.
Anyway, they are over the line again. They're still about 3/10 apart, and actually a little bit of gain under braking, but it's great racing by the pair of them, really. Now, what has Liam got? Can Liam lob it up the inside? Now, the other problem they've got is
lots of traffic.
I think they're going to have 2 more laps. I think they're actually going to. Yeah, they're going to have 2 more laps. Only 42 seconds to go, so there'll be 2 more laps. And when they go across the line, and will they catch the traffic?
Yes,
because that will be Hamlin's real chance.
They will, and they are catching the traffic. In fact, they have caught the traffic.
Now, first bit of traffic looks to his left, looks to his right. That's the 37 kart. I'm not sure if you can see Tyler behind him. Hamlin dropped off a bit that last lap, but he's now first. He gets 1, and they get 2. Don't forget, this is the penultimate lap of Clay the Masters. There is a jacket waiting for someone.
Oh, yes.
As well as the applause and the plaudits of their fellow racers.
Exactly. Will Barnes in 20. There are 21 drivers still running. 2/3. That is. I said about 2/3. We'd be on 2/3. So the next driver...
Tyler slightly held up there, but not enough, I don't think. And he's super driving there, Tyler. He managed to split the 2 back markers. In the middle goes Hamlin through like a swooping left, swooping right, but I think that's been enough really to break the resistance. And Tyler Whedon, who cemented his day by coming in here and being in the commentary box for 20 minutes, is now going to have the second best thing that's going to happen today is he's going to win the race.
And I mean, Tyler has got his lovely girlfriend here with him. She is going to have to put up with the fact that her man is going to be going out in Yeovil tonight wearing the green Clays the Masters jacket. Tyler Whedon is your Clays the Masters champion.
And that is 90s karting, because you can't shake your fist too long because you've got to choke the engine.
Yes.
Shake, choke. Shake, choke.
Shake, choke, yeah. Fantastic. Liam Hamlin put up a brave fight to finish second. Paul Warrener third. This is the moment, coming at the start of the final lap. The back markers doing everything they possibly can to get out of the way. But of course, Liam Hamlin had to thread the needle through, and we had 21 finishers. Whedon, Hamling and Warrener. Oliver Smith 4th. Andrew Brunton.
I think you'll find we had 20 finishers.
No, because we was lap down.
No, I don't think you look at the time.
Ah, yes.
He didn't make the he didn't make the trip.
20. That's still really good. Now let's see. Andrew Brunton, one of the co-organisers, he finishes 5th. Martin Brackenbury is 6th. So, looking at the top 6 finishers are all ICAs. James Verity, kart number 64, the Tony Kart Ital system. He is the leading Super A runner home in 7th. Absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately, the results screen changes. That's down to timekeeping. That's nothing we can do about that up here.
Yeah. But yes,
poor Chris Jiggins.
Well, it just went wrong on the first lap for Chris, didn't it?
Yep, yeah, and he was spun around.
I think he also got some front end damage as well, which he didn't jump up and rebump it. I think he realised it was one of those things. I must say, I don't like wishing my life away, but I can't wait for November.
That is outstanding. Chris Jiggins,
I just kind of feel the weather might be different. So a lovely sunny day on Clay. We've still got 2 more races, and we'll show them for you, even though we are officially the Clay the Masters people. There's 2 more races, 2 more finals on the IKR side of things, which is the Rotax Heavy and the Junior Rotax. But give us an idea, what's your feelings on this Clay the Masters, Henry?
I think that this event has the chance. No, it's a. I have to remember to take my hat off that is like ultra, this could be great. This, kind of 150 drivers, new timing, great. They do want the professionalism, but that's not the key. Mm-hmm. They want to maintain the level of racing and competition and the atmosphere. That's difficult to control both together as this event grows. But I do believe, I'll go on the record, this event, whether it's called Clays the Masters, Clays of Thunder, Clays of Hazard, whatever this event is.
And please, if you have an idea for next year's, please put it in the chat.
Yeah, this could be one of the highlights of the British karting calendar, in the same way that Kart Masters is a highlight. For anybody who likes retro karting, this weekend could turn into a real festival, in the same way that the Goodwood Festival, the Goodwood Revival is. I think that there's a real potential to do that. There's the appetite for the sport. There are so many people out there with equipment who would be tempted back to do a couple of races a year. There's enough support network in the paddock to keep these karts running and to help people when they've got like I found this 1993 CRG. Can anyone help put it together? They'll be so. I hope it continues to grow and grow. I believe it will, and I believe that it's not going to be easy, but I think it will establish itself as a really, really key part of the British karting calendar. In the same way that the TKM Festival, the Kart Masters. Those type of events, the TKM Festival, this should be called the Masters, really. They should just keep it as the Masters, with the golfing logo and signage, that retro feel to it. And I hope it does. I really hope it does, because the weekends are incredibly fun. The people are incredibly fun. The racing is outstanding.
Yeah, absolutely marvellous. And, we even get to enjoy the sun.
Yes.
Because obviously the only reason it's sunny is because of that.
Well, yeah. Let's have a little look there. We'll have, let's see a fair start this time. Minimum speeds up.
That was after the slow last time. It was fine. It was absolutely fine. We have a full start on the road taxis.
Okay, fair enough.
Just 2 races to go.
I was trying to speak to get the winners up for an interview. Well, no, we've got 2 more races to go. Let's just
have 2 more races.
Let's have 2 more races. So this is.
Are you going out with them this evening, or are you going home?
No, I'm going to Wilton Mill.
Going to Wilton Mill, of course.
I'm going to Wilton Mill. Yes, no.
Your little hire car's going to Wilton Mill.
My little hire car's going to Wilton Mill.
Are you sleeping in the hire car?
No. Luckily, I'm sleeping in a hotel.
Bloody hell!
I know.
2 nights in a row.
I know, 2 nights in a row. Well, 3 nights. I'm staying there tomorrow night as well.
Normally you're under a piece of tarpaulin in the street, aren't you?
Yeah.
With your dog on your piece of cardboard saying "hungry and homeless."
We'll commentate for food.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm paying you. I'm not paying you at all, actually. No, it's no. So, of course, you're doing the podcast, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah. We'll commentate for dinner. Well,
I've noticed I bought it in the past, and you're way better the following day. We're underway, and Ethan White, I think, leads him in. Liam Deedman, may actually got up the inside there. I'll try and wait until we see the outcome of the shot as they sweep through. And the sun is... The angles this sun gets to never appears to be the right one for the cameras. It flies straight into the lenses every single time, and it is actually Ethan White who's leading.
This sun it's a pain in the backside. This sun. Why has it got to come out and
make us warm,
and happy, and put some colour in our cheeks?
Shocking.
Yeah,
shocking.
Give us some overcast clouds.
I believe we've got that for next weekend.
All right, okay.
So the Rotax heavy field comes. I should go quick. Rotax 177. It's not necessarily heavy as such. I always feel that 177 isn't heavy enough, to be honest. I think 15 kilos more than Rotax.
Yes.
I think to give everyone a chance, i.e. people who are of a bigger boned nature, it should be like a 187.
I wholeheartedly concur.
Hello, I'm of a bigger boned nature. I'd like to find a kart circuit for assisting myself.
I've got bigger bones. My thyroid doesn't function.
What I've got is I have the same size bones, just they're further away from the surface.
yeah. What I've got is I've got the same size bones, but a larger than average appetite.
That's the baby. So Wyatt leads from Deedman. And then you've got Hunt, Patrick Williams-Harage, Freddie Moffat, Liam Thompson, Stuart Laidlaw, Nick McAllister and Callum Draper. Minute and a half in, and it's pretty much as it was in the heats, where you've got Wyatt leading Deedman, and then you kind of wait for something to happen. Third and fourth are also having a bit of a rout, and then it's mistake there by Callum Draper. He just turned him way too tight for the exit of Buttons and was washed out on some grit.
Now, of course, this is the early stages, and this is not a slight against modern karting. This is the difference. You have, in the last race, you had Tyler Whedon and Liam Hamling. They were first and second like that for, 18 laps. Now, this race, you think, okay, Ethan Wyatt, Liam Deedman. If they stayed like this for the remaining 7 minutes, people would say, well, it's a bit boring, isn't it? Because they're just driving. They're both driving as hard as they can, and they're going to continue driving as hard as they can for the next 7.5 minutes. Mm-hmm. The previous race, the ICAs, this is exactly the same situation. For Hamling, see Ethan Wyatt. For Tyler Whedon, see Liam Deedman. What made their battle a lot more exciting, tension-filled, drama-filled, was the fact that that all the moving parts on the karts, the adjustments, the carb, there's the risk factor of a seize. There's all these things that made two karts following each other in close proximity far more exciting and enthralling than this. This is not boring, but because the drivers are doing a lot more whilst they're in the kart, they, that makes the racing more appealing.
Yeah.
There's a lot more for us to talk about. There's a lot more drama for us to convey, because even though there was no passing, so not much passing.
Yeah, but the thing that is also, and it's interesting, is the thing that I think has been lost from Formula One. It's the jeopardy of unreliability has gone.
Yeah,
which is fabulous. Well done, the manufacturers. Fantastic to Rotax. Fantastic to the electronics manufacturers. Fantastic to the kart. Everyone has built karts which are strong, robust, and get to the end.
Yeah.
And that's what you want if you buy a car.
Yes,
However, if you commentate on a motor race, you want some random jeopardy.
Yeah. ICA and Super A has jeopardy. A lot of it. Just because of the machinery in question. And again, that's something that it's one of the unseen things that you don't notice until you're in this situation. You've got these back-to-back races. What made the previous race, where there were two drivers to be exactly like this, what made that more dramatic than you're seeing these two? It's the fact that Tyler Whedon and Liam Hamling were nerves all the way around because they had to coax their machine to the end. Yeah. Coax it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, the point you make, these two guys are driving brilliantly.
Yeah, they are.
Wyatt and Deedman are driving excellent races. Nose to tail. Deedman knows exactly what he's doing. He's not going to make a move probably until the 2-minute bell because there's no point in the final. And, they are gapping. I think they actually managed to continue to gap Derek Hunt. He was 2.5 seconds behind last time. What is it now? It's 2 points in the air. So they are a little bit fast. So they're doing the job they need to do. They're making the situation where they can have a scrap and not get caught up by the third place driver. So, you know, but it is a situation where you're sitting here and you're just waiting for the last 2 minutes. I mean, I've done a number of races with Joe, and Joe says, just wait for the 2-minute bell. And it does kick off, Junior Rotax especially.
Yeah.
But you don't have that, you say, but you go through several minutes where you go, fire. But when you're looking at the ICAs and the former Super Race, you think they might make the last 2 minutes, but you certainly can't assume it.
Well, exactly, and that's what Ethan Wyatt and Liam Diedman specifically, he knows that it's, 4.5 minutes to go. He knows that in 3.5 minutes' time, he's still going to be there. Nothing is going to happen, you know. The chain's not going to come up. It could, but it probably won't. The engine isn't going to, you know, grenade itself. I mean, it might, but it's highly, highly unlikely. The only thing that will stop, you know, both of these drivers finishing 1 and 2 is driver failure. You know, that type of thing. That's the only component now that you worry about in karting in terms of getting to the end of the race. Driver failure. Whereas, you know, the other two, Hamlin and Whedon, they had there was any number of issues that could cause, you know, them to not finish. That, you know, equipment failure, so to speak, not driver failure. The only thing that will stop Wyatt and Diedman from, you know, back finishing 1-2, driver failure. It's the biggest cause of DNFs in modern day karting. Not mechanical issues, driver issues.
Exactly, yeah. And, you know, in many ways that makes it perhaps a more level, fairer playing field. When you get to high-level competition, you know, you get to a British Championship, we never wanted to see it decided by a mechanical problem. But if you've got an exciting one-off club meeting,
well, you have... It's obviously a lot more money to enter a race meeting. You're spending a lot more money. Every lap costs more than it used to. You know, you don't... Organisers, they don't want their customers to turn up having spent X amount of £100 on an entry fee and do 3 laps all day because they seize 3 times.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They want their customers to go away at the end of the day saying, if all else fails, at least I got loads of laps.
Yeah. And I enjoyed what I was doing, and I didn't find myself facing backwards into the barrier because my engine nipped up. Then again, if you've been in the environment where that can happen and you enjoy the mechanical challenge, and I think, you know, there's a lot of people who are talking to, you know, let me get it quite straight. If I was going to go racing now at age, say I was 25, which is a lovely idea.
Well,
you know, and I was going to go racing now, absolutely I'd choose the push-button start reliability of Rotax every single time. However, if I was going to go back racing for a one-off meeting now and someone offered me a card, I wouldn't run a Rotax. I lost 3 laps.
You'd want something older. You'd want that.
I mean, I'm not saying they're physical, but at least I'd understand a bit more. I go, right, so come in that corner, I go, choke it. And I think it would have a bit more nostalgia value, which is probably what I need, to be honest. But, I mean, there's nothing, no version is better than the others, but the difference is, I suppose, you know, there's a difference also, in fairness, Henry, that you and I, you especially, spend weeks and weeks and weeks watching, every weekend watching Modern Karts and Rotax.
Yeah.
It's lovely to see something different. It's lovely to see something smelly and smoky, which brings us back to our youth.
Mm-hmm.
And it's you know, the nostalgia is strong, and it doesn't stop you enjoying a fantastic Rotax race, but you just sit there going, yeah, I do like a bit of smoke, me.
Yeah.
You like to smoke, I like a bit of smoke.
I like to smoke, yes. Wyatt's now beginning to edge away ever so slightly from Diedman as they cross the line to complete lap number 15.
Yeah, Wyatt has broken Liam over, well, it's not even half, it's 3/4 of a second, but he has edged away over the last couple of laps. I think when the 2-minute bell went off, it was a moment where Wyatt went and Diedman wasn't quite able to go with him. So we're going to have 2 more after this one. There's our leader. That's our second place man on camera at the moment. That is Diedman in the red machine.
Yes, indeed it is. 17 out of the 18 starters still running. There is Liam Diedman in that red, or predominantly red, livery machine. Through the S's now is your leader, Ethan Wyatt. Liam Diedman second, then a gap of 4.5 seconds back to Derek Hunt in third. As the 43 now moves. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
What have you OD'd?
The race leader, no, the second place driver, has got a rear bumper about to fall off. We talked about no drama, no jeopardy.
Last lap, he might get away with it though.
He might get away with it.
If he doesn't get the black and orange flag, he will get away with it.
Well, yep, this is the last lap. Wyatt is going to lead and win this race from Diedman. There's that rear bumper flag.
Is there a black and orange flag anywhere? Is there a black and orange flag anywhere on the stripe?
Well, I can't see. They're coming to the checkered flag.
Oh.
They're coming to the checkered flag. It's just got to stay on.
If it pings on, if he gets the black and orange flag, he will be, regardless of whether he crosses the line or not, he's got a mechanical flag. Liam Demon has a mechanical flag. So he will not count as second. He crossed the line second. It will not count. And he will be eliminated, dropped down to whoever the person is with one lap behind. So go to 15th or 6th. That's desperate bad luck.
As he came to the checkered flag, he was given the mechanical flag. It means that Derek Hunt will finish second. I mean, Patrick Williams will finish third. Freddie Moffat, Leon Thompson, Stuart Laidlaw, Callum Draper, Oliver Leet, Stuart Preble, and Andy Crockett. And officially round out the top 10. There's me talking about the only thing stopping them now is driver failure. Well, something worked loose, and sadly, that was disastrous. The last possible second for Liam Diedman. But what a result for Ethan Wyatt. Well done, Ethan. That means we have one race to go. That'll be Junior Rotax final, and that'll be up very shortly.
It will indeed. Junior Rotax is coming up as the final race of the day. Interesting.
The sun beginning to not set in the sky. It's getting lower and lower and lower, which means the drivers have got glare in their visors. That's going to be a potential problem. Looking at some of the notes about some of our ICA. Now, did our eventual winner, Tyler Whedon, yes, so a little bit about our Clay's the Masters champion for 2026. Tyler Whedon running a Merlin chassis and a Merlin atomic engine. It's a rare kart in the UK, only 4 chassis in the country, and Tyler owns 3 of them. He runs the Merlin sticker kit because, it's... Yeah,
so he runs a sticker.
Yeah, he runs the sticker kit because it was cheap and local. Now, one of the engines he used, he got it brand new. It was tuned from Umberto Merlin himself last year.
What a great name!
After Umberto Merlin, yes, because Tyler was in Italy and he thought, I wonder. He found the phone number of Merlin Karts and sort of phoned it. Somebody answered. And he went, are you still in business? And he went, yeah. And he went, can I come and have a look at your stuff? Yeah.
Can I buy your back catalogue? Okay, we're about to go away the final. Yes. Fenton Roderick will start in pole Elliott Bennett, but look out for Jake Cossey. He's the reigning club champion. And is this going round again? It is, yeah. Yes. He's the reigning club champion. He's starting 9th due to multiple punctures. Carry on with our story of our champion.
No. So he went to Garda to watch the as a mechanic for Andy Brunton in the Italian retro kart event, and he thought, well, why not? So Merlin produced karts that competed at the international level, and Merlin Atomic Engines won the World Championship in 1989. Oh, 1989. That was the last year Mike Wilson won it, I believe. The late Mike Wilson. I'll check on that, though. Biff Harris is the engine builder, and he was second at last year's Clays of Hazard using Formula Super A. So second last year, the winner this year. But it is his home track, is Clay Pigeon. 21 years he has been racing at this track. He organises the 100cc Southwest German Champs with his girlfriend Sarah. And yeah, they actually, on his girlfriend's birthday, as a treat, Tyler took her to meet Umberto Merlin.
Wow, what a treat. And whilst we're talking about fantastic birthday presents for girlfriends,
yeah,
the race starts. But I mean, oh my God, I mean, that sounds like a recipe for divorce more than anything else if they were married, but they're not, obviously. Right, and we're underway now. Kaplan, I think, has got the bear. Phantom Roderick, I think, has dropped down to third. I recognise his bright green helmet. So we'll just wait as Henry does his elephant impression again in the background. Apologies for that. As he clears his sinuses. So our leader is the 88 of Kirk Kaplan. He's got through again. It's Roderick's in third. So I'm just trying to see who's in second. I think that might be Bennett. I'm not 100% sure. Can't see the numbers. No, it seems to be... Oh, he's got an extra... No, yes, it is now. Bennett in second. Roderick in third. Let's see where Jake Cossey's got after lap. He is the tip of the chat at the moment. But it's a big break early on from Kaplan. He's got himself a nice 2/3 of a second lead. And then Jake Cossey's got to fourth.
Yes, how much does Jake Cossey love the game? He started at the back because he loves it so much.
He's now third.
And he's now third and heading one way and one way only.
The amazing thing is how much better a kart works if all four tyres are inflated.
Yes, if all four tyres are firstly attached and then inflated. And look at Cossey. That red and black. And he's making absolute mincemeat. Another fantastic move.
Oh,
I mean,
inside.
He saved his tyres. That's, he's got new tyres, newer tyres because he hasn't done as many laps, which, some might say would put him at an unfair advantage, and he would say, well, the only unfair thing was the fact that I had to start at the back of the field. So it wasn't exactly an advantage starting at the, what he did in qualifying. It's worked out nicely at the moment, but Kirk Kaplan. Now, Jasmine Kaplan, Kirk Kaplan.
Are you seeing a link?
Well,
he's junior, though. And she's pro-kart.
So I'm thinking older sister, younger brother. How's that? Let's see. Older sister, Jasmine Kaplan. Is she the older sister of Kirk Kaplan?
I think it sounds like a very good bet.
I will. Yes.
I've tried it before, and people go, "No, I'm their cousin." And we go, it's not an insult saying your brother and sister's your cousin.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Stop. Anyway, so our leaders are now away. It's Kaplan, and I'm not letting you go anywhere with that one at all. Costley is following, and Costley, look at the lead now, is nudging him down the straight as they come into Billy's blind. Defensive there by the 88 of Kaplan. It's worked this time as Henry tries to recover himself.
Yes.
From what I'm sure was some sort of Southern States of America joke that was about to turn up.
No. My new editor.
As our leading, is he going to change it? Swapping back. It's beautiful driving by Kaplan, just holding Cossey down. But it'd be a four-corner move. No, it's not. Cossey stays behind. There's so much time, though, Jake. You can just wait. Nudges him again.
That was a little bit of a hurry up.
Well, the thing is, he hurries him up too much. He's going to drop his nose and needs to win by 5 seconds.
Yes, now, across the start-finish line we go. So we start.
Just realise that I've become the person who says no, rather than the person who says no to as the lead changes. And that's it. So we were too busy talking about each other, and the lead changes up the inside of Billy's blind, and there, it's not taking him very long after his double puncture issues for Jake Cossey to take the lead. I think actually that was more of an error by Kirk Kaplan rather than a move.
Kaplan outbraked himself, missed the apex.
He was obviously under a lot of pressure. Now he's got the chance to follow behind and perhaps relax a little bit, but it may be at this point that Cossey's just going to go.
I think the battle for the race lead has already concluded here in Junior Rotax.
Straight out there with the breakdown, the excitement I was going to build up.
I'm sorry to deflate anyone's bubble there or burst anyone's
bubble. Well, mainly
bubble.
mine, to be honest.
But I mean, I'm so sorry, but looking at it all in. It may not happen, but in all probability, the way that Jake Cossey has motored his way through.
Do you know Jake from any other series? I don't know Jake at all.
No.
The fact that he's club champion means he might be a local-only racer.
Club champion in IKR. Yes, he's not a name that has come across my desk.
No, it's not come across your desk. It's not come across anybody's desk. Let's be honest about this. You have the biggest desk in karting.
Yeah. Thank you.
No desk.
Oh.
So it is now a little bit stretched out, to be honest. You were right. You were spoiling. Given the fact that the distance between the first and second is a second, second and third is a second, third and fourth is a second, fourth and fifth is 1.2 seconds, and then it's 1.9, fifth and sixth. So they're having a bit of a break. They're all relaxing, driving around on their own, enjoying themselves in Junior Rotax.
But they still have to consider the fact that in the previous race, bumpers, things can fall off or work themselves loose at any given opportunity. As Cossey, Kaplan, and Fenton Roderick continue to circulate. And again, this is, without being cruel, there's IKR racing is for two, it's not for two different, but it's for everybody. It has become popular with two distinct groups of people.
Nice people and lovely people.
There's obviously drivers that are just starting out who are racing within a very small budget, who want to race once a month, maybe once every 2 months. You know, they're not bothered about, you know, British Championship. They just want to race, but when they do want to race, they want to race in a structured meeting.
Yeah.
So that's one thing, and they're just starting out. So they're taking their very first tentative steps into karting. They've only got enough time, effort, you know, maybe the budget to race once a month. So IKR is perfect for that. And the second group of people is those that have become disillusioned with Motorsport UK, the regimentation and the various, not costs, because, you know, it's...
Okay. We've got a battle on.
We've got a battle on. Let's talk
that between? I think that's 5th and 6th. I think it is. I think that's the Allen versus Gunning. Oh, perhaps not. No. I think it's Gunning versus Rackham battle here. Rackham with his was it? The combination of Tom Ingram and someone else's helmet, wasn't it?
Tom Ingram and Mauricio Gugelmin.
Yeah, I do listen to you. And I think it's just gone through. No, he tried scrapping left and right. That one.
He tried.
I have some information about Jake, by the way, from Jensen Hookie. He says that Jake races at Clay and dunks occasionally.
Oh, what?
He isn't travelling far, because dunks. How far is dunks from here? About 40 minutes?
45 minutes, yeah. Maybe a little bit longer, but yeah, not far. 45 minutes.
It's dangerous last 6 miles off the motorway. It's a worry.
Yeah.
Most frightening. What's the most frightening thing in karting? It's not 100. It's not 80 miles an hour towards a tight bend. It's the last 6 miles to get to dunks.
Well, second only to the potholes going into Hooton Park.
Yes, yes. Because of course they've now beaten. Because of course Fullback filled in a lot of their potholes.
Yes.
Not all of them, by the way. A lot of them.
Rissington's entry road is also somewhat pockmarked with. You know, someone lost a Skoda Favorit down one of the potholes once. Yeah,
do you sort of favour then?
Yeah. So newcomers and people that want to just have retired from karting, but they still want to buzz, but the effort to race there. So that's the two, the newcomers and sort of disillusioned, you know, ex-karters. IKR is perfect for both those, and. As well as lots of other, but that's where the benefit of IKR racing has really been seen in terms of keeping those people in the sport. You know, Cossie 3 seconds in front.
Yeah, he's done a great job, really. I mean, he's had a terrible. I mean, as far as points for the championship are concerned, I assume those non-finishes would have cost him quite a lot of points.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, he's going to get the big bucks in the trophy because he's won the whole thing. But but he is very quick in this company. It has to be said. A real local track expert. Good luck to him, really. He's got a minute and 46 seconds to go and a lap. And given the way his weekend's been going so far, I mean, who knows what might happen?
I mean, that was very, very good kart control as he comes through the S's. And I think this is
apparently, again, this is Jensen Hooking. Jake does IKR because he's a very small budget, and that's fair enough. Some people just don't have the money to do a national series.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, how much does a national series cost for? Is it 30 grand minimum, isn't it?
Well, I mean,
for the British nationals.
I mean, the UKC RMC, the championship registration is 220 quid,
right?
And then race entries, I think, are £210 per race,
right?
And you've got 6 or 7 rounds, so you know that's entry fee. I mean,
so it's £2 grand for that sort of stuff.
Then you've got you're looking at 20 grand, you know, minimum. If you're with a team, then add another 10, another 10,
which is fine if you've got it, but unsustainable for people completely unsustainable for people like you and I at the time.
Yeah, no, it's unfortunately, let's say top level karting in the UK is unsustainable for everybody who works for an average wage. You know, it's just not. This is more accessible for people who earn, you know, the average UK median wage.
An IKR is normally, 140 to enter? Something like that?
Oh, I mean, no, that's not. I mean, it's 80 quid to enter.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Practice day, another 40, 50 quid.
Yeah. Set of tyres is 200 these days, isn't it?
But in this championship, you've got to run. You can only have 3 sets of tyres for the season.
That's how it should be.
So you've got
make them hard and make them last.
Yeah, so say 600 quid, including the VAT on tyres, 3 sets of tyres plus wets. But for example,
yeah,
that's you got the way. So another 600 quid. You're probably looking at a championship. As long as you've got a kart and an engine, you're probably looking at a championship for about $5,000. I would say.
Jensen says British Champs is 20k on its own if you're a privateer. With the top team at 50 grand, he's saying.
I mean, I did a couple of teams. I was getting some information. There's a couple of the minimum that you spend for coming into their awning is $3,000 a weekend.
Yeah. About to start the last lap for Jake Cossey, and it's been an absolutely superb performance in the final after a desperately disappointing day so far. 2 punctures and then a not really particularly good run in the pre-final either. A puncture in the heat, the qualifying, and puncture in the first heat, but he's made it amends, starting from 9th, ripped through to 5th place within the first lap, then knocked off 4th, 3rd, 2nd, got first after an error by Kurt Kaplan, but it would have happened anyway.
Yes.
It was going to happen the whole time, and the number 1 plate for being the Clay Pigeon champion in the IKR series is going to take the number 1 position in this race. He comes down the knot straight at Clay Pigeon. Well done. A fantastic recovery from a bad day. Just goes to show in this invite you can always come back. Kaplan will be 2nd at some point in the near future. Fenton Rotary, who started on pole, he takes 3rd, and the rest of the field will come through, which can be Oscar Richards, and we've got Tyler Rackham on the 63. Followed by Neve Allen, and then Alex Gunning, Ethan Hawkins. Just wait for the first to 10 to come through. It's Whitmarsh and Ethan Barrow, and that's your final racing action. Henry, sum up this fantastic day in under 400 words.
Okay, thank you.
400 words you got.
Thank you to Clay Pigeon. Thank you to Karting Live TV.
Oh, well, thank you to me as well.
Thank you to Monty Gorringe and to Andrew Brunton. Mainly, thank you to the 56 drivers, their mechanics, their engine builders, their families, for making the build-up of this event so much fun. If you're on the Facebook page, the build-up has been outstanding. It's been great. It's been good-natured. The racing on track, outstanding as well. I'm just so grateful that I was able to come here and show and help to show the wider world this event, these karts, these drivers, tell these stories, and I got to mention Stacker Bow on a live show. What more can I say?
And you got told to be quiet by me, which is the first for me, I can tell you.
Yes.
Henry, thank you very much. It's been fantastic working with you as always, and it's nice to work with you back in the UK again, because we've been hanging around together in the UAE.
Yes.
If you're a Henry fan, you can hear him again tomorrow from Wilton Mill. If you're a Karting Live TV fan, which of course you are, we're live next Sunday at the Dunkerswell for the first NKC. And if you're a Formula ICA or Formula A from the 1990s fan, you have to wait to the 3rd week in November for the World Cup from Wigan, which will be on Karting Live TV. And if what we believe will happen with the Rotax finals, it'll also be with Henry.
Thank you. Yes. Next stop, Wigan.
Hey,
for the World Cup.
Thank you all for watching. It's great to have you all with us. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and you've got the whole of Sunday to watch other karting action, or perhaps have a life. Who knows? And we'll see you all then. Till then, thanks from Henry. I'd like to say, thanks to Matt Guppy and Ash Leontine on the cameras, and my lovely assistant Lara, who has been pressing the buttons. See you all in 8 days' time on Karting Live TV.